Joker looking for his career high in the first quarter. Can he get it? Jumper. Good! That's 20 for Joker in the first quarter. A new career high. Kick out over to Hardaway. Throws out to Jokic for three. Get at me! Nuggets with the big three-pointer on a 27-8 run. Denver leads it by 14. Jokic has it one-on-one with Sanders. Bully ball, spins at the dotted line. Jumper's good! 52 for Jokic in the basketball game. On a second night of a back-to-back. Left side corner pass over to Bruce Brown. Split the defenders, gets down the lane, layup won't go. Tipped up and in by Jokic, and that's 54 for Joker in Los Angeles. There's the horn in L.A. Denver on a second game of a back-to-back. Jump on Jokic's back. He drives 55 tonight, people. 55 points for Jokic. And the Nuggets win the second game of a back-to-back tonight in L.A. by the final of 130 to 116.
It's a back-to-back. You get into the hotel room probably 2 o'clock, 2:30 in the morning last night. You could tell early in the game Nuggets didn't have their legs. Jokic misses his first two shots, couple of bunnies right around the rim. And you're like, oh boy, is it going to be one of those nights? Cam Johnson leaves the game after 8 minutes. Christian Brown hobbles off the floor. You're like, ugh. And then you saw what Jokic did. Jokic misses his first two shots, just the little touch shots right around the rim. And from there on out, goes 18 of 21 from the floor, including 5 of 6 from three for 55 points. And we do this periodically. I did this after the last game that Jokic played. But there is, man, I watched a 4-minute video of Brian Windhorst on with Rich Eisen yesterday. And he just talked about Jokic. And the quite literally, like we throw this word out a lot about it, a lot of different things. What he is doing is unbelievable. To drop 55 points, and I will remind you, Cade Cunningham, who is a very good player for the Detroit Pistons, on Monday night took 45 shots. He made 14 of them. He came away with 46 points. Jokic had 55 points on 23 shot attempts where he made 18 shots. He got to the line a lot last night too, which is a rarity for him. He got there 16 times. The way that he is going about his business, that he is shooting over 68% from the floor now this year, and 42% from three. And remember how we were talking about, hey, man, those point totals for Jokic, they can't be the same. They can't be the same as last year. The team's got too much talent surrounding him now. Jokic has and is averaging, once again, 29 points. Except this time he's doing it with 13 rebounds and 11 assists per game. What he's doing is, I think, one of the most remarkable starts to a season you could possibly have. This is not somebody who is attempting to stuff the stat sheet either. Your star player taking 23 shots in a game is normal. Except it's not for him because he's only averaging 16 shots per game. Statistically, it almost doesn't make sense. What he's been able to do over and over and over again for the last now 6 games, I mean, the whole season in general. But how about this? Just in the month of November, where they've played 6 games, Jokic is averaging 32, 12, and 12 on 73% from the floor. Just for the record, he's taking about 18 shots per game, 17 and a half. 17 and a half shots per game, and he's making 13 of them on average. I've always had this sort of soft spot in sports for the guy who does things efficiently. I've had issues in the past with the way that we talk about some guys. And, you know, you bring up their numbers from a straight points and rebounds and assist standpoint. And you look at it and you say, okay, but how did he get there? And for some guys, you know, like Allen Iverson felt a little bit like this, where it's like, yeah, he would take 35 shots a night. He'd get to 38 points, but he took a whole bunch of shots. And maybe for the team that he played on, that worked. And I'm not taking anything away from him. But I only say that to tell you the way that Jokic is going about his business is unlike, I think, anybody in sports. Like, I don't think there's a comparison to how he's doing this. It doesn't matter the opponent. It doesn't matter the situation. Like last night, you came off a back-to-back where the previous night's game started at 9 o'clock at night. Back-to-back the next day. Didn't matter. Doesn't matter who's guarding him. And why did Jokic get 55 last night? Why did it feel like he was taking a lot of shots? The Clippers decided they were going to put him in single coverage. They weren't going to double. And they're like, hey, Jokic, if you have the cojones, because we've seen in the past you're maybe a little hesitant to just take shot after shot after shot, you got the balls to go out there and just put up 55 to 60 on us, then good for you. And Jokic goes, okay. And not only am I going to do that, I'm going to do it in 3 quarters.
Yeah, that's what we do.
So Jokic only played 3 minutes in the fourth quarter. 3 minutes. And in those 3 minutes, he put up 1 shot, which he made, and that was it. Through 3 quarters of that game, in 31 minutes, Jokic had 52 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 assists on 17 of 22 from the floor. There is no one else that can do that the way he does it. No one. And you're in awe of a game like that last night. And boy, did you need it, because hopefully the news about Cam Johnson and about Christian Brown are going to be positive. I'm really worried about Christian. I don't know if you guys saw the play. He kind of came down on a foot, or not on a foot. He came down and he reacted like he rolled his ankle, except I didn't see his ankle roll. And he was grabbing kind of around that heel area. He stayed in the game for a bit, and then it just was pretty obvious he wasn't able to run. So hopefully he's going to be all right. But I'll put all that on the back burner for now. Just to tell you, I think you're watching. Actually, I would just definitively and clearly say, I think this is the best offensive basketball player that's ever lived. I really do. And you can throw out your Stephs, and you can throw out your Jordans, and you can throw out your LeBrons, and whoever you want. Nobody's done it like this. When they say that he makes the game look easy, this is what we're talking about. If he puts up a shot and it doesn't go in, you're like, wait, what? You don't do that with Steph. Steph can miss a 3, and you go, yeah, sometimes you miss 3s. If Jokic shoots the ball, whether it's 3-point line, the elbow, baby hook shot, floater, whatever. And he misses. It's like at that, he doesn't miss, though. Like, he had that one play where he's driving to the middle of the lane. He gets some pressure, really on both sides, but somebody was coming up to contest, and his momentum was taking him forward. And so he had to shoot the floater. And he shot it. Do you remember? It was like 20 feet in the air, this floater. That just drops right in the bucket. Like a shot, if you gave me, I don't know, 20 attempts to try and make, I'd probably make it like 3 times. It's unbelievable. And that you don't have a comp. Like a texture says, Bird and Magic are the only ones. I really and truly think, as good as those two were, just on offensive basketball, seeing the floor, making the right play, making every shot that you take, always getting the right pass in the right spot, making unreal passes, setting your guys up. I think he's in a tier of his own. It's Jokic, and then we can start talking about everybody else. But I really think he's in his own category. Whenever you look at those advanced analytics stuff and they have those charts, you know what I'm talking about, where they got everybody's like profile picture that's on there from their basketball pictures, you know, the team website, whatever. And it's always like, well, what about this crazy offensive stat? And Jokic is like on an island all by himself on every one of them. Every year. And here's the other thing. Basketball, we all know, is a weird sport. And I'm going to use Steph Curry again as an example because he's the greatest shooter who's ever lived. Steph will have a game where he goes 1 for 12 from 3. It's just basketball. Some nights you just don't got it. You play 82 games a year. You're going to have nights where you just, it's not there. He doesn't have those. Jokic doesn't have the I was off tonight game. He's always on. It's such a pleasure to know that we're capable of being able to watch this every single night because you're watching somebody historic. And I don't think his game's replicable. There are guys who are going to try and take some aspects of his game, but you can't, the supercomputer that lives upstairs in between his ears, along with the unbelievable touch that he has. Whether that's grabbing a pass or tipping around rebounds and grabbing that before somebody else gets it. Just his touch around the rim. He's throwing up hook shots where his backspin to the hoop for 10 seconds, but he knows exactly where he's at on the floor. It's just, there's a Jokic tier of offensive basketball in the history of the sport, and then there's everybody else. Nobody could do, nobody has done, and I don't think anybody will do what Jokic is doing ever again. Just across the board. Does this sound hyperbolic? It might, but I don't think it's not true. I mean, Texture's right. Jokic's bad game is 20, 12, and 10, in which he shoots like 8 of 17 from the floor. That's his bad game. It's unbelievable. And I think how he's playing, especially around the rim, where he does that, he's got his back to the hoop, he goes up for one of those baby hooks, and he gets maybe a little shove in the belly or something like that, and still is able to finish the shot. The consistency with which he's doing that one this year is even different from what I've seen in the past. You know, we always kind of ask the question, how can Jokic improve upon what he did the year prior? And he has every year of his career so far. And once again, I sat here before the season started and told you, I don't think it's possible. I don't think you get better than what he pulled off last season, which was a 30-point triple-double on 58% from the floor and 42% from three. I don't think it gets better. And then all of a sudden, he's not just better. Through 11 games, he's shooting the ball 10% better from the floor. 10. How does somebody who makes 58% of his shots get 10% better the next year? It's unbelievable. 303-504-0925. I kind of just want to talk about Jokic for 3 hours today, 4 hours. Because it's a joy. And it's every single night. And maybe that's why I don't have to. Because when the Nuggets play, when they play again, is it a couple days now after a back-to-back? So the next time we talk about the Nuggets recap of a game is going to be on Monday. I'm sure I could say the same thing. And one thing here, you know what? I'll actually save it. Texter makes a really good point about the team overall that we'll get to in just a minute. 303-504-0925, broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this. On top of the Nuggets win last night, it is also a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Every hour on the 20s, you got a chance to get a keyword, and with that keyword, be entered to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets game against the Bulls on the 17th. And so your keyword for this hour is Fowler. Fowler. Trying to figure this one out. It's like Ricky Fowler, a Chicago guy. Is that what's going on there? But it's Fowler, Fowler, and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Check out all the Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5 just for the best fans in the NBA. But this is for the Bulls game on the 17th, so text Fowler and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Your next keywords at 7:20. So, great point from a texter here in that he says that's how this team is different. In years past, if Jokic scored 50, it's a close game where we might lose. This time, it's a win. And you know what, texter? It's not only just a win. It's a win in which you only had to play 3 minutes in the fourth quarter. It's that, too. But let's go out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor, and attorney, ramoslaw.com. So we get Vic on the horn here because Vic's at the airport. He's not going to be on the show today. And I'm sure you have lots to say, Victor. Go ahead.
I really only have one point that I wanted to express today because I know you're going to have a 3.5 more hours of this.
Yeah.
I just wanted to express this because you know well, there is no greater John Elway honk in Denver media than yours truly. You've been around me long enough,
Yep.
right? I mean,
Yep.
no one defends him more. No one props him more. No one hypes him more. John Elway was a part of my childhood. For those of us who grew up in Denver, not only just a sports icon, a hero of sorts, and that's exactly how he's going to be remembered. That's Elway. Elway is Denver. He's intertwined. He's connected. He gave us the fabric of sport. But I've seen enough to tell you that Nikola Jokic has surpassed John Elway, in my opinion, as the greatest athlete to ever wear a Denver uniform of any kind. Not because he means more to the town. I still think Elway, again, if you're around, he meant more to Denver because he lives here. He continues to live here. He worked for the team. He ran the team. Even after he played, he was more interwoven into the city itself. But Nikola Jokic is better at his craft. He's better at his sport than any athlete in the history of Denver sports. That's just a fact. When you look at the individual awards, you hope to have more team awards. You hope to have more championships. Those are hard to come by. But you can't name an athlete to represent a professional team here who dominated his respective craft like Jokic dominates his. And it just dawned on me last night. I said, this isn't just Denver. You know, what Elway meant to Denver was special for us in Denver. Joker is universal. Nikola Jokic is known in parts all over the world, not just because basketball is universal, but because he's changed the game. And I don't know what to tell you. He will go down. He's already a top 10 player in the history of his sport already.
Yeah.
And moving up the ladder. And I'm not sure any other Denver athlete can say that.
You know, Vic, it's funny that you mentioned that because I said at the risk of sounding hyperbolic this morning, but this isn't just, he's had a good 5 games. This is a good 6, 7, 8 years worth of this. And I said, I truly think, and I'll die on this hill for the rest of my life, and I know how much other people from different eras talk about different types of players. I don't think there's been a better offensive basketball player in the history of the sport than Jokic with everything that he can do.
Certainly not a more efficient one. Like, Wilt put up ridiculous numbers that will never be matched.
Right.
But the efficiency of Nikola Jokic is unheard of. It's stupid. to affect the game in so many ways. And again, I want to stress, the reason I say this is because I've watched every game John Elway's played. I know Elway's about as well as anybody can. And I've watched every game that Nikola Jokic has played. So I'm not basing this on, that's just recency bias. No. Do you understand how hard it is to remove that notion from a child's brain? I mean, again, I'm a kid of the 80s.
Yeah.
And I thought I'd seen the greatest of all time to ever come. This man right now, who still has a few years left, we'll never see anything like this. We will never see anything like this. He did something. Let me put it to you this way. He did something I never thought possible. He brought an NBA championship to Denver.
Mm-hmm.
And you know me. I thought that was impossible.
Right.
Even the year 2023, even up until the very end, I was like, it's nug life. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
He did something that's impossible and made it possible. And he continues to do that. You're right. We sound like we sound hyperbolic. I can't help myself because what we're seeing deserves the hyperbole. And there are going to be a lot of people out there already. I won't take any Elway slander from any of you. None. Because he's that important to Denver. At the same time, my eyes are wide open. And I know what I know. And this dude's different. He's on a different level.
Let me give you an example, Vic. Every year we do there's no way he can improve on his numbers from last year thing, and then he improves on his numbers from last year. But I'll give you one, and I get it. It's 11 games into the season. But Jokic last year averaged a 30-point triple-double on 58% from the floor. Jokic this year is averaging a 29-point triple-double while improving his field goal percentage 10%.
Yeah.
10 from 58, not from 42.
What he does on a basketball court, and I heard you talk about that. I mentioned it last night. The difference in how you get to 55 or how you get to 46, and what Cunningham did with Detroit he needed 45 shots?
45 shots.
He needed 45 of them. And not to demean him, because every time you bring up another player,
right,
as I do, people think, well, you're demeaning. I'm not demeaning that player. I'm just comparing. I'm comparing the two players. And right now, this guy's incomparable. Absolutely incomparable.
Vic, before I let you go, just quickly, did you hear any updates last night for Christian or for Cam Johnson?
I did not, my friend, and I'm a little more worried about CB because that dude is a tough dude who never leaves a game. He will play through anything, and the fact that he left that game, he's hurt.
Yep. Well, and he had that, I can't even remember what exactly happened, but he looked like he was reacting like it was a rolled ankle, and his ankle didn't roll, which is concerning me.
Well, I think it, and again, I don't want to play doctor here.
Yeah.
My fear is it could be a foot. And if it's a foot, that's, we just saw what's going on with J.K. Dobbins, a possible Liz Frank injury. I just didn't like the way it happened. I didn't like the way he reacted. I didn't like anything about it. So we'll find out more here. But it takes an awful lot for that dude to come off a court, man. You don't want to lose him for an extended period of time. As for Cam, could be elbow, could be shoulder. He came off the court. He looked a little more pliable than Christian, but Christian's that looks like a serious deal.
Yep. All right, Vic, have a good flight.
All right, buddy. Take care.
All right, see you. Vic's going to be off today. He's got some business to take care of, so he's going to be flying out here shortly. But I mean, what did Vic just say? I mean, I consider, because he's a friend and a coworker, but I consider Vic the authority on Denver sports around here. He's been here forever. He's seen everything. He's experienced everything. He's talked to everybody. He knows everybody. And he is the staunchest of anybody that I've heard in Elway support. And again, this is taking nothing away from Elway. But you just kind of look at Jokic and you say, dude, you are top 10 all-time now. Who knows where you finish? but quite literally incomparable. Elway is one of the best ever at what he did. He's one of the best football players who's ever lived. Elway also has guys that you could say, hey, they did. You look at your Tom Brady's and your Patrick Mahomes's and your Peyton Manning's and your guys like that. You're like, yeah, they all threw the football really well. It's the way that Jokic goes about his business that it's like, tell me who's done that before. You know, was Shaq a pretty dominant center? Was he capable of moving his butt around in the paint and putting up a whole bunch of points? Yeah, he was. You know how many 50-point games Shaq had in his career? It's 3. Jokic has 4. And Jokic isn't even a scorer. That's what's funny. Why did Jokic get all those buckets last night? Because the Clippers made the conscious decision of think about any other player you would talk about this in this context with. Nelly, the Clippers made the decision. We'd rather have him beat us with a 55-point game than spread the basketball around with 15 assists to other guys. That's the decision they made because they didn't double him. They did it, from what I saw, one time they doubled, and immediately Joker made a pass for a wide-open guy who knocked down a 3. How many other guys on the planet could you say, I am going to let him because I know what's going to happen here. I'm going to let him score 50 because I think that's my best shot at winning, is letting that guy score. And again, he's not doing it on 50 shots. He did it on 23. It is one of the most remarkable starts to a year you're going to find. So 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Keyword for this hour, reminder to you guys, is Fowler, Fowler. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Get you a chance to get a pair of tickets to the Bulls game on the 17th.
And knowing how our boss does keywords, I would guess, if I had to, that Fowler was a reference to Benny Fowler for the Chicago Bears.
Oh, could be. I was like, yeah, you're probably right.
Even though he was on the Bears for he was on the practice squad for a year, but he played for the Broncos, so maybe that's the connection.
Yeah. I don't know that one. I was trying to think of Fowlers in sports that are spelled like that. There's Benny. There's Ricky, the golfer.
Is he a Chicago guy?
Well, I'm just looking that up. I don't think he was. Born and raised in California. No. He went to Oklahoma State University in Stillwater.
Hey,
he posted
Brett,
first college. Oh, never mind.
I have breaking news. We're both idiots.
What?
It was probably Dexter Fowler. Shout out Twitch for reminding us Dexter Fowler for the Cubs. Yep, so there you go. But Benny Fowler was in the Bears practice squad, and he did win a Super Bowl with the Broncos, so I'm going to count that as a connection.
It's not a name that I've heard in a while, because we've talked to Benny on the show multiple times. Ricky Fowler's obviously still playing, but yeah, it's got to be Dexter.
Yeah, I'm going to give myself a half point, but we definitely missed the big one there. Dexter Fowler, Colorado Rockies legend.
I love Dexter Fowler. He just had a really fun brand of baseball. Like, tall, lanky guy, swing the stick a little bit, could run, could field. My bad. Anyway, text Fowler, first and last name to 303-504-0925. Gets you in the running for those Bulls tickets on the 17th. Now, we'll continue to talk about Joker and the Nuggets. And I am concerned here about Christian Braun. Christian Braun's freaked me out. Really freaked me out. Because it didn't look all that bad. And when things don't look all that bad, and then they start hobbling off the floor, gets a little spooky. Reminder to you guys, November is Hockey Fights Cancer Month, and the Avs and Vitalant are encouraging people to donate blood. You can do so through the link vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more info and to schedule that blood donation, because 25% of all blood donations go directly to people in their fight against cancer. And cancer is something that obviously has touched every human being on earth at some point in their life. It's a brutal and awful thing. And these blood donations really help those people in the fight. So schedule your blood donation today at vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. And if you do so through that link, you're automatically entered for a chance to win a signed Avs jersey. So it's vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer. Back after this.
That's a great question. For whatever reason in life and in football, people think that we have this opportunity to doubt or question or hype up or tear down, these guys. And it's really in sport in general. We make this entertainment business a lot bigger than what it is, and we forget that, everybody's just out here having a good time, having fun, doing the best they can. But for me, it's quite simple. Really, I delete all my social media. I don't even have it. So unless somebody says it to my face, I don't really hear it. And nobody's ever bold enough to say it to your face. So really, I don't get on social media. There was a time to where it was early on in my career at Auburn. We were undefeated. We went to Florida and we lost, and that's when I really actually got to know the bad side of this sport.
Bo Nix yesterday, as he was talking about the haters, man. We've discussed this with Jeff Legwald before, and Jeff will join us at 9 o'clock this morning.
Actually, programming note, at 9 o'clock, we have Emmanuel Sanders.
Oh, that's right. Emmanuel Sanders is at 9 o'clock this morning.
So Jeff Legwald will join us a little early at 8:30.
8:30 today. So but we've talked to Leggy about this. Guys can be off social media. You're still gonna hear stuff, okay? You got friends, you got a family. They're on social media. They know what's being said about you. Like, you can't insulate yourself from that criticism entirely. But there's fair criticisms, and then there's people who are just being asshats, and there is a difference between the two. I think there's plenty of room for fair criticism with Bo Nix and his play right now. I think it's also, to his credit, you have the ability to criticize Bo while he's still throwing up dubs.
Still hate.
I'm telling you, every time I hear Bo Nix talk, it sounds like Sean Payton's talking. It really does. Like, they are so sort of like mentally wired in a similar way where it's not prickly, but there's a little bit of, I know what I'm doing more than you think you know what I'm trying to do sort of thing. And I tell you, I have a lot of respect for the abilities that Bo Nix has. And I kind of wish he used them more, the full breadth of his abilities. Now, it's funny, there's a few teams across the league that are all dealing with this. The Broncos and their offense and their fan base is looking at them saying, yeah, we're winning, but I know that this doesn't look good enough for when we get to the postseason. It doesn't feel like you can have a game like this and still win. And that's why I think we're using this Chiefs game as a huge barometer for that. You know who else is dealing with this? Is the Eagles right now. Because every time A.J. Brown opens his mouth, there's a million articles written about it. And to A.J. Brown's credit, like, I think that he has handled this incredibly poorly. But there's something yesterday that he said where I think it's totally fair. A.J. Brown stood in front of reporters yesterday and said, the reason why I'm complaining about the offense isn't just because of me. It's because if we do that in the postseason, it's not good enough, and it's going to get us beat. And I started thinking about that, and I go, if Jalen Hurts said that at a press conference, you'd probably be saying what a leader that guy is. But it's A.J. Brown saying it, who has complained. To be fair, A.J. Brown has complained about him getting his and not about the team offensively enough to where you skew the way that you hear what he says. Who else is dealing with this is Green Bay, where everybody in Green Bay is asking the same questions of, we need to be better or we're going to get beat. And in their case, they have gotten beat the last couple of weeks. So to be in more of the Eagles category of this than in the Green Bay category is better. But you have to see improvement. And Nix can insulate himself from the criticisms, but here's the difference. It ain't just the people on Twitter doing it now. His coach has said some things in the press conference about it. He has alluded to the idea that Bo's got to be better with his footwork and all this different stuff. In fact, if we can go to Sean Payton's presser yesterday, Nelly, and we go to cut 7, Sean Payton was asked the question on Bo Nix. He's been great in fourth quarters this year, but quarters 1 through 3 have been a big problem. So what's the issue there?
I always appreciate how you look at numbers. Bo Nix is arguably the best quarterback in the league in the fourth quarter. First 3 quarters, he ranks near the bottom of a lot of stats. How do you see?
Listen.
And what is the key? I guess.
No,
a little bit.
Well, look, I think it's our jobs, to offensively put ourselves in a position of starting faster. When I discussed this after the game, there aren't many times when a game's over, when you win even, where you're fully satisfied. That there's something bugging you, there's something, and certainly, getting that balance, and the time of possession also to help our defense. And so I like that this year we're doing better in these one-score games. And I think you gained some confidence. And if you tried to pick when did that turn, you might look at Philly. But to go where we want to go, there has to be improvement. And certainly we understand that.
Yeah. And that's why, again, I've already made the promise. I don't care how you win against Kansas City. If you beat them, I will not complain. I make that promise to you. But why I've done that the last couple of games that they've played is because of exactly what Sean Payton's talking about. They have to be better early in the game. It's too much pressure on your defense, and it's too much. It would be too much to overcome when the postseason starts. Because I got a number for you. And this is going to be like a real proving ground. Why is the offense so important even when the team keeps winning? Why do I keep harping on this? Because there's a stat about the Broncos ever since the Sean Payton-Bo Nix combination has taken over, where they've been a winning football team and then some. I mean, overall, their record is, because they went 10-8 last year, including the playoff game. They're 8-2 this year. So they're an 18-10 football team overall. But there's a common theme with the wins that they've gotten. In only 3 of those 18 wins over the last 2 years, the opponent has scored 20 points or more, which means got into a little bit of an offensive shootout, your team came out on top. It means the defense maybe wasn't as stellar as they usually are. They gave up a couple of plays that they shouldn't have. Can you bail them out? And the answer has been largely no. Their record is in those games in which their opponent scores 20 or more points in the last 2 years is 3-8. So yeah, winning 10-7 and winning 18-15 and doing things like that, it's working for now. But what happens when your opponent scores 20? And here's the rub. Do you know how many times Kansas City this year has scored 20 or more points in a football game? Every single game except for one. So that's what you're dealing with this weekend. If there's one thing that has worked out in your benefit, and this is going to be a surprising stat too, in one-score games this season, the Chiefs are 1-4, you're 6-2. That's the category that you excel at, and the Chiefs struggle. Keep the game close, maybe you find a way to win. But it's all going to come down to is the offense going to be able to do enough, because the Chiefs are going to score. Andy Reid, 22-4 after a bye week in his head coaching career. They are favored in Denver, the Chiefs are, by 3.5 points. That's not a small number for a road team. So a lot more to get to with this in a bit. 303-504-0925. You can watch us live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's Deals and Delivery app and get exclusive grocery offers, Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch the show on YouTube. Search Altitude Sports Radio in that YouTube search bar and don't miss any. Subscribe to the channel, of course. Comment, like, subscribe. And don't miss anything from Denver's number one sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Stoney's on Lincoln. It's the place to be tonight. You can enter to win a John Elway autographed picture. Grab a dew and a brew. And watch Thursday Night Football, and, of course, keep your eye on the best team in hockey as the Avs play Buffalo. No better place to watch these games than Stoney's on Lincoln tonight with DMac starting at 6, thanks to the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey, Tullamore Dew. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
Joker looking for his career high in the first quarter. Can he get it? Jumper. Good! That's 20 for Joker in the first quarter. A new career high. Kick out over to Hardaway. Throws out to Jokic for three. Get at me! Nuggets with the big three-pointer on a 27-8 run. Denver leads it by 14. Jokic has it one-on-one with Sanders. Bully ball, spins at the dotted line. Jumper's good! 52 for Jokic in the basketball game. On a second night of a back-to-back. Left side corner pass over to Bruce Brown. Split the defenders, gets down the lane, layup won't go. Tipped up and in by Jokic, and that's 54 for Joker in Los Angeles. There's the horn in L.A. Denver on a second game of a back-to-back. Jump on Jokic's back. He drives 55 tonight, people. 55 points for Jokic. And the Nuggets win the second game of a back-to-back tonight in L.A. by the final of 130 to 116.
Oh, not on.
So Vic is off today. He had to take care of some business. He just flew out, I think, like 20 minutes ago. I want to say something about sports radio in general.
He's got like a UN delegation thing today?
Yeah, I think that's what it is. I'm going to say something about sports radio and about the way that we talk about sports in general.
You know what? I am too. I'm glad that you brought that up.
That is, I think we can be unfair at times, we can be hyperbolic, and we can be prisoners of the moment. And I will fully admit, I'm capable of doing all of those things, and I might be in it right now. But I truly, Moj, don't think there is anyone in the history of this sport, the great sport of basketball, that is in the same tier as Jokic as an all-around offensive player. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this before. You know, the Wilt Chamberlain stuff gets thrown out there, but I've seen highlights of that. Moshe, he looked like he was 2 feet taller than everybody else at that time. The way that Jokic can do everything on the floor at such a high level and as efficiently as he does it, I don't think anybody in the history of the sport is better at the offensive part of basketball than Jokic is, and I don't think anybody ever has been. Hyperbolic? Maybe. But
hyperbolic.
You give me your Jordans, and you give me your Birds, and you give me your Magics, and you give me your Kobe's, your LeBrons. I don't think there's a better offensive basketball player that's ever lived than that guy.
I don't know why, but as I'm watching that game last night, I kept thinking to myself, well, he's going to miss this one. No. I mean, he missed 5 shots.
He hasn't missed for 3 weeks.
Yeah, he missed 5 shots all night. His
Hang on.
Okay.
He's missed 5 shots, Moj. Do you remember the first possession of the game? He missed 2 little bunnies.
Yeah, correct.
Right out of the gates. He was 0 for 2, missed 2 bunnies short, and you go, oh boy, is it going to be one of those nights, late night, you get into the hotel room, don't got your legs back to back? And then he proceeded to make 18 of 21 shots, including 5 of 6 from 3.
It's funny because at halftime they had the floor, the graphic, and they have all the makes, right? All the little red circles. Make. And then they have the misses. Just a couple little X's right down low.
Yep.
Right? A couple little tiny X's. I was floored with what I saw last night. I think the Clippers were probably floored with what they saw last night. I don't know what I'm watching other than its ultimate greatness. And I think that people, I mean, look, I think almost everybody now recognizes how great this guy is. I hate to get here on a Thursday morning after a performance like that and a Nuggets win that pushed them to 9-2. And I'll get into how much I hate watching James Harden play the game of basketball later. I'll do that later. But I hate the guy. In fact, I hate him.
Yep.
I sports hate him. Yep. I sports hate the Clippers. I sports hate Ty Lue because he allows it to happen. That being said, did you guys play the Barkley clip yet?
We've not.
Nelly, you got that Barkley clip? Talking inside. What's the name of the show?
We'll get it shortly.
Okay. And I want to play that for you about Nikola Jokic. And I'll tell you what, Chuck is maybe as good a litmus test as anybody because we've had him on over the years. Yep. As Joker started to grow.
Friend of the show.
For the last 6.5 years of this program, we would have Chuck on like what? A couple times a year, right? Mm-hmm. You know, that kind of thing, just sort of da-da-da-da-da. I mean, sometimes we have him on 5 times in a year, but sometimes it's 1 time in a year. Anyway, to watch him grow in his appreciation and understanding of Nikola Jokic has been great. Go ahead.
What the Joker's doing, you know, the one thing about sports that we just taking this dude for granted, man. He is the best basketball player in the world. You just going out there getting easy triple doubles every day, and he ain't getting them fluky 10 points, 10 rebounds, 11. He get like 25, 16, and 17.
Yeah, that then led to this back and forth with those guys about, Wemby's playing at the same level.
Okay, now this is where I get mad, and I don't know why I allow myself to get mad on a Thursday morning. What Chuck said is right. End of discussion. I don't need Mother Truck and Shaq pushing back on Wemby. I don't need Mother Truck and Shaq pushing back with Luka. I don't need Mother Truck and Ernie pushing back with Shea. I don't need that crap.
Well, now I hate when you do that. Because you're discrediting what Wemby's doing out there in San Antonio.
Just stow it.
It's not a discredit too. See, can we
the Spurs are 8-2.
Can we do
the
something?
The Nuggets are 8-2. They have the same record.
Before we get into that, can we save that part for a little bit later? Because I got other things on Jokic's game last night.
Absolutely. But what I'm saying is that what Chuck, I used it to prove the point that what Chuck is saying is absolutely true. You need to appreciate, I think, NBA fans, basketball fans, appreciate what you're seeing because you're never going to see it again, ever.
Well, there's another audio clip from last night from Ty Lue, who was the coach of the team that Jokic just pummeled. Again, doing so on a night in which they just played a game that started at 9 p.m. Mountain Time the night before. Got in late, have a back-to-back. And when it felt like at the beginning of the game, Moser, they were missing shots short. It looked like it was going to be one of those nights where the Nuggets just, the back-to-back really got to him. And he didn't allow it to. But I'm going to play this. This was their strategy, and I noticed it right in the middle of the game. The middle of the game, I noticed it, like 5 minutes in. I go, God, they aren't doubling Joker once. They're daring him to shoot the ball.
Try to double once he got going, but our game plan was to, make him score and just take away his passing, take everybody else out of the game. I thought the first half we did a good job with that. We knew Jamal Murray would be more aggressive in the second half, but I didn't think he would score 55. He made some threes. He plays like a guard when Zoo is on him. Pin downs and all that stuff, which is tough for Zoo to try to navigate through. Then when he goes smaller on him, he just post up. And then so it's just a tough cover, but I didn't think he would get 55.
Okay, so he didn't think he'd get 55 points. Here's the thing. If you don't double Jokic, you know he's going to get 30
He's going to get something.
You know he's going to get 30
exactly.
So this is what I'm trying to get at with how good of an offensive player he is. The supercomputer that lives between his ears, I think best touch in the history of the league. I don't think anybody's got better touch in the history of the sport than him. Coaches make a conscious decision with Joker saying this: the better option for us tonight to stop him is to let him score 35. We're going to let him do that because the alternative is he scores 28 but has 17 assists by the end of the night. Give me another player in the history of the sport that a coach would be like, yeah, if he goes off for 40, we're cool with that. It's the better option.
Well, it's like walking bonds with the bases loaded.
Exactly.
It's the same kind of story. You're just giving him free stuff.
Almost. I think you might have nailed it. Because I've been trying to look for a comp of what is even remotely close to this. Walking Barry Bonds with the bases loaded is what Jokic is for offensive basketball.
So Shea had 55 points at the beginning of the season, game 2 of the year against the Pacers in Indiana. It's a double overtime game, by the way. Double overtime, he went for 55. But here's the difference between Shea's 55 and Joker's 55. Shea was 15 of 31 from the floor. Joker's 18 of 23.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He was at the free throw line 26 times. 26th. He made 23.
Did he get there 26? I had it on my other TV last night. I was kind of like half watching that game as the Nuggets was on. And every time I looked over, he was shooting a free throw. Was it 26 is what he had?
Well, not Joker. I'm talking about
yeah.
Shea. No, Shea.
I know.
He was 23 of 26 that night. Only 2 of 7 from three-point range. Now, again, I'm not trying to tear him down. I'm trying to show the uniqueness of what we're witnessing with Joker. Joker, 18 of 23. He was 5 of 6 from three-point range.
Yeah.
And 14 of 16 last night from the charity stripe.
Like, Moj, here's the stat that I wanted to bring up because I do this every year. I'll never learn my lesson, I guess. But I won't ever learn my lesson because I guess the ceiling in the bar for Jokic as a player, whenever I think it's as high as it can get, he pushes it higher. Because I think for 5 straight years, I've entered a season with Joker being like, he can't improve on what he did last year, and then he just does. So last season, he averaged a 29.5, 30-point triple-double. He had 29.6 per game last year. He did that on 58% from the floor. And I go, that's impossible. He's going
to shoot 60% from the floor, or it feels like, at least.
Jokic this year, through 11 games, is averaging 29, 13, and 11. And he's improved his field goal percentage by 10 points.
Well, so far. I mean, it's early in the year still.
By 10. But Moj, 11 games is not a small number.
It's not. It's not, but it's not 60.
10 points. And he didn't do that, Moj. He didn't go from 42% to 52%. He went from 58% to 68% so far this season.
Why is it in the NBA we have this consternation regarding the best player on the planet? Why is it that Shaq and Kenny and Ernie feel the need to push back? Because I don't know in baseball, does anybody say, we need to appreciate, we don't appreciate Shohei enough. You know, he's the greatest player on the planet. People don't say, well, what about Harper? Hey, Mike Trout was pretty damn, that kind. Why is it in the NBA, if you just say what's playing in front of your eyeballs, this guy's a different level, he's the best player on the planet. Well, and about Wemby, it's like, why do they do that?
Because
why?
That sport is so individualistic that it's not just about who wins the MVP that year, whatever. It's also about where are you at all time. Again, nobody argues the way that the Jordan LeBron thing is argued. They don't do that for Elway and Manning or for Brady and Mahomes, or people have an opinion, but it's not like you're dug in and entrenched like Hatfield McCoy stuff. They do that for basketball. Why does Shaq maybe push back a little bit on Joker? Because it looks like Joker's aiming for being the best center of all time, which he wants to have claim to. And I've just accepted that this is the reality that we live in, and this is how people talk about this sport, and it's sad because it's a very dumb way to do it. I mean, basketball Twitter might be the dumbest thing that exists out there. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah,
it's so stupid.
You might be right.
But Joker is, and I'll mention it again, it's so wildly different from how any other big man has ever done this before. Wemby has that. He has that quality, but Wemby's also like 7'6", and he's athletic.
Right.
And I think people can make sense of how efficient his game is. What Jokic's best play was last night? That's never going to make top 10, but I don't think anybody in the league could have made the play that he made last night. It's a 4-point game in the third quarter. Jokic gets the ball after a rebound on a fast break. Jamal feeds it to him. He's going down the middle of the lane. He's got somebody contesting. I forget who it was in the Clippers. Who's the big dunker guy? I'm blanking on his name. Derrick Jones, I think?
Yeah, Derrick Jones. He can dunk.
He's coming from so he can jump. He's coming from sort of the low block, contesting Joker, kind of moving up towards him in the middle of the lane. So Jokic has to pull off a floater. But he puts the floater above the backboard with height, and it falls in without hitting the rim. And I go, I don't know if there's another guy in the league that could make that shot. And he makes that and then just runs back down the floor like, wow, that's a great play. It's like, no. The level of skill needed on the touch of that is so elite.
As a guy who gets buckets a couple times a week in the morning about 5:30 a.m., I can attest to how difficult that is.
Yeah. I mean, over the outstretched hand of somebody whose vertical leap's like 40 inches.
Pick up a basketball.
Not for you, bud.
Pick up a basketball and then put something in front of you. I don't know, put a 10-foot ladder in front of you. And you gotta make it over the ladder vertically.
And then how about you throw the ladder in the air?
Right, you can throw the ladder in the air. It's insane, dude. I want everybody to appreciate what we're witnessing because you will never see this again in your life. Once it's gone, it's going to be gone forever. Once it's back in Serbia playing with horses, it's never to be seen again.
I think you said it though. Like, I have such reverence for Barry Bonds because if you're somebody that they fear you so much that they're like, I'm going to allow a run to come in for the fear of giving up 3 or 4 if he swings the bat. That's what Joker is. Ty Lue just said, I was going to allow him to score 40 points tonight because the alternative was worse. And then he goes, turns out letting him score 55 is pretty bad too.
It's just such an admission.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we specifically didn't double team him because I wanted him to get off and score 40.
Yeah.
Now, he went for 55, but, it reminds me.
It's like, how do you want to be executed? Electric chair, firing squad. You're like, I guess firing squad is going to be the role tonight.
It reminds me of the Don Cherry quote to the Boston Bruins when Peter McNabb is playing. And they kept losing every year to the Montreal Canadiens.
Yeah.
Right? So they go to the final. He says, boys, we're going to do something totally different this year. Okay. Here's what we're going to do. And they drew up a new strategy. And they practice it before. The whole week they're practicing. Game 1 against the Canadiens. They come in after the first period. Cherry goes, boys, I want to tell you something. You guys executed that perfectly. You did exactly what I wanted, exactly what we practiced all week long. It was awesome. Now we're down 3-0. Yeah. But you guys did exactly what I mean.
Pretty much.
That's kind of Ty Lue. Listen, I went for 55, but you did exactly what we wanted. Cracks me up, man. It's a great story.
We'll get to a break here. I want to give the keyword on the opposite side. It's a Nuggets Take It Thursday, a chance for you to get in the building the 17th against the Chicago Bulls. Your first keyword next.
Because everybody knows that smoking ain't allowed
All right,
in school.
keyword here for this hour, as it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday every hour on the 20s. You get a new keyword and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets and Bulls on the 17th. It's Cutler. Cutler in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. I believe the theme today is going to be guys who played in both Denver and Chicago.
Oh, right.
So that'd be a guy named Jay.
Yeah. Who was the first one and who was the last one?
Now, this one, if you text us in, this isn't going to work.
Yeah.
It's over. This is last hours. It was Fowler.
Oh, it's in Dexter.
Dexter.
Yeah, copy. Okay.
So
all right.
This hour is Cutler. So text that your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Get you in the running for those tickets on the 17th to the Chicago Bulls.
We got Leggy coming up at 9, correct?
8:30 because we have Emmanuel Sanders at 9
Oh, that's
o'clock
right. We got Emmanuel Sanders today. Do you feel any better about this game as we get ready? I mean, we're a couple, 3 days away. Do you feel that the line hasn't moved? Nothing has really moved. Everything is just sort of the little matchup predictor. It's locked in at 60-40.
Better, no, but look, I'm not looking at this game like I think the Broncos get worked or anything. I think it should be a close game and sort of a coin flip on if they can win. I don't feel better about it, though. And I'll give you a reason as to why in just a second, because I do want to say one thing, as we talked about and will continue to talk about how great that Jokic game was last night. I am very concerned with Christian Braun leaving the floor.
Oh, yeah.
Because that didn't look like anything too crazy. I didn't even see his ankle really roll on the play that he hurt it on, which freaks me out even more. But Christian Braun, he doesn't get hurt. That guy plays all the time. He is never down with an injury. He tried to gut it out, Moj, and then he just couldn't move. Like he was taking baby steps off the floor last night. So that freaked me out. Cam Johnson also has an arm injury. He left after 8 minutes, did not return. So a couple of spooky things. What's nice is, again, you have some more depth this year, which could help, but I don't want Christian missing any big amount of time. And the way that he left the floor just gave me a little bit of the freaks yesterday. Because he is a total necessary component to that team, especially with the defense that he brings to the table.
That is correct. He's a starter for a reason.
He got $25 million a year for a reason.
Not that they can't overcome that and stem the tide when he's gone or if he's gone. When do they play again? They play. Hold on a second. They play in the third. No, when do they play?
It's got to be a couple days from now. I mean, they just had a back-to-back.
Yeah.
Their next game is the 15th.
Okay, so that's
which is Saturday.
Saturday. Okay. So, I mean, if they need to stem the tide, I think they'll be able to do that. Same with the Avs. Look, Bednar said yesterday that Nichushkin is going to miss some time. Don't know how much.
Yeah.
Still very much up in the air. Maybe we'll get more of a clarification today at morning skate.
Mm-hmm.
But Val wasn't even at the facility yesterday. Heck, we talked to Coach yesterday, and he was already there at the rink.
Yep.
8 a.m. He was already at the rink. Not going to the rink or anything like that. He was at the rink.
Yeah.
No Val. Getting looked at, getting imaging, all that kind of thing. So we'll find out hopefully more today, but happens. Every team is going to go through this kind of thing. You just have to find a way through it.
So going back to the Broncos, you asked the question, do you feel any better about this game? I don't know what better is. I feel kind of the same way I have felt, which is, I told you guys earlier in the week, I was the one last year in the face of any sort of common sense, if you will, that thought that the Broncos had a good shot at beating Kansas City at Arrowhead because I thought they matched up well. Because Kansas City's offense was struggling. You have a good defense. You're going to be in the game. Mm-hmm. And then it's kind of like, can you make a play late? And to Bo Nix's credit, he marches them down the field that final drive, gets them in field goal range, should have won, field goal blocked. We know how it ended. This year's different. And there's a couple of numbers as to why. There's one that's really bad for the Broncos and one that's really good. What would you like to start with first, the bad one or the good one?
Let's start with the good. What's really good for the Broncos?
The good one is this. I feel like this game's going to be close because your defense is good enough to keep you in the game. The Chiefs this year in one-score games are 1-4. The Broncos are 6-2. That favors you. Late in the game, now it's still Patrick Mahomes, and we know he can execute late. We know it. But this year, The Broncos have been really good in that category, and the Chiefs haven't been. They have let things go at the end of games in years past that they would have won.
What's the bad?
The bad is this. Since Sean Payton and Bo Nix have been paired together, going back to last year, the Broncos have played 11 games in which their opponent has scored 20 points or more.
Right.
First of all, only allowing your opponent to score 20 points or more 11 times in now over a year and a half is pretty impressive.
Pretty awesome.
But in those games, they're 3-8.
So what you're saying is if the opponent gets to 20 or more, period,
it's usually a bad sign.
You're going to lose the game.
The Chiefs have scored at least 20 points in every game but one this year.
They average over 26 per.
Yeah.
Their offense right now, I think, if I'm right, their offense is like top 7 in the league right now.
I want to say points, yards, everything.
Yards, points per game. I don't think they're quite there. I think they're more like they're top 10. Put it this way. They're top 10 in both yards and points. Now, where they exactly line up, I don't have to look it up. But they're like 7 and 8, something like that. So the odds are that, they're going to put some up on you. Now, I guess the question is, they ain't faced a defense like this. What the Broncos and Vance Joseph are going to throw at them today, they have not seen, not today.
Well, they faced a defense like this once this year.
Yeah, but not this defense.
And that was Philly in week 2 in which they scored 17 points.
This defense is special.
Yeah.
This defense is different. And if you can play this kind of defense against Mahomes and company, and I know it's going to be very difficult, but if you can just force a couple of turnovers. I mean, give me one takeaway this weekend. Just give me one takeaway. Because you're winning despite not winning the takeaway battle. Which is pretty crazy, too.
Yeah.
It almost feels like they're walking. Man, this defense is covering up so many ills. It's unbelievable.
Yep.
They're walking this damn line. And I can throw out 5 things as to why they should be losing football games, but they're not. And there's only one reason they're not. It's because their defense is so badass. I mean, it's just so good. That's why they're not losing these games. And I want to see something else, too. I heard that Peyton cut on the way in.
Sean?
This is starting to get to me a little bit. Why do these things get to me? I guess because I allow them to get to me. He is a header offer at the passer.
Yeah.
Like, you don't need to finish my question for me, Coach.
It's our jobs, to offensively.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was one of the examples. My bad. My B.
He's getting to be a header offer at the passer. Maybe it's just a Luka. I don't know.
Evan.
Here's why I think it's been a little extra this year. If the reason why the Broncos, we had concerns about them was because their defense wasn't good enough and their offense was doing a really great job, I don't think he's as vociferous in his heading off at the pass stuff. But the offense is a reflection of who? It's him. Vance Joseph has been an MVP this year. I just saw a report yesterday that he is one of the hottest names for potential head coaching vacancies in the NFL next year.
Well, he probably should be because he has his defense playing at a level that's just exquisite.
And again, you've been out there, and I've mentioned this when we were we did that month and a half every year of training camp shows where we watch practice every day. What happens when they break out of stretches? The offense goes one side, the defense goes another side. Does Sean Payton walk over to the defensive side?
Nope.
He stays there with the offense the whole time, right? He looks at Vance, he goes, you got it.
You got it.
I'm going to focus on the offense. And when his side of the football isn't doing their job to the proper standard,
Evan.
it's a bad reflection on him and the job that he's doing. Now, what's funny, Moj, is there's 3 teams in the league that are dealing with the same thing. The Broncos are certainly one, where their offense is not living up to the standard of what the defense is doing.
Well, certainly in Green Bay, they're dealing with it.
Green Bay is dealing with it, and they're losing, which is much different. And also,
but
Philly is dealing with it.
They only have 3 losses.
But they've lost 2 in a row.
Yeah, but they're tight.
And tied a game.
But they're walking. See, that's the thing. Broncos are walking on top of that fence. And if they fall, they're falling back to their own side.
They're Philly. Green
Bay's walking that fence, and when they slip, they're falling into the dog pit. Brr!
No, it's what Philly's doing. They just Antonio A.J. Brown was just talking yesterday and said, hey, man, the reason why I'm complaining, it's not just about me. It's that if we play this level of offense in the postseason, we're going to lose. And I thought about that for a second, and I go, he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt because he has been a me and mine and I want mine in the offense guy before. But that quote right there.
We ain't wrong.
If Jalen Hurts said it, you would have called him a great leader for saying that out loud. Now, it's A.J. Brown, so you see that through a different lens because he has been selfish in the past.
I just think Sirianni is tired of him talking, period.
Yes.
I think that's what's going on there. He's just tired of, even if the most glorious thing comes out of his mouth, Sirianni doesn't want to hear it.
Right.
And I think, and like you said, because he's been such a squeaky wheel that anything he says is going to be skewed in terms of how you perceive it. He's not wrong, though. He really is not wrong.
Reminder real quick, the keyword for this hour is Cutler, so text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Got a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets and Bulls on the 17th.
So, Bo Nix has said a lot of the same things, though. I mean, it's not like
same things as what?
As what A.J. Brown said about the Eagles. Not to that specific length or depth, perhaps, but he's acknowledged that, look, we've got to pick up our side of the ball.
Yeah.
We have to. I mean, dude, you're 10 weeks into the season. You're going to have listen, you have 10 days to prepare for the Chiefs. Awesome. Thank goodness. You're going to have a bye week. And I'm guessing that Sean Payton is going to be working overtime during that bye week, whether he wants to or not. It's going to be it's probably on his mind 24/7.
Yep.
When he shuts his eyes at night, he's got offense running through his brain on how to fix this thing. Time's running out, bro. You're going to be 11 weeks in with your bye. So that's 12 weeks total. You got to get this worked out. You got to get it worked out like now.
Well, and I bring up the 20 points thing because it's, that's not asking a ton. If you got to score 31 to win a football game, that's a lot. If I say, hey, man, you got to get to like 24, that should be about what your offense can put up in a game. Give or take. Have a couple games where you score 30, a couple where you score 17, but like 24 should be if you're a real contending team, should be a standard that should be wholly reachable each week, no matter who you're really playing. And in this game, you're facing a tough defense, and their offense can score. Now, at the same time, I am having a bit of a tough time trying to figure out who the Chiefs are. Because the Chiefs have not beaten good opponents this year. When they face them, they've typically lost. They beat Detroit at home in a game where, if you remember, that was like a must for Kansas City. They had to win that game, or else they were going to be so far behind the 8 ball.
Well, don't you think that they probably look at this game and think the same thing?
Exactly what I'm getting at. And a texter earlier said, treat this game like the Broncos are playing with house money. Oh, here you go. Hey, look, the Broncos are playing with house money on Sunday. They're underdogs at home with 3 starters out of the lineup. You can see why. Kansas City needs this game more than the Broncos do, but the Broncos pull out a win. Oh, baby. I don't think this is a free money game. This is not house money. This is a chance for you to bury the Chiefs. The Chiefs win this game. Guess who's right there? Michael Myers standing in the middle of the street with the butcher's knife. Like, they're back.
Yeah.
If you actually win this game, they're done. They aren't making up a 4-game deficit with 7 games left to go. That's over. Now, 2-game deficit and a tiebreaker with 7 games left, I would almost bet that the Chiefs would come back and win the division.
And by the way, don't look now, but the team that has a Band-Aid put together makeshift offensive line is right on your tail still.
Yeah, that too.
Now, again, I don't think the Chargers are going to be a team that can win the division. I don't think it'd be hard for me to believe that they'd win the division. But you know what they're not doing? They're not going away.
You beat the Chiefs, it becomes a 2-horse race between you and the Chargers are so broken that you'd almost have to win the division after that. That's what this game is. This is not a house money game. This is huge. This is the chance to kill the demon. You got the Excalibur. You're staring at a dragon, and he stuck his neck out. Can you chop it or not?
Now, see, here's the thing, bro.
I know I'm mixing metaphors and movies.
When you screwed up, because
I just meant a big sword, and I just
King
first
Arthur
thing
didn't fight
the first
no
thing
dragon,
I thought
bro.
was Excalibur is a big sword.
You're going full. You see, you're mixing up Game of Thrones. You're mixing up Harry Potter.
No, I was thinking
and then
more
you're trying to throw some Lancelot in there, and that ain't gonna work.
No, I was thinking more of just a dragon that's sitting on a pile of money, and the pile of money's the AFC West.
Oh, okay.
And the Excalibur was just a giant sword. It's the first thing that came to my mind.
It wasn't bad, but when you took the story a little bit further.
Plus, saying the name Excalibur is just really cool and fun.
Yeah, I like that movie. Do you ever see that movie?
I did.
I liked it.
303-504-0925. One last reminder, the keyword for this hour is Cutler, like Jay Cutler. Cutler in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Gets you a chance to be in Ball Arena for that Nuggets-Bulls game on the 17th. Back after this.
Guys, I'm going to ask you a question. A little bit intimate here, but are you dealing with erectile dysfunction? It's none of my business, but don't suffer in silence. Don't just keep sloughing it off like it's no big deal, because the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can absolutely help you. Good news is that they have effective treatments that are way better than all those pills and herbals and all that kind of thing, and their success rate is well over 90%. That means you can get back to being you right away. Promising results are there for you to be had, and they offer personalized treatment plans tailored to each patient's unique needs. They've got 5 locations in Colorado. They've served over 10,000 men up and down the Front Range, from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So why not give them a call today? 720-440-7900. Get that ED taken care of. You're going to be happy that you're back to being you, and your partner will as well. 720-440-7900, or again, go online, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I feel like in the NBA, if you're not up by 40 points, you're going to put your best players back in to make sure you get to a certain point to win the game. There's zero disrespect in that. There was no, how many points does he have? I definitely, because he had sat for a while with Jonas, how good Jonas was playing. I thought about it, but I did think they started to press us. And he's one of our best ball handlers. He's a guy that can, bleed the clock. He's one of the best players alive. And so if you're trying to win games in the NBA, 17 points, 18 points, it's not that big of a deal with 5 minutes to go with a bunch of guys that, by the way, made 16 threes. And the guys that were in the game, Batum had 2, Sanders 3, Miller had 5. And so it would be stupid for me not to put my best players back in to make sure we win the game.
It's David Adelman for why Jokic re-entered the game.
Why does
in
he
the
have
fourth.
to explain himself?
You put him in to close the game out.
I didn't hear how the question was asked. Was it an accusatory type of question, or was it just, hey, you decided to put him back in there, what was your thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know. It was 6 minutes left in the game, up 19 points. Jokic came in. And it's like he played 3 more minutes to close the game out, and then they took him back out. Whatever.
It's not like you're up 45-3 in the fourth quarter and you stick Tom Brady back in the game.
Yeah.
No, it's not like that.
By the way, what makes it even more remarkable is that Jokic did all that in 3 quarters.
Yeah, he only played 34 minutes last night.
He took 1 shot in the fourth quarter that he made that got him to 55, but his stat line through 3 quarters was 52, 11, and 5 on 17 of 22 from the floor.
Just so stupid. I mean, it's just so ridiculous.
How about this one? This is from our boy Jake Coyne, the Stat Squatch. In NBA history, only one player has ever done each of these in the same season. A 50-point game, a 30, 15, and 15 game, and a 25-plus point game without attempting a free throw. Jokic done that in 8 days.
It's insane.
It's a week's worth of work.
I think nowadays in society, it just feels like people, they're looking for things to get angry about. You know what I mean?
What do you mean? With that Adelman answer?
Just in life. People look for things to be mad about when there's nothing to be mad about, right?
Yeah.
And I shouldn't be mad about this. I'm going to include myself. Man, it was all I could do to get to 8:30 last night to watch that game again. Because, and what I'm getting at there is that, again, you're seeing this performance by Nikola Jokic, but today, people are going to see maybe a handful of highlights, maybe.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody in the East Coast watching that game. It tipped off at 10:35 or whatever.
Right.
PM. I mean, the night before, we tipped off at 9 o'clock, and it's all I could do to get through that whole entire game. Same kind of story last night, but when Joker's doing what he's doing, I'm not going to leave that game.
In the middle of the day yesterday, I had I turned on my TV, and it was on ESPN. And it was the Inside the NBA guys. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. I go, wouldn't it be nice if we got this early of coverage? You know what I mean? Like if we were just like, oh, it's a 5:30 game. How about that?
I was telling my wife, I'm like, I can't wait till they go to New York.
Yeah.
I can't wait. I don't know how, because I'm in it with the Avs, right? I'm in it. But how is it for people like when the puck drops at 5:08 in the evening? I mean, because obviously I'm at the rink doing the game in New York. It's 7 o'clock to me.
Right.
But it's 5 o'clock back in Denver. Is that like, do people race home from work and like they catch it, or they listen to Connor on the way home and blah, blah, blah? I mean, is that kind of how they do it? Is it a good thing?
Could be.
And that game is done by 7:45. You're out the door, done.
The other part of this
I'm curious how people view that, if they like that. Because I'm telling you right now, there are a handful of human beings on the East Coast that saw Joker dominate last night.
Well, and I'll tell you this. One thing about last night, the Clippers stink. They're bad. And I know that they were out Kawhi and they were without Bradley Beal, who I guess is out for the year. He had like a fracture on his hip or something.
Well, he's got like the it's one of those hip wing fracture things.
Yeah. But they're not very good anymore. I didn't think they would be. Beginning of the year, people talk about the Clippers all the time. I'm like, stop.
What if you had to? It was your job. Brett, it's your job. Part of your job. To watch James Harden play basketball every night.
Can't do that. Can't do it.
I hate the way he plays
He's
the game.
really talented. I mean, he's really talented, but I don't like it either.
No.
The fouls he draws and how he draws them.
Yeah.
I hate the way he plays the game.
I want to vomit. I want to vomit.
Yeah. Demps, I do too. It just drives me insane to watch him play.
You know who is like really? I had a fun time watching last night because with injuries, they had to go a little bit deeper off their bench. Strother got some playing time. Spencer Jones, a fun little watch. Like, he entered that game, Moj, and I don't know what you put Spencer Jones in this roster. Is he the 12th guy, the 11th, the 13th, whatever?
He's probably somewhere in that capacity.
And he steps on the floor and immediately, within like 20 seconds, is standing in the corner for a three, contested, but had the balls just be like, I'm in the game, I'm shooting.
Knocked it down.
And knocked it down right away. But he plays with his hair on fire on defense. I just like him. You watch him, and knowing his role on the team, know exactly why he's made the team.
He also did not have a great shooting night last night, but I'm liking Tim Hardaway Jr.'s game a lot, too.
What do you mean he didn't have a good shooting night? I thought he was awesome shooting the ball. Hardaway?
Was he? I don't think he was. I don't know.
He's 3 of 5 from 3.
Was he?
Yeah.
God, it didn't seem like that.
Dude, his release.
Because I saw his release is great. I saw him miss a couple shots. I'm like, okay, well, but he's affecting the game in all these other different ways.
No, I thought he was great last night.
I like the way he plays the game. Listen, I'm watching the Nuggets on a nightly basis, and I come away going, I like that guy. Oh, you know what? I like that guy. And I like that guy. And by the way, that guy had a good game. Oh, and I like what this guy's doing.
This is what I wanted to get to.
It's a lot like the Avs. I mean, the very few nights, there's been maybe 3 games this season where I go, that guy didn't have it tonight. This guy didn't have it tonight.
The Nuggets are 9-2. How many games do you think they've won by less than 10 points? The answer's 1. They beat the Kings by 6. And that was 6 games ago. Every other game has been you're able to rest guys basically at the end of it. Or at least they aren't going super intense in the last, 5 minutes.
Right.
They've played a pretty soft schedule to start this year. Now, big test coming up against the T-Wolves. They're going to Minnesota on Saturday. So that's going to be one of those, sort of litmus test games. They played Minnesota once already, got that win earlier in Minnesota. But you can take your first 2 against Minnie, kind of get that sort of whatever that stink is from the last couple of years where they've kind of dominated you. Really stick it to them by winning a second game this early in the season. I think it'd be huge.
Jeff says, talk about the time zone and whatnot. I have to beg my parents to let me stay up to watch the game. But what makes it worse is I'm 34. Austin says, Moser should quit watching basketball. Why should I quit watching basketball?
Whatever. Bottom line is, Nuggets were great last night. Jokic has been unbelievable to start. I am very concerned, though, about Christian Brown and Cam Johnson. That's 2 guys in your starting lineup that both left the game and did not return after just a few minutes of being on the floor.
But you would have to admit that as of this second, they are more equipped to handle that situation than they have been in a long, long time.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
then.
That's the good news.
Okay, then.
But yeah, go ahead, Moshe.
Well, I want to tell you about Vitalant and the Avalanche, fighting cancer in November. During the month of November, schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. That's not an easy thing to say, virtual blood drive link.
Yeah.
Say it.
Virtual blood drive link.
It's not easy, though, is it?
No, it's not.
Everyone who donates will be entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. Point is, donate, because over 25% of blood donations go to fighting cancer. Go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more information and to schedule your donation today.
303-504-0925. Jeff Legbold's going to join us at 8:30. Emmanuel Sanders is going to join us at 9. Always good to talk to Emmanuel. Reminder to you guys that where's my sheet? Altitude Sports Radio has your listening needs covered tonight. Avs and Sabres coverage starts at 6:30 with the Avalanche pregame show presented by Ramos Law on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jets Patriots will air on AM 950 with coverage starting at 5:30. Altitude Sports Radio, your home for the Nuggets, Avalanche, and the NFL on Westwood One.
Couple things real quick. Number one, Val's out. Don't know how long. Try to find out today. Number two, Nathan McKinnon is still 6 clear.
Still?
Of everybody else in scoring lead, 32 points. Number three, Buffalo got worked last night in Utah.
What was the final?
5-2.
Yeah.
They got worked. I don't know, man. It was worked in the third period. They gave up 4 total in the third.
Well, Buffalo they aren't very good.
Yeah, they had a 2-1 lead after 2, but then they just fell apart. And you're like, okay, so what's going to happen? They're playing in the back-to-back. Avs got to attack tonight.
Yep.
I'll get guys keys in about an hour.
In about an hour.
Okay.
Again, you can hear that game right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff Legwold at 8:30. Stick around.
ho, ho, ho.
Jeff Legwald at 8:30. Bo Nix does not like the talkie. He does not like that. So there's a clip yesterday. It was a long clip. What was it, Nelly? Like 3 minutes of an answer from Bo Nix, which is rare. Here's a portion of it. It's him on handling the criticisms of being the quarterback of the Denver Broncos when the offense is playing poorly.
For whatever reason in life and in football, people think that we have this opportunity to doubt or question or hype up or tear down, these guys. And it's really in sport in general. We make this entertainment business a lot bigger than what it is, and we forget that, everybody's just out here having a good time, having fun, doing the best they can. But for me, it's quite simple. Really, I delete all my social media. I don't even have it. So unless somebody says it to my face, I don't really hear it. And nobody's ever bold enough to say it to your face. So really, I don't get on social media. There was a time to where it was early on in my career at Auburn. We were undefeated. We went to Florida and we lost, and that's when I really actually got to know the bad side of this sport.
All right. Then don't play.
Oh, you know what, Moj?
Hang on. Listen. He's probably smart to delete social media. If I could delete it, I probably would. But I can't. I need it for my job. I will say this about my discussions regarding Bo Nix. I've never said anything, ever, about Bo Nix that I wouldn't say right to his face right this second in this studio or anywhere. Because nobody's beating up the person. Nobody's beating up the player. Everybody acknowledges that, hey, listen, if you're going to get to where you want to go, and even he knows this, everybody's going to have to be better, including you, including your coach, including the play calling, including everything.
Yeah.
That's not a criticism. That's a fact. They know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. Why is it so difficult to acknowledge it? I have a question for you and the listeners out there.
Yeah.
I want to hear from people. 303-504-0925. And on the Twitch and the YouTube and the everywhere else. How does he rub you?
He's got some of
How just a simple question. Lay it out. How does Bo Nix rub you? I'm just curious.
Look, I will say this with Bo sometimes, because I've mentioned this before, you hear him speak, and it's almost like Sean Payton is talking. Like, that's what it feels like. Like, Sean Payton has just entered his brain and is being the ventriloquist while just using Bo Nix's voice. Because they think alike, they sound alike. There are times where Bo gets a little, what's the right way to put this? I don't know if it's like hoity-toity or but it's got this vein of like
snooty.
Yeah, snooty, like
snotty.
I know that
snotty.
I know that I'm struggling right now, but I know better than you, and I think that
back, do it to the other team.
That approach when you're not playing well is not the best thing, because people want to see accountability more than anything else. Not to say that he hasn't been accountable. The issue for him though is, you can delete social media and you can not be online, but that's not going to stop your dad. It's not going to stop your girlfriend. It's not going to stop your friends. It's not going to stop your brother. It's not going to stop those guys from being able to take that all in. It's going to get back to you in one way or another. And I know that because the tone that he used lets me know he's seen plenty of it, right? Plenty. There's one way to fix it. Put 28 up on the Chiefs and watch how fast that tune changes. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And by the way, he's talking about the criticism. Maybe he doesn't want the praise either. Because when he's made plays, we've talked at length about his legs, about all kinds of good things that he has done as a quarterback. Have we not?
Yeah.
And I've repeatedly on this program said I like him, and he's going to get it. I know he's going to get it. It's just a matter of when and how much, right? enough to win you a Super Bowl. I think he's going to get there. It ain't there yet, but I think he's so. There's also good that comes with this. Okay, look, he's probably smart to delete his social media, but you're the quarterback of the Denver Broncos. People, you're in the sport because people are fans of the sport. That's why you get paid. That's why you play, because people want to see it. If you don't want it, I mean, he's not saying he doesn't want it, but if you don't want it, then don't play.
Well, I mean,
he's not saying, well, what, Brett?
I don't think that he's...
nobody's immune. Do you
Hang on. I don't think he's, incapable of handling some criticism or anything like that. But I see something like this. Texter says, Bo Nix is the guy. He is speaking truth. Media, for some reason, is trying to tear this guy down, which is weird. It's not tearing Bo down.
Who is? Show me an example where the media is trying to tear down Bo Nix.
Show
me who is that? 3418. Do me a favor. Text in with a link to where anybody's tearing him down. Please do. And by the way, tearing him down means they're going after him hard.
Well, it's when you don't play well, these are the things that are said. Jordan Love has been rewarded with a $250 million contract. Jordan Love is not immune from somebody saying, hey, man, you've lost 2 games in a row at home and put up a combined 20 points in the last 2 weeks. The hell's going on here? Because it should be better, and if it is, we all kind of know what the situation is. If Bo Nix plays at an incredibly high level, the Denver Broncos could win a Super Bowl because the defense is certainly that caliber and then some. They aren't just good enough to win the Super Bowl. They might be good enough in spite of mediocre to bad offense to win a Super Bowl. That's how good your defense is. If it's kind of the same discussion we've had. All right, I'm going to make a comparison. You might punch me over it.
I might punch you anyway.
Bo reminds me a lot of Georgie.
Wait. Alexander Georgiev?
Yeah. Here's why.
Bang! Come on, man. Bang!
Georgiev Georgiev had stretches.
Well, I like the guy in the background. As he's teeing this drunk up, and the guy goes, come on, man.
Okay, but hang on.
Bang! Come on, man.
Let me get this out.
Yes, please.
I don't think that his career is going to end the same way as Georgiev's. But here's what I mean. What did the Avs need from their goaltending to be a Stanley Cup contender? They just needed you to be okay.
He had to be good.
They needed you to be fine.
Yeah, fine.
Darcy Kemper wasn't some world beater goalie in the NHL, but he was fine. He was good. Georgiev had way too many instances of long stretches of bad play that derailed any sort of progress for you as a team. But he would have some stretches where it's like, I think that's good enough to win with. And that's why he stuck around for as long as he did. I think Bo Nix has a little bit of that quality to him, where it could be bad first quarter, bad second, bad third, good fourth, and you go, well, I mean, you got that. If you can just do that a little bit more, then who knows where this team could go? I mean, and that's kind of what I'm talking about here. And it's not, nobody's taking shots at Bo Nix because it's fun to poke and prod. It's, I think, legitimate criticism of how that position's being played. And the bigger question is this. I know that guys hate when you do something like this and you move the goalposts, but I've moved them because this defense is insane. And when you have that, you have to reevaluate and be like, if that's that good, then what do you need? What else do you need? And it's just, I need an okay offense. And too many times this year, it hasn't been okay. It's been straight up booty. You start a game in which you have 4 consecutive 3-and-outs. I mean, that's not good enough.
Right.
Considering what the defense is doing. And again, this isn't a unique situation at Denver. Green Bay's dealing with this right now. Philly's dealing with this right now. And it doesn't feel, Do you guys think that people are being unfair to Jordan Love or unfair to Jalen Hurts? Or are they looking at those teams as like, man, those are really talented. And if their offense can't get it in gear, it'd be really disappointing.
Absolutely.
You feel like you'd be wasting something.
That's not beating up Jordan Love, and that's not beating up Jalen Hurts or anybody like that. And by the way, the Eagles, because they've won a Super Bowl, have a little bit more leeway. Nobody's beating them up. Look, it's the same thing. Brett, how often on this program do we get criticized? From listeners.
All the time, every segment.
Do people blast Vic?
Yep.
Do people blast you?
Yep.
Remember that one guy that every day of his life he would text in and said how much he hated your guts?
It was like my good morning text. It was 6:15 in the morning. He said, Kane sucks every morning.
Yeah, every day. I've got Margaret.
Margaret gets after you.
Margaret hates my guts with a passion. She loves you and Vic, but she hates my guts.
She's got a wealth of evidence, though. She's got a real wealth of evidence.
She's got a binder full of note-taking, I'm sure, that would in triplicate. But it's part of the deal of being on this program. It's part of the deal of, listen, when the Avs score a big goal against Winnipeg or something. Oh, Jets fans. I mean, whomever, right? Screw you. They say mean things to you. People say mean things, whether it's warranted or not. And maybe sometimes it is warranted.
Yeah.
Maybe Margaret at times has a point about hating my guts. Maybe she's right. Could be.
A wealth of evidence.
But it comes with the territory. If you're the quarterback of the Denver Broncos, delete all your social media. That's fine. But it comes with the territory. You want to play big boy football? You're going to get big boy criticism or big boy praise or big boy whatever. I mean, it's just, I don't know, man. To hear, I like the way he puts it. I don't dislike him. To me, he talks like a guy who's won more than he has. That's all. And that I'm not. That's not a mean thing to say. I like the kid. I like his brashness. I like his gumption, his oomph. But I don't like this. Nobody would say it to my face. That kind of thing. I'm like, come on, dude. Come on.
Can I do it? Can I do this another way?
Yeah. Like, do you think Margaret would say it to my face?
I'm sure.
I bet she would.
See, like, Wando doesn't like me on the text line. He said,
Yeah,
Kane, you don't suck. You're just a poor radio host. And I'm like, I think that's a synonym.
That's
but can we do one thing? You're not fat. You're just not skinny.
You're a slow healer.
And I know the texter isn't doing this. So I'm not calling this one out in particular, but he said, Elway got blasted every game. The criticism is completely normal. John Elway was criticized every game. Half the people wanted him benched for the first 14 years of his career, blah, blah, blah. I've seen a lot of this stuff when it comes to Bo Nix this year because the Broncos are winning. And they're like, well, if you go back to when Elway, I'm like, can we not do the Bo Nix to Elway thing? Like, that's not. I mentioned this a couple weeks ago. It would be the same thing as saying, well, Bo Nix is like Tebow. No, he's not. He's not like Tebow. And he's not like Elway.
He's not.
He's not like Josh Allen. No. He's not like any of these different guys.
No, he's not.
Bo Nix he's had good games. You know, the one thing that bothers me is I need to see, even if you have a bad game, he's still a young quarterback, younger. I need to see the plays that make you think, okay, well, if he can start to do that more consistently, then things could be totally different. I haven't seen enough of those, and that's been my beef this year, is that the special moments that you'd see out of him. And what's funny, Moj, I think those could lie with his legs, and he's not using them.
We'll talk to, there's so much knowledge coming your way, people, in the next hour on this program. And not from Brett, clearly. Nope. Maybe a little bit from me. I'll clue you up on some Avs and Sabres tonight for sure. But we're going to talk to Leggy at 8:30. And we're going to talk to Emmanuel Sanders at the top of the hour at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And
Emmanuel's been on those offenses that they've struggled with really great defense.
And when he comes on this program, I love Emmanuel Sanders, by the way.
Yeah, he's great.
When he comes on this program, he is remarkably honest.
Yes.
And he should be. He's got nothing to hide, right? But he's going to give you, I'm sure, a great perspective on all of this, including the pushback, because I think even he would admit at times, you know, the wide receivers, you know what they get? They get a little diva.
Yeah.
A little bit, right?
They don't want to be out there doing cardio all game. You know what I mean?
I don't want to be the best at What exercising?
I don't want to be the best at exercising. I want to play real sports. Got another keyword coming your way in just a few minutes. Jeff Legwald at 8:30. Emmanuel Sanders
Margaret.
at 9 o'clock. Stick around. All right, it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We'll talk to Jeff Legwold in a second, but every hour on the 20s is a new keyword for each show, giving away a pair of tickets to the game the 17th against the Bulls. Your keyword for this hour is Goulet. Goulet.
Well, we talking about Michel Goulet?
I'm assuming so.
Because he never played in Colorado, but he played for the franchise, obviously.
Yeah.
And finished up with Chicago. Do you know how good of a hockey player Michel Goulet was?
Did I ever tell you this, by the way? I was fortunate enough years ago, because he played for Chicago and Quebec, obviously.
Right.
So I was fortunate enough, I think it was last year, that I got my dad and my brother out to play at Sanctuary. And so we show up to the course, and I walk in the clubhouse, and I see McGahee, of all people, sitting there having a breakfast burrito. I was like, oh, hey, Connor. And then we got done with the round, walked back in afterwards, and we saw Connor again. He was sitting at the table. He played with Michel Goulet and his son. And I go, hey, Dad, Nolan, this is Michel. And they shake his hand. We walk out, and I go, I don't know if you guys know this. That's like the 15th all-time goal scorer in NHL history. That's the hand you just shook. And my brother goes, I knew something was up because he squeezed the life out of my hand.
Yeah.
Because he's got bear paws.
He's an absolute stud and,
But
and a very, very nice man. And he was a great hockey player.
Keyword for this hour is Goulet. Goulet. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Speaking of guys, I bet if you shook his hand, would break a knuckle.
Probably.
It's Jeff Legwold. ESPN.com and joined us on the Ramos
You know what
hotline.
it is?
Jeff,
it's
you
the
got
gene
bear
pool.
paws, don't you?
Yeah.
Like, if you wanted to throw some hands, you could do some damage. Yeah, look at those.
Yep.
You do some damage with those, couldn't you?
I'm an artist.
It's the gene pool. His old man had railroad hands.
Yeah,
Jeff got the railroad hands. There you go.
Jeff, another week, another game for the Broncos in which they won. Am I allowed to be critical after they've won 7 straight about the offense? Is that allowed?
Well, I always say that many coaches have told me through the years they feel like they're in a good spot if you're grading the quality of victory. So I think that's what we're doing. And the last time the Broncos did something big, like win the Super Bowl, I can recall we graded victories a lot of those weeks the same way we are now. I dug this out the other day because I keep thinking about it, but they were in 12 one-score games that season. I think we always forget, when we look back on things, when you look back, everything's always sort of awesome in a lot of ways, but they were 9-3 in one-score games that year. So I think this is just who this team is until, something happens differently on offense, but it ain't pretty. And I don't think, they have to apologize for it, but, always the question is, can you get all the way to the finish line if it ain't pretty? And that's kind of where we're at.
Jeff, you've done this a long time. You've talked to thousands of football players and coaches. How would you characterize what's now being said by the Broncos head coach and by the quarterback?
Typical, I think. I don't think anybody's happy on the offensive side of the ball. You have a coach here and who, he made his resume on, having an offense that set records, 5,000-yard passing seasons multiple times for his quarterback in Drew Brees. Division title after division title. Yeah, it wasn't the strongest division in the league for sure. And they played indoor ball a lot of the time. But his, sort of history in the NFL is being one of the best, or considered one of the best play callers and productive offense. So this is driving him nuts. And I think you're seeing a little of that publicly. And I think this is Bo's, first real wrestling match with what it is to play quarterback in this town. And I always quote the late great Mike Heimerdinger. I knew Dinger for a long time, and Dinger called plays in New York for the Jets and was on Mike Shanahan's staff here for the Super Bowl wins. And Dinger always said, without hesitation, this was a much tougher town to be the quarterback in than New York. And I've always said that. I've always believed it. I asked John Elway one time, John, what was tougher, doing the job or having the job? And he didn't even hesitate. And he said, having the job. And this is where Bo Nix is at. He's learning what Peyton Manning knew, what John Elway knew, what Craig Morton knew, what Jake Plummer knows. It's tough to be the quarterback in this town because there aren't many places to hide, and there's almost no one who isn't interested in what you're doing.
Leggy, we have I do this to you occasionally where I say, I got a theory, and then you either back up my theory or you tear it down. But in this case, it's we have a theory. And feel free to use this as a quote in one of your articles and quote me on it.
Let me get my pen ready just in case.
We have dubbed a term on this show for Bo Nix and Sean Payton, which is Sackholm syndrome, which Bo Nix has such happy feet and maybe is a part of that because Sean Payton, who hates quarterbacks who take sacks, tells him over and over, can't take a sack, can't do it. Is that messing with the clock in his head?
There's probably some of that too. I mean, there's probably some of that in there. Whatever the play caller's chief beef is, the quarterback's play is going to reflect that. If a guy keeps pounding somebody about interceptions, the quarterback isn't going to take any chances. He's not going to throw a tight window throw. And I think that's always the line you have to walk when you're developing a young quarterback, because you don't want to strip all of the instinct away, trying to avoid the bad things. I mean, I think sometimes you just have to accept some bad things are going to happen in a game. There are an awful lot of really good players out there. Pat Surtain is going to intercept somebody's pass no matter how good you are throwing it at some point. So I think there is some of that. I think the chief directive has been don't take sacks. I mean, Peyton has gone as far as to say he considers them almost like turnovers, given the impact on a drive. And the statistics in some ways probably bear that out. Turnovers are always the worst, but I think the math does show when you have sacks, especially deep sacks, 12, 14 yards, those are drive enders in a lot of cases, and the Broncos defense is proof of that. How many drives have they ended this season simply because they keep sacking people?
Exactly. Yep, but some teams, Jeff, are able to overcome that. I mean, Drake May's the most sacked quarterback in the league, and he's kicking some major tail.
He's also one of the most accurate, Moshe.
Yeah.
You look at his accuracy numbers through the intermediate and deep part of the field, he's one of the most accurate throwers in the league right now. And beyond 10 yards, Bo Nix is one of the least accurate throwers in the league right now.
Why did that change? Bo Nix last year, we all knew he had happy feet, he had some bad footwork, but he's 6 completion percentage points less than last season.
Well, I would say his footwork is 6 completion points worse than it was last year. His footwork, as I've reviewed it and gone over it, and I've looked at every game at least 3 times, again, his footwork isn't quite where it was even last year. And I think that's the root of it all. And that's on everybody involved. But some of that is if the offense doesn't have sort of the rhythm, and I don't think they have a rhythm now. They got tons of guys going on and off the field. They don't hit the line of scrimmage at the same time on the play clock, almost even on consecutive plays. They don't have the drumbeat the good offenses have. And that's not Bo Nix's fault. He's in there. He bears some responsibility, but that part isn't on him. And I think Bo is taking a lot of the public criticism when some of the stuff is out of his control and it's all involved. And Sean Payton, to his credit, did say that yesterday.
Yeah.
He said definitively, this isn't Bo. And, I think that showed a little bit to me that he is at least stepping in front of some of the, stuff being thrown at his quarterback. He needs to do it more. I think Bo's footwork and play will improve if he thinks he's getting a little backing from the top.
I look at it though, Jeff, excuse me, and I say to myself, he didn't take sacks before. Right. So, he was never a, quote, sack taker. So why do you need to pound it into his head, number one? It'd be like this. It'd be like if my dad said to me when I was a kid, hey, man, don't shoot heroin. Don't shoot heroin. Don't shoot heroin. Don't shoot heroin. Well, Dad, I don't. Okay, I won't. I mean, I don't want to, but I don't anyway. It's like I don't know. There's got to be some sort of happy medium in there where everybody's chill and okay, man, we're cool. That's got to be in there somewhere because we've seen it.
I love how you pick like the most drastic
drug on the planet, right?
You can't pick like something, like don't eat donuts or something.
Right,
you go right
for the jugular.
Yeah.
Well,
doing the radio thing now.
We slam donuts on this show.
Yeah. Well, I think there is some of that, Moshe. I think everyone on the offensive side of the ball is gripping the bat way too tight in a baseball analogy, because look at how the defense plays. They play free, they play athletic, they play fast. I mean, they are just swarming everything. And you can't play that way if there isn't a comfort level in playing alongside each other and the scheme you're in. The defense has all of that working. You want to look at team chemistry? Watch the Broncos defense play.
Yeah.
They have 4 pass rushers that are the least selfish pass rushers in the NFL, and they have all 4 of them right next to each other. And they're 1-2 in quarterback hits. Zach Allen, Nick Bonito. I've never seen that in my career, I don't think.
Yeah.
Since like Reggie White days, and they didn't even track that stuff too much back then. But they have the guy, I mean, it's unselfish, it's chemistry. They don't have that look on offense because everybody is just grinding the gears. And, nobody, they don't care what I think here. I get it. But I mean, I certainly would go the route of, these are my 12 favorite plays, and we're going to run these over and over again until they absolutely, make them punt 6 times in a row. I would trim a lot down and sort of play the all-star team of the playbook for a little while.
All right, Kansas City's in town. Mahomes is still a witch. We know that. Look, the Chiefs, I think people overlook the fact that the Chiefs' defense is also pretty dang good, and their offense, say what you will, their offense still pretty dang good, and they can spread it all around. When you look at this game, what do you see, Jeff? And we think the Broncos can win, but man, you have a real opportunity here to put the Chiefs at bay and say you are not winning the division, period, end of story.
Is it not hilarious? And look, I'm in this group of people, but I think it's hilarious. The Chiefs wouldn't make the playoffs right now, just by the way the AFC is. And they're still the Super Bowl favorites in some places. I think that's really a testament to what people think of Mahomes, especially, and Andy Reid. Look, that they're coming off a bye, and Andy Reid is, you want to talk, that's as close to a sure thing over the years as anything in the NFL, an Andy Reid team coming off a bye. But their defense has really will be the quirk for the Broncos. I mean, I think Justin Herbert in the opener, so you can't really count the opener, is the only quarterback to really move the ball consistently against this defense. I think he's the only 300-yard game they've surrendered. I don't think the Raiders had 100 yards in the game they played, maybe 120 or something like that. But they're really good on defense. They don't have quite the personnel they did last year, but they schematically, they don't give you the same look very often on the same drive. And that's been an issue for Bo Nix, like it would be for any second-year quarterback, to get that much variety, especially simulated pressures. The Broncos may be the only team better at simulated pressure right now than the Chiefs are.
So, reminder to the listeners that your keyword for this hour is Goulet. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Got a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Nuggets in the Bulls on the 17th. Jeff Legwald is with us. Just rapid fire here on a few of these, Leggy. Went back and looked over the last 2 years. When Broncos opponents score 20 points or more, the Broncos are 3-8 in those games. One of them was the Dallas game earlier this year with a garbage touchdown from the Cowboys at the end that didn't matter. Another was the Browns game from last year where you had 2 defensive touchdowns. The Chiefs scored 20 or more points in each of their games this season except for one. Is that a bigger stat than the Chiefs being 1-4 in one-possession games this year?
They're both probably, very telling. I mean, obviously points are ultimately the decision on everything. So those are big stats. But that's a sign of a team that's been around and done things. You got to keep them on the canvas in a game when you get them down. Now, the Broncos have shown that this year. I mean, for all we keep talking about Bo Nix, no quarterback in the league has more comeback wins this year than Bo Nix does. And, the Broncos are the only team with 4 fourth-quarter wins this year. So the Broncos have shown that mentality, but the Chiefs have lived it for basically Patrick Mahomes' career. If they're in a 1-score game or even a 2-score game, they're not out of it ever.
And then finally, last two real quick. No J.K. Dobbins, it looks like, this week. How big of an impact is that?
Yeah, I still I think that may be multiple weeks, but I think they're all involved. They're still trying to get as much information as possible as to what the recovery of this will be. And with the bye week, the bye week kind of affects the math, but it's a big deal. I mean, he's one of the best per carry running backs in the league right now. And when the offense has moved this season, you can usually trace it back to J.K. Dobbins getting some drives going with some first and second down carries. So I think he has been the one thing that has consistently been a good thing. They don't use him enough, in my opinion, but that is an enormous issue.
And then finally, Leggy, you are a historian of all sport. You like all the sports. I just have a comparison to be made here, and I need your help. We're watching Nikola Jokic do something ungodly, which is like just not miss a shot. He's 18 of 23 last night for 55 points. And Moser made the comparison that it's like he's almost like Barry Bonds when he was at his peak, where you're walking him with the bases loaded just because the damage he can do. But as far as efficiency, who would you say is the most efficient football player you've ever seen?
Probably Brady at his best.
Yeah.
I just think, now, that kind of efficiency is the rarest of the rare, but, I didn't see him too much live, but I've watched a lot of game film, and, I think when you look at a player like Otto Graham way back, he was like the first quarterback who brought efficiency into the world. Before that, it was just gunslinger time. Guys would be 50% completion, couple big plays. But
let it rip.
I think Brady's the closest to me at his peak. It just felt like he didn't miss. Very often in the big time. But guy's the best basketball player on the planet, and it's unfortunate a lot of MVP voters don't see him when he tips off at 9:20 or whatever.
Don't
11:15 on the East Coast.
Don't get me started.
It's not a mistake, people. The alert that the Nuggets Kings game is tipping off at 9:20. So.
Yeah. Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. All conversations with Leggy are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job and with a career. Leggy, always appreciate the time. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, fellas.
Jeff Legwald, ESPN.com. Will be joined by Emmanuel Sanders in 20 minutes. Stick around. Wait, I like these guys. Franz Ferdinand, right?
Franz Ferdinand, yep.
See, I always thought that was kind of weird that they named their band Franz Ferdinand.
Why not?
Do you know who Franz Ferdinand was?
Yeah, it's basically how World War I was started.
That's exactly right.
I watched this whole thing. That it was like a JFK thing. The driver took a wrong turn from the path they were supposed to take.
Right.
There was like 3 different assassins out there. 2 of them chickened out, and one of them was just like, bam.
I am so proud of you right now.
Thank you.
I could not be. I could not be more proud of you.
Thank you.
You're exactly right.
Thank you.
That's exactly right. They went the wrong way, and dude just like, oh my God, like,
you're here,
right? And then,
yeah,
but the wife and everything. I mean, come on,
I just
man.
watched
It's really sad.
something else, by the way. It's a part of American history that just is not taught. I mean, a president was shot, and I had no idea about it. It's a Netflix show. It's called Death by Lightning. It's about James Garfield and how he got shot.
Yeah.
And the assassin, Guiteau, Richard, I think it's Richard Guiteau. Yeah, like a president gets shot 3 months into his term. Chester Arthur was just like some drunk, almost mob boss is what it feels like, and he got paired up with him. It was really good because I didn't learn anything about that in school. Nothing.
What's so weird is like James Garfield when he was killed. He died. I mean, he lived for a couple of months after he was shot, and then
he didn't die of the gunshot. He died of sepsis.
But
because the doctors were digging into his wound with bare fingers.
Well, it's the 1800s, bro.
I know.
I mean, but the weird part is he was 50 when he died. He looked 75. I mean, he's big old white beard, no hair, and all this kind of thing. I'm like, man, back in the day, these dudes just looked old.
Hey, he didn't even run for president. They just at an RNC was like, you. And he's like, me?
I don't want to get,
You didn't even want to.
Anyway.
It's a good show, by the way. Michael Shannon plays him. It's really good.
Okay, great.
Emmanuel Sanders is going to join us in 10 minutes. I still can't get over the game that Jokic had last night.
Why would you? I don't ever want to get over games like that. I just saw this today. Oh, my God. It makes me so mad.
What?
I just saw this tweet. Please see if I can find it again from, okay, Hoop Central. Damn it. There it is right there.
Okay.
It
the
says,
noises.
I know. Because every time I open up the Twitter, then it goes to the news story. You know what I mean? I can't.
Okay, well, as you look for that.
Okay, here it is. It says, true or false?
Goodness gracious.
Settle down.
Took like a minute and a half.
I know. I'm not as good at this as you. True or false? Nikola Jokic is the top 5 center of all time.
Yeah. He's got 3 MVPs.
But why even ask the question?
Because of that. Because they know they're going to get interactions from it. I mean, that's why.
Look.
Is a hot dog a sandwich? People still do that thing.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Is the dress blue or gold?
Like all of those. They just put that out there because they know it's going to get a whole bunch of replies to it and blah, blah, blah.
Right, let me go through this, though. You got Wilt. You got Bill Russell. Okay. Shaq. Listen, I saw Hakeem Olajuwon play basketball.
Yeah.
And the dream was phenomenal. But how do you not? I mean, what I'm trying to say is people, I know this is contemporary. I get that. But you got to recognize who this man is. Yes, he may be the greatest of all time. I mean, Wilt, as you talked about, Wilt did it in a day where he was just a genetic freak, and he was an awesome player, and he just dominated smaller guys and so on and so forth.
It looked like a 6th grader going against a 3rd grade team.
Right. Joker's doing it in today's day and age where he's not even Wemby. He's not even 7'6" and athletic as all get out. He's Joker.
I think. Look, I am. Spare me this morning, okay?
It just
because
seems like it's such a dip hole question to me.
I am going to say things that are very, very hyperbolic, okay? I've already said this morning that I think Jokic is the greatest offensive basketball player that's ever lived. And I know all the great ones that have existed. But I don't know how many guys. Again, let me play this clip from Ty Lue after the game.
Try to double once he got going, but our game plan was to, make him score and just take away his passing, take everybody else out of the game. I thought the first half we did a good job with that. We knew Jamal Murray would be more aggressive in the second half. But I didn't think he would score 55. He made some threes.
The strategy that he had when he said, I didn't think you would score 55, I think that's fair. Moj, you're not going to find somebody who has more belief in the skills of Jokic than me.
Right.
I would never guess that he's going to go out for 55 on a given night. But if you say, I'm not going to go out and double him, you're accepting the fact he's going to score 35. You're taking that. And my whole point to this is...
I love Hugo Weaving. You know who that is?
No, but hang on a second.
Okay.
The whole point to this is you accept the fact that a guy is going to score 35. I'm going to live with that because the alternative is worse where he gets 25 with 17 assists. I don't know how many people in the league, in the history of the league, you could say that about.
I want to make my point because I'm going to back you up.
Okay.
In the original Matrix, right? Agent Smith is Hugo Weaving, right, with the glasses and all that. And he's in the subway with Neo. And he says, you hear that, Mr. Anderson? That is the sound of inevitability.
Yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what Ty Lue is saying. 15.
Yeah.
15. Listen, 15 is inevitable, okay? Now, the question is, that's an inevitability. But you want to take away other inevitabilities like a Jamal or an AG or whatever. You want to try to mitigate the other inevitabilities, right? When dude is doing what dude does all the time.
Hear that, Mr. Anderson? That is the sound of inevitability.
I love that line. I love that. I love that whole movie, by the way. Keanu Reeves was rad. He's a rad dude. Mm-hmm. So I'm just saying that dude, he's inevitable. So yeah, listen. We wanted him to get 35 or 40 because he's going to. So we're not going to double. Yeah, we double teamed him a little bit late, but we didn't want to double team him because we want him to get his 35, 40 when we don't because that's inevitable. We just want to take away everybody else getting off. Well, he went for 55 and whole thing. We're on our way to the bingo parlor and all the directions got fouled up. I mean, that's exactly what Ty Lue is saying.
I don't think there's anybody else in league history that you'd say that about.
By the way,
and Vic.
Not one person's going to get my reference right there. Maybe one person.
Vic,
if you do, God bless you.
Vic this morning, he called in when he was at the airport to the appetizer because he had to get something off his chest. And Vic Lombardi, I don't think there's anybody on the planet that is a more staunch and vigorous defender of John Elway than Vic Lombardi. John Elway can do, has done, and will do no wrong in Vic Lombardi's mind.
Mine too.
Vic said he thinks that Jokic has passed him for the best athlete in Denver history.
May have.
If you just talk about straight-up talent, and if he adds another championship to this, I mean, forget about it.
Dude, it's hard for me. It's hard knowing what I know about, like, John Elway and having watched him and talked to him and so on and so forth. You're talking about, this is why I have such a difficult time when I talk about McKinnon and McCarr, because I watched Peter Forsberg play. I watched Joe Sakic play live in person. Bobby Orr is like, he's just royalty. These guys are royalty. Well, we better recognize that these guys are those guys now. They really are. Nikola Jokic, dude, what he is you have to recognize the greatness. And
he's at the height of his powers.
I don't want to do it because, golly, that's my royalty, right? Well, I'm looking at my new royalty right here. That's what they are. Well, we have to acknowledge it.
And the other thing, just quickly, we'll get to Emmanuel Sanders. You said it doesn't look like Wemby, like he's not some sort of genetically gifted person. It makes it even more impressive that somebody who is not built to jump high, run fast, be super, super tall, like Stretch Armstrong stuff like Wemby, and he's still doing this to everybody he faces. Do you know who one of the best defenders of Jokic in the league is? It's Zubats, and he gave up 55 points last night to Joker. So we'll continue this in a little bit. Got Emmanuel Sanders coming up next. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We're joined again, very happily to be joined by Emmanuel Sanders. Emmanuel?
I am so happy he's on today. I am so happy.
Emmanuel, thank you for joining us, man. How you doing?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Good. Vic's off today. Vic had an appointment that he could not miss, but we're talking Broncos with you. I'm so glad you're here, man. Golly, I mean, 8-2 is 8-2 is 8-2. Period. End of story. But it's like how we're getting to 8-2 is kind of crazy. We have a lot of angst built up inside of us. How do you see it?
I mean, obviously, I see it how everybody else see it. I see a defense that's really good. I see an offense that's still trying to find their identity and still trying to figure it out. I see an offense with a play caller that, in my opinion, is a Hall of Fame play caller who is used to winning, who I played for with the New Orleans Saints, and I can tell you, he's always going to be ahead of the defensive coordinators. Right now, it's not looking that way, but I see a team that's on a 7-game win streak. That doesn't matter how you winning right now, nor does it matter even when you get in the playoffs how you win. It's about winning at the end of the day. And as a Bronco fan, as an ex-Bronco player, I'm just happy that we're winning. But obviously, there are some concerns, right? There's some concerns to say that, yeah, we got a top defense, but we need an offense that has to put up points. And so, but we're winning, and I think that we got the formula to go in the playoffs and dominate because you got a defense and you got a run game. So, I'm very optimistic about the team. I wasn't excited to watch the previous game, as you can tell, because I am here with DraftKings and I have gotten into betting.
Yeah, I hear you.
There was no touchdown scored in that last game. So
yeah,
but man, look, we've been down for so many years, man. It just feels good to poke our chest out and say, hey, look, we're winning and we got a playoff caliber team and we got a freaking chance.
Emmanuel,
right? We got a chance and things look really good.
Emmanuel Sanders with us, and on that subject, and we'll ask you about DraftKings in just a minute. But on that subject, I mean, you've been part of offenses where the defense has kind of been the thing that takes over, and there's two ways that this can go, especially when you're winning. To the Broncos' credit, there doesn't seem to be some hemming and hawing in the locker room out of the offensive players. But if you look at Philly's got kind of the same thing going on where they're winning football games with not a lot of offense. And A.J. Brown has made his voice heard about what he thinks about that. What do you think the inner workings of the locker room are between the offensive and defensive dynamic right now?
Yeah, I could say that I was probably a bit of a diva a little bit. Right? Like, I'm just being honest. I love making plays, you know what I mean? And sometimes that didn't show in the best ways. I ain't taking it as far as A.J. Brown taking it, right? Like, I try to keep it, in-house. But I don't think that the Broncos have any divas. I've been around Cortland. Cortland's not a diva at all. He's a team-first guy, and he's going to do whatever he needs to do to go in there, even when he is frustrated. Because I know that deep down, he's frustrated a little bit, right? Because he's really not getting involved. And I know he's frustrated, but he's not going to express those frustrations, right? He's not gonna blast it out. And I got a lot of respect from that standpoint. Sometimes, do I think that he probably not going about it the right way? I would want the ball because he's a playmaker and he can help the offense out. Right. So, yeah, he's a team first guy. But at the end of the day, if you know that you can help the team out, express that concern that I just want to help the team. But as far as like this team right here, like I go back and I look at the 2015 Broncos. Would you guys say that we had the top offense in the National Football League?
No, probably not. No,
not at all. No. I mean, we were struggling and the defense was backing us up to the point that now, even when I'm around no fly zone, they like, this is our Super Bowl. To leave and Chris Harris and all those guys, this is our Super Bowl. But, at the end of the day, collectively, like me and DT and Peyton and CJ and all of the guys on offense, we made the necessary plays to get in and out of games. And sometimes that's the National Football League, and sometimes it's how I go, but it's about winning. And so I think that the locker room is built the right way. And I poke my chest out every single time, and I've been saying this for years. And it's because of Sean Payton. I believe in that guy 100%. That he's gonna put us in the right position to get out of games. Now, as far as winning the Super Bowl, it might be a tough challenge, right? But we have a chance, and that's what I'm excited about.
Emmanuel Sanders is joining us on behalf of DraftKings. Tell us a little bit about DraftKings and your partnership with them.
Yeah, so like I told you guys earlier, I'm here with on behalf of DraftKings, and man, you know what's been really really cool is like I've been out of league going on 3 years now, and I talked to all my boys, and they've been playing fantasy, and they've been doing DraftKings and betting, and when I was playing ball, I was like, I don't care to hear about none of that stuff. Like I
Yeah.
don't care about it. But now, like I'm actually a fan of the National Football League. Like I got a fantasy league. I'm talking to my boys all excited. They're looking at me like, dude, we've been telling you about this. I'm like, I didn't get it, I didn't get it. So I think it's just really cool. Like I don't really like bet like crazy big, but it's just fun to like watch the games and just put a little wager on it to see if I can be right. And so I'm here on behalf of DraftKings, and I just think it's cool that I've gotten into it, and now I'm representing them. But I think the most important message is to make sure that you play responsibly, right?
Yeah.
And I make sure that I play responsibly as well, but I have fun with it at the end of the day as well.
Well, I'm glad you're having fun. My team's getting its ass kicked every week. Excuse my language. I'm getting worked, and I've got Allen and Derrick Henry's not doing anything, so I'm kind of whiny right now. Hey, man, I just love your perspective, and I told Brett earlier in the show, I'm like, he's going to come on, he's going to be honest like he always is, and we love that. So I got to get your thoughts about. And by the way, when you talk about wide receivers being the Elton Johns and the Lady Gagas of the NFL, there's no doubt about it. Cortland is not that guy. They got to get him the ball, though, man. If they're going to win, he's such a stud. They got to get him the ball, and it seems like they've gone away from it. And finally, the Broncos are at least acknowledging that there's an issue on offense, right? Like there's something going on that's not happening. I believe in Sean Payton. I think he's brilliant. I believe in Bo Nix. I think the guy's a damn player, but something's off right now. Do they need to strip it down? Sean's into Emmanuel, he's into his sheet, and he's like this for, he's doing this for, it feels like an hour. I'm like, stop filling the kid up, man. Let's let the kid play. And you're a brilliant dude. There's got to be some sort of happiness and a mixture in there that's going to work out right.
Yeah, I think sometimes as an offensive coordinator, and look, I don't really know much, but like I can only speak from my experiences. Like sometimes don't think so much about plays and think more about players, right? Of how can I get this guy involved and how can I get that guy involved and what guy will, once I start getting him the ball and what guy moves the chains and what guy is hot that game that I can feed or I can go to when at the end of the day I hang my hat at, look, I gave this guy an opportunity to make a play for me. And Cortland is that guy. Like how are we not throwing him a go route or two every 50-50 ball with Cortland is not 50-50.
Yep.
Right? You want to talk about big plays, big chunks and stuff like that. So that's what I look at when I see a guy like that. And I'm not speaking of what I see on TV. I'm speaking of what I've seen in person. I mean, the guy is a playmaker. Troy Franklin is a playmaker. He's on the younger side, but he's been making a lot of plays. And I think that we got a run game that we can run the ball at our will whenever we want to. Like I actually enjoy when we in 12 personnel and we got J.K. Dobbins in the backfield and we're running the ball downhill and we're just having our will with people and the play action comes off of that, right? So I think that obviously, as the season goes on, you start to develop your identity and what works and what not works. And I just think Deshaun is just playing around with it. But the beautiful thing is he can play around with it and still get out of games with wins until he figures out the formula that he needs to figure out to succeed on offense. And so I'm actually looking forward to it because he's a brilliant mind. And he's going to figure it out. And I know that he's been up probably just figuring it out and just trying to do the equations, do the mathematics so that, this next game, he can see if that works.
Oh, I'm sure it's driving him insane. I'm sure that I was telling Brett, it probably never leaves his mind. I mean, that's how he's up. That's how he's wired, right? I mean, he's driven. He wants to be successful. It's got to be making him batty.
Well, and one of the things, Emmanuel, that I wanted to ask you, because your last year in the league, you were in Buffalo, you played with Josh Allen. Josh Allen, obviously a dual threat guy, can do a little bit of both. I know that Bo Nix is incredibly athletic. Like, he's got wheels. He can move. Do they need to run him a little bit more? Could that get him more in the rhythm of a game?
I don't know. I don't know about just running him. I mean, I like Jackson Dart, and I don't think that Bo and Jackson Dart are too far off.
No.
in terms of athleticism, and I see sometimes they do in the red zone, they do like quarterback runs for Jackson Dart. And so I mean, yeah, I think that that's an element, but you don't want to get him hurt. But one thing that I love watching Bo is the fact that we got a quarterback that can sit in that pocket, and if it breaks down, he can really make something happen if he really wanted to. And that right there is what I poke my chest out when I talk about the Broncos as well and our quarterbacks. But at the end of the day, this is a second-year quarterback too that Sean Payton is working with as well. And the fact that these guys are on a 7-game win streak with a second-year quarterback is impressive. Like, I mean, as a Bronco fan, you got to be excited about the future.
For sure.
Yeah,
You know?
for sure.
And so the fact that with a second-year quarterback, we're on a 7-game win streak. We have an opportunity to win the AFC West and get in the playoffs, and people are talking this team might be Super Bowl bound with a second-year quarterback is awesome. Teams have did it, but look, we're talking about the Broncos now. We know that since 2015, it hasn't really been that good, and so we're back.
Speaking of the future, here we go Sunday, man. The Broncos have a chance to tell the Chiefs, you ain't winning, Jack. You're not. I mean, they're Kansas City's 5-4 for crying out loud. You make them 5-5, they're not coming back to win the division. Probably not even make the playoffs. We'll see. But man, here they come again, and they got the widget quarterback, and they got every Hollywood. They've got everybody, right? They got Xavier, they've got Travis, they got all these dudes who are going to run crazy. There's no Pat Surtain right now. Why am I still so terrified of those guys? I'm just they terrify me.
Yeah, you're terrified. You're not terrified of those guys. You're terrified of 15.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
And here's the thing. At first, we were all fist pumping the Chiefs. Finally, I've been waiting on this time for them to be down, and it's our time, and it's our time. And then you start watching the past like 3 or 4 weeks, and you're like, holy shit, these guys don't know what to do. You're like, what the hell happened? Like, what is going on? Like, they're getting Rashee Rice back. They're starting to find their groove. They're starting to get their swagger back. And you're like, oh, it's getting real. Right. And now we sit here and now we're facing the Chiefs, and we're sitting back and we're saying, as a Broncos fan, okay, is this our year? I feel like Sunday will let us know more of if it's our year to win the AFC West or not. Like, right. And so I'm excited to see what we do. We got, like I said, we got a defense that scares Patrick Mahomes finally. You know what I mean?
For sure.
We got guys that scare him. And so, I mean, he's not going in there with that same swagger of, oh, yeah, this is the same old Broncos. He's like, oh, I got to have my head on a swivel because those guys are coming. So I'm excited to see it.
Emmanuel Sanders with us. One last time, Emmanuel, you're joining us on behalf of DraftKings. Tell us about your partnership with him.
Yeah, like I told you guys earlier, I'm here on behalf of DraftKings, and man, it's just fun to place a wager and see if you can determine the outcome of the game based off that wager. And so that's what I've been doing. I just been having fun with it. And but the most important thing is, like I told you guys, is to play responsibly, right? Don't play out of control, and don't spend your house money on it.
Yeah. Have you got hit with one of the backdoor covers yet? Did you think you had a game in the bag and somebody scores late to ruin it for you?
Oh my God, dude!
Yeah, Utah State.
I've been at my house having so much fun, and I mean, I have like a little like $10 or $20, but I'm screaming at the TV about sports, and my wife thinks I'm crazy. I'm like, no, that's the. And so I have fun with it, and it just makes the games more exciting, man. Just put a little light wager in.
Emmanuel Sanders, we always appreciate the time. Let's talk again soon, man.
All right, sound good. You guys take care, man.
All right,
see you.
Emmanuel Sanders joining us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Gotta love talking to that guy. And again, if there's anybody who's got a good perspective on what the Broncos are dealing with right now, which is you want to get your offense more involved. I mean, he said if he's Cortland, he's like, maybe you do come out and say something like, hey, get me involved.
I can help us win games better.
Love Emmanuel. So that'll be on the podcast shortly. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. We have one last key word for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the game the 17th against the Bulls next.
It's nice right now, but it's going to be chilly next week, and the snow is going to start flying. Now, if you've been thinking about a mountain property, a dream home in the mountains, second home, rental, whatever it may be, you're going to need a total pro, and I know who that is. Her name is Anastasia Bell, broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge. Now, I think the thing that separates her is obviously her vast knowledge and market expertise, her experience. All of that is impressive. And that really does matter when you're dealing with a sale or purchase like this in Summit County or anywhere in the mountains. You need to know what is going on. You need to know the ins and outs, all the particulars. That's Anastasia Bell. So give her a call right now. Write this number down. If you're thinking about it, give her a shout out sometime. 970-968-7646. That number again, 970-968-7646. It's personalized guidance, exceptional service. She's the best you're going to find when it comes to mountain properties. You can trust me on that. Remember that name, Anastasia Bell. Oh, my God.
All right, so
I'll tell you what. If you want to,
final keyword.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Final keyword for this Nuggets ticket Thursday. Putting you in Ball Arena for. And I'm confused here, Nelly, because I got one keyword that it says at 9:20, and I got another thing that's in the copy. I want to make sure I say the right thing here. So give us a second here. This is different from what it says up here. So I want to make sure I got the right thing.
Oh, that is a good catch. It is not.
You can just say it, Nelly. What's the key word?
The key word is Rose.
Okay, Rose in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. I was about to say the wrong thing. Rose in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. It gets you at Ball Arena for the game against the Bulls on the 17th. And while you're there, make sure to check out all those Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5 for the best fans in the NBA. But your key word for this hour is Rose in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Do me a favor. Well, this is how I open up to the listening audience a little bit. And to you. And to Nelly.
Mm-hmm.
God's honest truth.
Yeah.
If you ever want to torture me for whatever reason, I have some sort of information that you need, whatever. Don't waterboard me. Don't hook me up to a car battery or anything like that. Just play friggin' Wilco over and over and over again. I will talk. I will sing like a canary.
This is Rose as in like Derrick Rose or the flower, a rose.
How does anybody like this crap? Kill me now. Kill me now, kill me now, kill me now.
What, it just doesn't have some sort of
oh my God,
electric guitar for you?
Nelly, that's fine. At least now you know a little bit more about my soul. There you go. You're welcome. Now you know how to get to me. Play that on a desert island. I will seriously slip my wrist and wade into the shark-infested waters.
Yes.
No problem. Hey,
by the way,
Sanders.
Our little theme that we did, by the way, the theme that we've had all day, which is guys who played in both in Denver
what's
and
Rose?
in Chicago. Jalen.
Oh, Jalen Rose. Copy. Okay. Yeah, I keep thinking.
I would assume anyway.
Yeah, it has to be. Man, Emmanuel had so many good things to say. And I like how he still believes, too. You know, he's like, and he's right. You know, for all the things, he's right in this regard, too. It does feel good to be 8-2. It does feel good to be leading the AFC West. I mean, we're running that promo with Nate and Andy, and they're damn correct. I mean, sometimes we go 2 years without having 8 wins in this town. They're 8-2 football team. They're going to figure it out. I just hope that it's now. And, I mean, both teams should be highly motivated on Sunday. You can put that baby to bed. Be done with Kansas City.
That's the
thing, your time is over.
And we can get more into this tomorrow, but I do think this is going to be a battle between two stats that have kind of told the story of both of these teams this year, which is the Broncos they have a really tough time winning if the opponent scores 20 points, which is an insane standard to hold your defense to. Again, they're 3-8 in the last 2 years when their opponent scores 20 points or more.
You know, last year against Buffalo, the dam just finally broke.
2 of those games. Well, no. They've lost a lot of games giving up 20 or more. Buffalo's one of them. The games that they've won, though, they won earlier this year against Dallas, who put up 24, but that was Joe Milton coming in at the end of the game for Dak Prescott throwing a garbage touchdown.
I'm talking about offensively and defensively in that game.
The other game that I can point to last year was the Cleveland game where you won 41-32, but that featured 2 defensive scores in that game. Because remember, Jameis Winston threw 5 picks. Was it 5? I think it was 5. 5 picks in that game. And was that was Jameis's game where he asked the Lord to deliver him from pick sixes, right? Wasn't that the game?
Yeah. That's exactly what the game was. Because he played, he threw the football well. He also threw it bad. If you want to talk about Jameis Winston's career, I think that one game against the Broncos sums up everything about him.
Yeah.
And
I'm just praying for the Lord to deliver me from pick sixes.
I am praying that we get some sort of Jameis this week. I'm so glad he's back playing.
Oh, I do too.
I am so glad that he's going to start this weekend.
Just became must-watch television.
Totally.
It always is with him. He is, I swear to God. I told you, Moj, I would like to institute a new rule in the NFL where 1 week during the course of the year, you play a game on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, like every day of the week. And in that game, Jameis Winston is all-time quarterback for both teams. I want both. By the way, if you guys missed it, I think that Emmanuel Sanders summed up the feelings heading into this weekend very accurately from most Broncos fans.
And here's the thing. At first, we were all fist pumping the Chiefs. Finally, I've been waiting on this time for them to be down, and it's our time, and it's our time. And then you start watching the past like 3 or 4 weeks, and you're like, holy guys, I don't know what to do.
It's
he
so
pulled it out
true.
on the show, yeah.
I mean, it is. I told you, Moshe, they're Michael Myers. You're sprinting to get away from him, and you're jumping between houses. You're hopping the fence. You're climbing the chain link. And then you turn around, and he's in the middle of the street under the street light, just standing there behind you like, how are you still here? How? Go away. Leave me alone. But they're always there. But this week, you have the chance to do the impossible. You have the chance not to eliminate them from the playoffs, but to stop any thoughts they have about winning the division for the first time in like a decade.
I haven't watched a Halloween movie in a long time. I've only seen the old ones. Is Michael Myers? Is he alive or is he dead?
I watched the one from like 2 years ago or something. I saw it around
Well,
Halloween.
how do you kill him?
That's the whole thing. He's not killable, I guess. I mean, I think in that movie they like shot him 80 times and he still got up.
Listen, man, you have a chance to put the Chiefs away. Okay, you have a chance to hit Michael Myers with the station wagon.
If he could talk, you go, I hear no.
Well, he's not
bell.
supernatural. He's just a freak from an insane asylum, right?
No, he is like there is a supernatural element to it because you can't kill him.
Well, he's not a zombie. What is he?
I think he's kind of a zombie.
Are we calling Kansas City the zombies? What are they?
Mahomes is.
Andy Reid might be. Jeff Legwald's so right. I mean, there's no automatics in the National Football League. But Andy Reid's teams after a bye week is about as close to automatic as you can get.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm really scared of this game. I'm really scared. I'm not going to make any predictions. I'm not doing anything, but this game scares me. Because I'll tell you what Kansas City won't do. Other teams that the Broncos have played, they let the Broncos off the mat.
Yeah.
Kansas City is not going to let you off the mat, bro. The Eagles let them off the mat. The Giants clearly let them off the mat in the fourth quarter. The Texans did to a certain extent let them off the mat. Hell, even the Raiders did to a certain extent too. The Raiders are just, Gino and Pete are just a mess.
This is actually
Kansas City ain't going to let you off the mat.
This is actually perfect.
What?
Because somebody on Twitch goes, if Mahomes is Michael Myers, then Bo is, and he has a question mark.
Jamie Lee Curtis?
Yeah. She's surviving. Barely.
Who else?
You know what I mean? It's like, do you ever really think that Jamie Lee Curtis is going to win? No. But she's surviving. Barely. She's always in a hospital bed at the end of a movie. It's almost like she got stabbed twice, but missed like critical arteries. I think it's the perfect comp.
Somebody says Michael Myers, they threw him in a car grinder, a wood chipper or something.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll morph
well,
back together or something.
reckon.
Sorry, I gave up 5 movies ago.
So he's Jamie Lee. That's what we're saying. Bo Nix is Jamie Lee Curtis.
She survives.
Broncos
barely.
Okay, so the Broncos are Jamie Lee Curtis. Wait, who's who?
Mahomes is Michael Myers.
Then who's Lindsay Lohan?
What do you mean?
You're talking about Freaky Friday.
No, it's just it's Halloween.
Oh, okay.
What are you doing?
I don't watch. I'm not a big scary movie guy, so I don't. I don't know whether the dude's alive or dead. I don't like that.
I'll tell you what.
The
Conjuring,
genius. Like the Conjuring.
Oh no,
that scared the hell out of me.
I can do the slasher films.
I
don't do
that.
your paranormal stuff.
Yeah.
You can go all the way.
Dude, even
get the hell out of
even
here.
Poltergeist scared me. I was scared in Poltergeist.
Hey, listen.
Don't even get me started on The Exorcist. Don't even get me started.
The slasher film genre, or the Freddy Kruegers and Jasons and Michael Myers stuff. What a good little racket that is, because you basically have something you can't kill. so you can make a million movies. And they're all the same thing over and over again. It's just like, is he going to like get after a whole town? Yeah, probably.
Well, then when does he become the guy? I mean, this is the time to do it. The opportunity's right in front of you. It couldn't be better. You've won 7 in a row. You're at home. You're not going to Arrowhead. You've got it all lined up in front of you. Now go get it. Go take it.
I know this is like truly, you want to see if the Broncos have turned a corner? This is the game. This is the one. Have you truly gotten and graduated to the point where you're legitimate contenders competing for division crowns, conference championships, Super Bowls? You beat the Chiefs this weekend, and I'm going to say this again probably 100 more times before the game on Sunday. I don't care how they win. I don't care if the game's 2-0. They get a safety on the first play of the game, and nobody scores from there on out. You will not hear a complaint about me if they beat the Chiefs this weekend, no matter how it looks.
Oh, I will.
And I make that promise. I promise you.
No, I'll have plenty of whining coming up on Monday.
Because here's my whole point, Moj.
You can write this down. Hell, record this.
The reason why I have been so critical during this win streak about the offense is because I've been looking at the opponents you've played, with the exception of Philly, and said, that ain't going to work against virtually every good team in the league. You aren't going to be able to do we came back from down 16-0 thing in the fourth quarter and beat Kansas City. It's just not going to happen. He won't allow you to. But no matter how you win this weekend, if you do it, then thumbs up, I'll stop. Full stop. Because no matter how you beat Kansas City, it is incredibly difficult. Incredibly.
Very.
But that's over the weekend. How about tonight?
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
All right, so first of all, AM 950, we're going to have Thursday Night Football, Jets and Patriots tonight. The Jets, winners of 2 straight. Can they beat New England?
No, they can't.
But 7 o'clock tonight, Avs and the lowly, awful Buffalo Sabres, Moj.
Here's a story tonight. I've already told you things I don't like. Wilco, that band, awful. Scary movies, don't do. I also don't like to see like nature films when like a baby animal gets smoked by a lion or something, you know?
Yeah, like you see that little baby gazelles out there, and
you're like, oh,
you got that lion that's
run,
crouched down.
Yeah. But
you want to be the lion.
Yeah. Tonight, you jump all over the Sabres like a puma on a fawn. You get all over in their bacon. I mean, they had to come from Salt Lake City last night. They're in the back-to-back. They've lost 8 of their last 9 games. They're in a bit of a free fall right now, although they can score goals. But they give up about a goal more than you score, or they give up a goal more than you do per game, and you score more than a goal per game over the Buffalo Sabres. Jump them early. In fact, after the first 20 minutes, make this game over. Take away their will to fight, because again, if you come on out and you smoke them and you defend well in that first period and you've got yourself a couple of goal lead, they ain't coming back. That's the key. Get on them early and often.
Keys to the game brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. So there's the keys to the game tonight. By the way, after the last game for the Avs, Scott Wedgwood was talking to the national boys on TNT, and they asked him, hey, do you feel like you get a pretty good practice? Is it more difficult in practice going against McKinnon and McCarr every day than it is just playing the game? He said this.
Yeah, no, it's hard. I mean, it makes it better. You know, the speed that Nate comes at you with, Kale, you know, those guys, you know, Olsen's a hell of a shooter. Nelly's got obviously a lot of skill, and Choo-Choo's insane. So it's just, you know, they can rip it. I've had a few bumps and bruises on the just on the practice sheet, let alone in games. So got out of there with a bruise on the lower body tonight. But no, it's a good team to be behind. You get better every day for sure.
It is like an underrated thing. I think it's part of what I think makes the Broncos offensive line. It's made them better over the last couple of years, that if you're facing Nick Bonito and Zach Allen and JFM and Jonathan Cooper in practice every day, you can't help but get better. But I got to tell you, like, Scott Wedgwood, maybe you just do kind of ride him.
He's playing great.
Why would you change anything? And I get that Blackwood has to play. We all know that. But Scott Wedgwood leads the league in wins.
Yeah, he's playing. He's got 10 dubs. He's playing great. I don't know what else to say other than the fact that, again, I thought the other night against the Ducks, what did I tell you about the Ducks? My key, that was you got to defend, and they did.
Yeah.
The Ducks have some dynamic young dudes. And I thought Wedgwood had to be a little bit more dynamic himself in his crease. I mean, he was not scrambly, but he had to make some hellacious saves, and he did it. And there's also games where he's just positionally so damn good, you're not getting by him.
Yeah.
He's playing very, very well.
Can't wait for tonight. You mentioned it earlier. McKinnon is still 6 points ahead of anybody else in
There's
the
three
NHL.
guys tied with 26. He's got 32. He's 6 clear of 3 dudes. It's crazy. And maybe more coming up tonight.
Well, I would think so.
I would predict it
why
probably will be.
wouldn't you think so?
Right.
I mean, he has, 12 in his last 3 games, right? By the way, Stoney's on Lincoln is the place to be tonight. You can enter to win a John Elway autographed picture. You can grab a dew and a brew, and you can watch Thursday Night Football. And, of course, keep your eye on the best team in hockey as the Avs play against Buffalo. No better place to watch these games than Stoney's on Lincoln tonight with DMac, starting at 6, thanks to the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey, Tullamore Dew. So go check out all of the action with DMac tonight at Stoney's on Lincoln. Fact checker next. You know, we got a tweet earlier in the show from somebody who said he's listening to us down in Miami. And the reason how does he do that? It's because that Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injured lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So, again, when it comes down to the Nuggets last night, what Jokic did, spent a lot of this morning talking about the insane performance that he put up, because it is the start to his season, I think, is unlike any start through 11 games that somebody's had. Now, again, it's 11 games. You still got, we're a seventh-ish of the season in. But the fact that he's shooting 68% from the floor, 68%, while averaging 29, 13, and 11, it's mystifying. It is something that I didn't think was possible to do, even for just by itself. Forget the season. In 11-game stretch, to shoot that efficiently. I've told this, I said this the other day. Shaq, whose entire game was dunks and layups, shot 58% from the floor for his career without doing anything outside of 5 feet. Certainly wasn't taking threes, Moj. Wasn't part of his game. Jokic took 6 last night. He made 5 of them.
You could see the frustration on Zubac's part. Hell, you could see the frustration on Brook Lopez's part.
Yeah.
Also, we had a Bogdan sighting last night.
I heard Vic dropped that, by the way, I think in the halftime report. He dropped a Bogdan, Bagdon, Big Don.
Bagdon. But Lopez was frustrated by Joe. He gets in this mode, dude, especially, again, one-on-one. He starts backing in the lane. I mean, you can front him all you want and take all the abuse you want. He's going to get his. There's just there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
Right? And then I understand. I mean, he got a couple of good whistles last night, I thought. He got a couple, I'm going to be honest about it. I thought he got a couple whistles where if I was Brook Lopez, I'd be torqued. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, Lopez had 4 personal fouls on the night, and
he had 16 free throws. That doesn't happen for Jokic.
No, hardly ever. So he got a bit of a friendly whistle last night, but he doesn't need it.
But part of that is also he just took a lot of shots yesterday. Why? Because the Clippers decided if you're going to win, it's going to be because Jokic is going to have to force feed himself on the offensive side, which he doesn't like to do.
If you're an opposing offense now, what do you do?
An opposing offense? What do you mean?
I mean, opposing offense.
Just an opponent.
An opposing opponent, opposing coach with his offense. What do you do? What do you choose to do? Do what Ty Lue did?
It doesn't matter what you choose.
I suppose.
Here's the thing. If I had to choose one or the other, and here's your 2 options. This is what every coach has to decide when he's playing the Nuggets. Am I going to allow Jokic to put up 40 points on me by single-teaming him? Or am I going to double-team him and pray to God that other guys don't hit shots? I'm taking the second option. Because here's the thing. There's a chance Jamal's off that night. There's a chance that Aaron Gordon isn't shooting his 42% from 3. There is no chance Jokic will not burn you for 18 of 23 from the floor if you single cover him.
He missed a couple of bunnies early, but he rarely has a bad shooting night.
Moshe, he missed his first 2 bunnies, and then he went 18 of 21 from there on out.
I know.
That's a given. What you're asking me is, do I want to take the small chance of the rest of the team not hitting shots tonight, or do I want to take the no chance of Jokic missing shots? It's not even close. And the fact that teams continually try and do this, they think they're going to get Jokic out of a rhythm by you know what we're going to do? We're going to use his unselfishness against him. And Jokic is at the point in his career now where he's like, I have no problem being selfish if you guys are going to be stupid.
Right.
Because that's not being selfish. That's doing what? Making the correct basketball play. What's the best thing that we can do as a team if I'm being single covered? I take a shot. It's the best thing for the team. And that's all he's concerned about.
That's his whole mentality. Whatever it's going to take to win on that particular night. I never like it when he does one of those takes, 4 shots in a game kind of nights. I don't like those.
Yeah.
But if it means he's just throwing the ball all over the court and guys are knocking it down, then he doesn't really give a rip.
I don't think he's stoppable. I really don't. He's Thanos. he is inevitable.
Thanos? Who is that guy?
He's the big purple guy in the Avengers.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. But he's got the Infinity Stones. He'll snap his finger, and then everybody disappears. Like,
now you're talking geek to me. I don't know what that means. What's an Infinity
Stone?
Stone?
I'm not a big superhero movie guy, but I just know the gist of what that movie is.
What's an Infinity Stone?
It makes you super powerful for some reason. I don't know.
Dorky.
But that's him. That's what Jokic does. Again, I can't emphasize this part enough. Zubac does a pretty damn good job on Joker.
No,
actually.
Actually, that's one of his more difficult matchups, yes.
Joker always gets his numbers against him, but doing your job against Joker is like, did you make it difficult for him? Like, he's going to do it, but did it look hard? Like, yes, Zubac does that. And he had no shot last night. None.
He knew it, too. You could see it in his face. He knew it.
What are you going to do?
I don't know what you do.
You know, Moshe, you're on the golf course, you're playing against somebody who's, like, similar to your skill level, me. And if it's just one of those days you're like, dude, he's chucking darts out there. I'm playing okay, but he's just
making putts.
Better.
He's making 15-footers. What are you going to do?
You just look at Jokic and you go, okay. Then it's just, I'm going to have egg on my face because I'm going to be part of this SportsCenter highlight reel over and over again because I'm going to be the guy in frame doing this. The look, I showed you this video. The play I loved the most last night.
It's hard to find. You have to really look for it.
Yeah. The play I loved the most last night was Jokic is on a fast break, and he does what he always does for being fat and out of shape and bad condition. Beat everybody down the floor. Drives the lane. Derek Jones, I think, is the guy that's coming from the weak side, and he contests. And remember, Jones can jump. I think he's a slam dunk champion. If not, he came in like second place once. He's got like a 40-inch vert, super lengthy, and Jokic throws a floater that probably goes over the backboard as far as height and drops in no problem. And if you look really closely in that video.
If you go find the video when the show's over and look at the Clippers bench.
At the very end of the Clippers bench, towards the baseline, is Chris Paul. And Chris Paul makes a face of like, are you, what? Like, he covered his face and leaned back in his chair like, are you joking?
It's one of those.
The holy
yeah. Oh, no, it was more along the lines of, oh, my God.
Yeah.
It was one of those like, you got to be kidding me.
Because you know there's nothing you can do.
Nothing.
It's just, it's over. You lose. Good day, sir. That's it. 303-504-0925. Tomorrow will be a Bud Light Football Friday, and we'll get into a lot of the Broncos and Chiefs, along with recapping the Avs game from tonight.
I'm going to come tomorrow with hopefully a more positive outlook. We did our true false yesterday about this game, and Vic and I's answers to your questions.
Yeah.
Basically said that we think the Chiefs are going to win. Did they not?
I don't look. To say that you think the Chiefs are going to win on Sunday is not crazy. They're 3.5-point favorites on the road.
Agreed. But again, you're talking about a team that's won 7 in a row. You know, you're talking about a team that has a defense that I think is monumental.
Yeah.
Broncos can win, keep it close, and you can absolutely win. It's just what's the more likely outcome of all the things when you take into account Reed's record after buys, the way the Chiefs have been playing lately. You look at their ability to get to 20 points, blah, blah, blah. I mean, all things sort of stack up in their favor.
It's an easy sort of formula here. This is how you base your opinion off of if you think the Broncos are going to win or not. Do you think the Broncos get to 20 points? If your answer is yes, then they got a shot. If your answer is no, then they're going to lose. Because this isn't like the Broncos defense is so overwhelmingly good, but the Chiefs offense has found their gear again this year. They've put up at least 20 points in 8 of the 9 games that they've played. They are going to score on you. You are going to have to do something on offense to keep up. It cannot be 4 straight 3-and-outs and the defense keeps bailing you out. That's not going to work against them. It's not.
Not at all. No, because, again, this is a team with a vast experience. They're not going to let you back in it. So if you get out of it, if you're not in it, you get out of it. They're not going to let you back in it. That's it. I mean, so You can't get off to a slow start. You can't be doing 3-and-outs through the first quarter and a half of football.
By the way, I just saw something on Twitter I came across. If the season ended today in the NBA, the Oklahoma City Thunder, who have lost a single game this year, and if you watched
they're really good, dude.
If you watched any of that game last night against LA, which I don't blame you if you didn't, it was terrible.
They kicked them.
It was 100-64, I think, at the end of the third quarter.
Mm-hmm.
The Oklahoma City Thunder currently possess 2 top 9 draft picks. One of them comes from the Clippers, which they're still giving them from the Paul George trade.
Which is crazy.
Incredibly
I mean, that's
stupid.
just crazy.
We all give grief to the Dallas Mavericks for trading Luka for a bag of peanuts and Anthony Davis. We have not crushed the Clippers enough for sending away like 15 years worth of draft picks for Paul George while Moj handing them the MVP in the same trade.
I'm pleased they're so incompetent, but the Clippers are on my list now.
Oh, they're just,
I was
suck.
watching that game last night, and I'm looking at the whole the fancy new arena and everything that comes with it, and it's gorgeous, and the outside is really cool, and the inside's even cooler, and blah 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 blah. I don't know, man. I can't get away from the Pablo Torre reporting.
Oh, that'll all come out after the All-Star break.
If I'm to believe him, this is major, dude. If I'm to believe the reporting, if the reporting is accurate, it may not be. If it is, that's major.
It's going to be like 2 weeks after the All-Star break, and then Adam Silver's going to be like, so here's our findings. Why? Because the All-Star game is where? The Clippers' new arena. Yeah. The winner of the pair of tickets to the Bulls game on the 17th is Jeff Gunter? Jeff, congratulations. You are going to the arena on the 17th. Yeah, Moshe, go ahead.
Also, Vitalant and the Avalanche Fighting Cancer month here in November. Schedule a blood donation at any Vitalant donation center or blood drive using the Colorado Avalanche virtual blood drive link. Everyone who donates is entered to win an autographed Avalanche jersey. Go to vitalant.org/hockeyfightscancer for more information.
By the way, you have a second chance to win some tickets. Every show today is going to be giving away a pair of tickets along with that second chance on the website, altitudesportsradio.com/NugsTix. Fact checker Nelly.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I put this in our show text thread yesterday, but it's so important that I have to make sure that you guys saw that as of November 4th, Russell Wilson is now on Cameo, and you can book a custom Russ video for the low price of $333 plus
the number
dollars. But look at that. It says $333 plus.
Yeah, what's the plus mean?
So I guess you need an unlimited amount of money to buy a video from Russ.
Yeah.
I got an email from Cameo.
About what? Are you on Cameo?
No, I'm not. But I got an email saying we want you on Cameo. Have you thought about it? Like, well, who the hell would want me on Cameo?
I'll do it. Pay me $5. I'll make a video.
I don't know if I can
for you.
find it or not. But I'm like, that's random. I mean, nobody. Hey, it's Moj. What's up? Hey, happy birthday. And it is your birthday wedding.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane's where you can find the podcast. Hey, make way.
I just do it for free.
Make way for the return.
Rajanator's back.
The Raj is back. Morning Sprint coming your way next.
Jokic looking for his career high in the first quarter. Doesn't shoot it, throws it off over to Christian, gets it right back. Joker looking for his career high in the first quarter. Can he get it? Jumper. God! That's 20 for Joker in the first quarter. A new career high. Rebound Jokic. Front court over to Spencer Jones. It's a 2-on-1. Kick out over to Hardaway. Throws out to Jokic for three. Get at me! Joker looking for a 50-piece from the free throw line. Got it! That's 50 for Joker in Los Angeles. Denver on a second game of a back-to-back. Jump on Jokic's back. He drives 55 tonight, people. 55 points for Jokic.
Our game plan was to, make him score and just take away his passing, take everybody else out of the game. I thought the first half we did a good job with that. We knew Jamal Murray would be more aggressive in the second half. But I didn't think he would score 55. He made some threes. He plays like a guard when Zoo is on him, pin downs and all that stuff, which is tough for Zoo to try to navigate through. Then when he goes smaller on him, he just post up. And then so it's just a tough cover, but I didn't think he would get 55.
What a day to return to the morning sprint. Double nickels from Nikola Jokic. 18 of 23, 14 of 16 from the charity stripe in just 34 minutes. The dude had 52 in 3 quarters. Are you kidding me? I get to walk into that. Fellas, it is so good to see your smiling faces after 51 long days, 7 weeks of a newborn. I don't know how I have energy, but I am so happy and so energized to be back with you guys and back with all of y'all listening.
You don't know how you have energy? What do you mean? How you should be the most well-rested guy in the Denver Metro. You gotta be.
I'm really haven't been here in a while.
I'm not even gonna say what I was gonna say.
All right.
I've worked literally 6,322 jobs in those 7.5 weeks.
I've done one.
And you're talking about energy?
I knew I was going to piss you off.
Welcome back.
And because I knew you were going to be upset, and we are going to dive into this Nikola Jokic game in his stretch of 6 games as the Nuggets win their 9th consecutive second leg of a back-to-back. They are just 4 off the record, and they can find a way to get this thing done. Like, they are buzzing on the second leg of a back-to-back. We're going to dive into that. We're going to get into Chiefs week and what's going on with Bo Nix from the first 3 quarters as compared to the cardiac Bo that we get in the fourth. I want to talk about how, despite Nathan McKinnon being the best hockey player in the world, and he is head and shoulders above everyone else right now, Nikola Jokic makes Nathan McKinnon look like he is a mortal. We're going to dive into all that. But I have to start off with this. I knew you were going to be pissed off.
I'm not pissed.
I knew you were going to take the road that Moj does. No, Raj took his 7 weeks.
What about Connor McGahee?
McGahee
Did you see his
gets
tweet?
on me. Well, McGahee lives next to me, so I see him more often
Did
than
you
all of
see that tweet, though?
I sure did.
That was insane.
So I've been working on this gift for you for a very long time.
For me? Why me?
Because I love my buddy. I love my co-host, the coach. And it finally came through during my leave. So because I knew that you were going to be jealous.
I did know about this. Yeah, I did know about this. I just didn't know what it was.
Coach, I have worked very long and hard to find this for you. They did not have the number that I wanted, but I've gotten you, because you're a Jersey guy, a Boise State hockey jersey.
Dude, the ACHA? Look at this beauty, man. Oh, man. And you know what else? Number 93.
I don't know what that means.
I'm going to go with the fact that I was class of 93 because I'm an old guy.
Were you the class of 93?
Not even close. I was 2005.
I was going to say, you weren't anywhere
near. We're going to go 93. And you know what? Raj, thank you for this. This is awesome. I didn't know Boise State played any form of hockey.
Neither did I, but I knew you were a Jersey guy, so I took a dive.
But I knew they have a great ECHL arena for the Idaho Steelheads right in downtown. Probably the best venue in terms of consuming 1 beers. Maybe in Boise, Idaho. Just a real good spot to go, hang out and vibe. Raj, I know we've used a particular drop quite a bit in your absence to keep your voice relevant here.
Oh, God, what is it?
We've used it a lot, and KJ knows it, and I'm not going to let KJ push it quite yet, but I'm not Raj's voice drop guy. Not real Raj. Raj AI. There's no way that your paternity leave is over, is it?
It's not over.
Are you serious?
It's not over.
We've been using that so much.
It's technically not over, but I'm here nonetheless. It's not over. What isn't over is Nikola Jokic's dominance of the NBA right now. It's unbelievable what he's doing. And I wanted to make that delineation between him and Nathan McKinnon early because McKinnon leads the league in goals, assists, and points. And what I saw out of Jokic last night makes me think there's nobody else, not only in the NBA, that is doing what Nikola is. There is nobody else in the world of sport that is as good as Nikola Jokic is at basketball at their own respective sport. In terms of, let's just go with the four majors right now. He is, listen to his last 6 games, all wins, by the way. 14 of 22 against Sacramento, 12 of 18 against Miami, 12 of 15 against Golden State, 10 of 14 against Indiana, 16 of 19 against Sacramento, and last night, 18 of 23 against the Clippers. 52 points in just 3 quarters, and he did not have to come back in for the third. There are 3 out of those 6 games where he has barely, if at all, played in the final quarter. You're witnessing, if this starts, one of the greatest seasons in NBA history. I know we're just 11 games in right now, but this might be the greatest start to a season that we've ever seen.
Does it also seem like he's having more fun because he's not tasked with carrying the team from a minute standpoint now that you have Jonas Valanciunas, who's a very competent platoon player for you to come off the bench and allow Nikola Jokic to get some time away? Like the pressure and the weight that Nikola Jokic carried in I would say certainly the 2 years after the championship with the non-Jokic minutes, that has to weigh on a player.
Yeah, it did feel heavy, didn't it?
And so now it doesn't feel like feels like he's freed up to just, hey, when it's my time to play, even if it's maybe slightly less than I was playing before, man, I'm freed up to just be me.
Well, be him also means different things. Every single game, you wait to see something that you've never seen from Nikola. And typically it's a no-look pass, it's a skip pass, it's a swing pass under the baseline.
It's the assist game.
Right.
His assist game is off the charts right now.
Brother, the teardrop that he threw in the third yesterday, did you guys see that? There's one player in the world that can hit that. One guy. Steph Curry. That's the only other person that can throw a ball that high and not touch a rim with multiple dudes crashing down on him. And Steph's a point guard.
Yep. And we heard that from the opening drop right there, that he plays like a guard when he has particular matchups that he draws. He gets Zubats on him, and I am now a shooting guard, and I'm going to break you down and find ways to get shots that are going to go up. I mean, I'm looking at his month of November. Have you seen the stats of just the split of November only? We find ourselves here on the 13th day of November, which means for me and my family, we are now 13 and a half days into Christmas season.
I think I just gave you those 6 games.
Okay. So 32 points per game, 12 rebounds per game, 12 assists per game, 81% is the true shooting percentage number. And then on the floor, and this is one of my stats that I'm big on, he's a plus 72. That's ridiculous. Absolutely remarkable. And a 5-0 record, as we know.
And you extend this to the entire 11-game sample. You forget that the overtime against Golden State, where he dropped the triple-double, one of his league-leading 6 right now, he kind of sucked. His first game of the season, Nikola Jokic was not good. He was not efficient from 3. I think it was like 2 of 9 from downtown, something like that. I know he did not shoot efficiently from 3 in that game. But if you remove that, he is still averaging, he's averaging 30, 13, and 11 if you remove that game. His game score, average game score, remove the first game, is a staggering 34.2. He'd be shooting 84% from free throw. Effective field goal percentage is 79.5%, and 55% from 3. He's essentially doing what he did last year, which you could argue is his best year to date, and shooting at close to 10% better from the floor.
Why does it feel better this year? Why does it feel different?
I don't know because
last year it didn't feel the same. It felt like he was. Did he feel like it was a laborious? He was laboring to get those numbers. Whereas this year it just seems so clean and crisp and easy and fun and light and like I'm seeing Nikola Jokic go and run after his horse and carriage and give it a big hug.
It's very clear they are far deeper than they ever have been. Maybe the championship
and
team.
It's going to be tested.
It will be tested. Cam Johnson messes with his wrist last night. He only plays 8 minutes. Now, Cameron Johnson has not been good this year.
No.
But the ability to move out from that Michael Porter Jr. contract and also get like a decent version of Jamal Murray so far. I know he wasn't like spectacular last night, but he's been pretty good and consistent. And he feels like he's in shape right now. Like having Tim Hardaway Jr. be able to jump in and play 21 minutes and throw up 3 of 5 from deep last night is what you needed. That's probably what it is Nikola goes, I don't have to do this all on my own. Finally, I can look forward to sitting fourth quarters and not have to worry about if I leave with an 18-point lead that I'm going to get tabbed to come back in an emergency situation with 7.5 minutes to go. It doesn't happen anymore.
That wrist was bothering him for a good chunk of the last 3, maybe even 4 seasons. Sure doesn't seem like it's bothering him now, the way he's shooting the basketball. That back, you remember how many times he had that heating pack on and sitting there kind of getting recharged up, getting back ready to play. He doesn't look like he's laboring through that. And the best thing that could happen is having a guy like Jonas Valanciunas on this team, a very competent big that can spell you and give you quality minutes where you don't see your numbers start to dwindle as a basketball team. It's a great thing.
His numbers are going to stay exactly where they are. Is he going to be as torrid as he is right now? No. There's going to be a few games where he slows down or he's inefficient, just like he was against Golden State in a game that they had a very good chance to win. Like they actually blew that game, as we remember back to the first of the season. But this year is likely going to be his 6th straight top 2 MVP season. Whether he wins or he finishes second to SGA or Wemby. But right now, it's him and everyone else. The only other players in history to do that. 6 straight seasons of top 2. Larry Bird, Bill Russell. Nobody else.
How about the dang Western Conference, though? I mean, that dang OKC team is something. The Lakers minus LeBron James, something.
LeBron James.
What the heck? The Eastern Conference, the Pistons are the best team? Really?
The NHL and the NBA are very similar right now. I think
Western
you can make the argument that the NFC in football is more akin to the Western Conference in both basketball and hockey.
Who are they? Rams, Eagles?
The Rams are feeling it. I don't know about the Eagles right now,
They're
man.
still 8-2, brother.
I don't know about the Eagles.
Still 8-2.
It's such a vastly different 8-2, though, than the Rams.
Feels like the Chiefs 8-2 last year, which was better than 8-2. I think they were the Chiefs 9-1 at this point in time last year?
They lost, the second game that they lost.
Or were they
the final
undefeated?
game
No,
of the
they were
season.
undefeated, right? I think when the Broncos played them the first time, which was actually exactly a year ago on Monday of this week, Broncos-Chiefs in Arrowhead, I believe that was an 8-0 football team that you played. Became a 9-0 team because of
2024, they were 8-0. They lost their first game at Buffalo on Sunday, November 17th. They lost 30-21, and then the only other loss that they had,
Broncos
38-0 win.
Without
when
anybody.
Carson Wentz was the quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs. Stay tuned. It is a Nuggets ticket ticket Thursday as I get back into the show. We're going to give you guys a keyword on the other side to get you guys inside the doors at Ball Arena. See the Nuggets take on the Bulls. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and it is officially open, and that's Loveland Ski Area, and it opened on Monday for the season. It's time to make the most of your ski and snowboarding season. Loveland Season Pass offers perks and partners that rival all the big name passes. Did you know that it comes with 100-plus bonus days at more than 30 partner resorts, including Monarch, Purgatory, Silverton, Sunlight, Whitefish, and Schweitzer. You also get access to free cat skiing along the Continental Divide and discounts on lift tickets, food, and rentals. This is real Colorado skiing, real value, and no crowds, just a whole heck of a lot of powder, just the way that it should be. Get your pass today at skiloveland.com.
We're back on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, and that means we're putting you guys inside Ball Arena to see the best player on planet Earth. So, text the keyword Nikola, Nikola. That's Nikola, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. This season, while you're at Ball Arena, make sure to check out the Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5. Just the best fans in the NBA. For tickets to the Nuggets game against the Bulls on November 17th, text Nikola along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck. We will announce a winner at 11:55 today. You'll have a second chance to put a keyword in coming up at 11:20. One more time. Nikola. Something that Coach Sanford has needed for the past 7 weeks.
Yeah, basically, as long as you've been out, I've been nursing a cough. Great.
We'll get back into Joker and his dominance last night against the Clippers. The Clippers are a dumpster fire, and that is a delightful thing to see. Also, when you wear a jersey that is associated with the city of Buffalo,
yeah,
chances are you're not going to do great.
No, I agree. Although the court looked sweet.
The court looked awesome.
It reminded me, so when my dad was coaching at USC, 89 to 96, USC's basketball team played in the sports arena, the LA Sports Arena, which was a part of the original Memorial Coliseum Exposition Center, whatever it is, that was built for the 1984 United States Olympics Games held in Los Angeles. That's where the Clippers would play. So the USC would play a game on Friday night, and then the Clippers would be, the next day. So my dad and I would do double headers. We'd watch Harold Miner for the USC Trojans, and the next day watch the Clippers, and I don't know who the heck was ever playing for them. It was not a good basketball team. But those logos were bringing about good vibes. I don't know what year that would have been. That was probably more 70s. But it reminded me of a day of my dad and I going as a 7-year-old to the terrible Los Angeles Sports Arena in front of about 800 screaming LA Clippers fans.
A big opportunity this weekend for the Broncos as they host the Kansas City Chiefs. It goes a long way to winning the AFC West for the first time in 9 years, if you can find a way to get this win. Sean Payton had this to say about his quarterback struggles in the first 3 quarters of the game as compared to his relative excellence in the fourth.
I always appreciate how you look at numbers. Bo Nix is arguably the best quarterback in the league in the fourth quarter. First 3 quarters, he ranks near the bottom of a lot of stats. How do you see that?
Listen.
And what is the key, I guess?
No,
a little bit.
Well, look, I think it's our jobs, to offensively put ourselves in a position of starting faster. When I discussed this after the game, there aren't many times when a game's over, when you win, even where you're fully satisfied. There's something bugging you. There's something, and certainly, getting that balance, and the time of possession also to help our defense. And so, I like that this year we're doing better in these one-score games, and I think you gained some confidence. And if you tried to pick when did that turn, you might look at Philly, but to go where we want to go, there has to be improvement, and certainly we understand that.
What's the whole deal with Bo struggling when they are tied, when they're ahead in the first 3 quarters of the game? Is it more on Bo, or is it more on Sean Payton and his play call?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think the truth always lies somewhere in between from any hot take that may exist out there. I think that Sean Payton, like a lot of offensive gurus, in air quotes, love having their very game planny concepts early on in a game that are a shift, a motion, a new pass concept. And you know who typically doesn't do particularly well with a lot of a new quarterback in the National Football League. And that's where I think Sean Payton does need to exercise some restraint. But on the flip side of that, there are times there are open players that are running around, and Bo Nix, the quarterback, needs to be able to set his feet and throw an accurate strike to an open football player. And that's happened with too much frequency, even on downfield opportunities. Big-time plays that were out there for the taking. So I think it's a little bit of both. But the way I lean on this right now is I think that play caller, head coach, quarterback, brain trust needs to find the stuff that Bo does absolutely the best and then lean all the way into those starting in the first quarter. Period. That's it. Simple.
At what point does new quarterback in the NFL wear off?
I don't know.
He's played 28 games, including his playoff game.
CJ Stroud's kind of going through a junior slump right now. I know he's a little banged up and injured, but I think that CJ Stroud, the offensive rookie of the year in 2022, 23, excuse me. There's an interesting arc to every quarterback. It's not just like year two, all of a sudden you got it all figured out and you're rolling. Jordan Love, how does he look right now?
He's struggling.
Yeah, I mean,
making some pretty dumb decisions with the football.
Yeah, I mean, his entire unit is struggling. Matt LaFleur is wearing it on the chin right now. A lot of people are asking for him to give up play calling duties, and I'll be honest, it reminds me a little bit. The two situations are a little closer than I thought they'd be. Like, I thought Jordan sometimes does make some bad decisions. That's the stigma that's surrounded around. They also have some unbelievably crazy penalties, drop balls, and just overall operational issues with the Packers offense.
It sounds like you're talking about the Broncos.
It seems very similar. It seems
the
very.
Broncos
And you
lead
know what?
the league in drops. They are top 3 in penalties against and penalty yards against. They're essentially the same thing.
And what is that, man? I mean, my dad told me, he's like, we're watching the Packers game. He said, Mike, that's coaching. At some point, you're either tolerating it or you're encouraging it to happen.
Well, what are you going to do?
Well, you move on from players or you simplify. And that's the problem with this whole.
I guess I understand the hey, get him out of the game, but what, you're going to go to a third string left guard?
No, but we're talking about penalties that are like formational issues. Like we're covering up Alex Palczewski when he's subbing in as an eligible receiver. That happened in the Packers game, nullified some 35-yard completions.
It feels like every time that they try and run a screen, they have an ineligible offensive lineman downfield. So what are you going to do? You're going to take Garrett Bowles out of the game?
No, you're going to coach it better. So then what are coaches? They just draw it up on a board and then, hey, you do it. And if you don't do it right, you bench them. No, you teach it better. Coaches are teachers. In the game of football, when you put in a lot of new schemes, you need to install it a particular way where everybody's on the same page. And you leave very little to no gray area or anything left up to interpretation. And right now, I would say that Sean Payton and the offense looks like a team that is not necessarily installing and holding to account those players because there's so much looseness. And I think special teams is even worse. Darren Rizzi's unit's even worse in terms of the special teams penalties that we continue to see every single week.
Should you be looking at the Broncos more akin to the 5-3 third place Packers than we do as an 8-2 first place in the AFC West?
I mean, I think it's
path to a first round bye.
That's
what they're on right now.
It feels like the offense in and of itself is very much like the Packers. And it's a downward trend, just like the Packers, because the Packers for a while looked like they were going to be indefensible.
The Packers have scored 20 points in their last 2 games combined against Carolina and Philly.
And the Broncos have scored how many? So you scored 10, and then what'd you get? You're probably at 30, because what'd you score against the Texans? Was it 20?
You scored 18.
18. You scored freaking 28
25.
points. 18 plus 10?
18 and 10.
Yep.
I read the 7 for Vegas.
28 points, but how many of those points were aided by elite field position? You blocked a damn punt.
The vast majority of
You blocked a damn punt and you kicked a field goal. And you actually went backwards 2 yards on that drive. On a scoring drive, you got -2. I would say that the Broncos feel as a team closer to the Philadelphia Eagles. Is that a horrible thing? No, it's not. It's a team that won the Super Bowl. Now the problem is what's the difference with the Eagles offensively from a year ago? They have Kevin Patullo, who is Nick Sirianni's buddy, that's been with him throughout a lot of different coaching stops, and he wins the Super Bowl, and he lets his buddy be the play caller. Not Kellen Moore, not Shane Steichen, 2 very proven, well-respected offensive minds and offensive teachers of the game. Kevin Patullo is not that. The problem right now is that ultimately Nick Sirianni could say, you know what, Kevin? Hey, bud, I'm not going to fire you. You're still my guy. You're just not calling the plays anymore, bud. Sean Payton can't do that, or he's not going to. He's not going to do it to himself, I don't think. You think Sean Payton's going to say, hey, tell you what, man, Sean, you're not good at this job right now. So you're pretty stuck with what you got, whereas the Eagles, I don't feel like they're stuck with what they got, per se.
As we go back to Green Bay, their 3 losses this season, 2 against really bad football teams, Carolina and Cleveland. A combined 6 points. Their 10-7 loss adds another 3. They have lost 3 games by a combined 9 points. Denver, on the other hand, has found a way to win those games. They've found a way to win those grind them out, 10-7 against the Raiders, find a way to beat the Texans at the last second, find a way to beat a 13-11 game against the Jets. It does feel like they're playing with fire right now. Now, I don't want to like throw a wet blanket on the situation. You're 8-2. You're leading what we all thought was the best division in football. At some point, you just have to go, well, what's the positive in this? What's the silver lining? The silver lining is in clutch time, they're learning how to do this, and now they're comfortable in clutch time.
Yep.
And I don't think that can be overlooked. Now, does it bode well for the success this season, this postseason, that your offense isn't doing anything and you're hanging on by a thread and you're just begging that your defense has a turnover or a 3-and-out or a big-time sack, because that's what they've done for the first 10 weeks of the season. It doesn't bode well for success right now. What I do think it does for the Broncos in the Bo Nix era, as we need to, zoom out a little bit and see the whole picture, not just this season. I think you look back at this year. If they don't get to an AFC Championship game this year, I think you need to zoom out and go, what are the good things that they've done? And that is they've figured out how to win tight games, even when they suck. Although that is a skill that has to be actively learned.
Although you would argue that every single game the Broncos have played in this year, including their 2 losses, probably minus the Cowboys game, right? Every game's essentially felt like a 1-score game, whether it ended up
Titans
being
1-score game,
8
Colts
points,
1-score, Chargers 1-score, Bengals blowout.
Okay, two. There's 2 of them.
Eagles 1-score, Jets 1-score, Giants 1 point, Cowboys blowout with a garbage touchdown to make it a 20-point game.
Texans
1-score.
And then obviously
you
Raiders.
have 2 games this year.
2 games where you've won comfortably. So you've played in 8 of your 10 contests. Your fourth quarter credentials have been tested.
And they've been largely perfect.
Yeah, I mean, you've come out 6-2 in those contests. That's great. That's a great number.
And look at the
the
2 games that you lost. Like the fourth quarter was more than good enough.
Yeah, Bo Nix probably played it. He did play his best football in the fourth quarter.
More than good enough in those 2 losses, back-to-back weeks on the road at Indy and at LA.
Chargers was a little bit of a mixed bag, I'd call. But
you were right there.
You came from behind a little bit. You knocked on the door like you've seen. You just didn't finish it. You missed some open throws, but you didn't finish it. That's what I take away, Raj. Since we last did a show together, I think I was posing the question based off of what we saw in 2024.
When did we last? We last did a show together 51 days ago. So that would have been September 19th.
That's about right.
We were getting ready for the LA game.
Okay. So what was your record at that point in time?
You were 1-1 coming off of a heartbreaking loss against Indy.
And I think at that point in time, and then even more so the week after, I said the thing that we don't know about Bo Nix that I have to know as somebody that evaluates the position, can he win and be, remember I kept saying, the reason. Be the reason the Denver Broncos win in a fourth quarter.
Well, he's also been a large part of the reason why he has had to be the reason.
The reason. You're right.
He's been the problem and then has been the reason why they've won.
And that's also, was that not also indicative of 2 very, we'll say very likable, one Hall of Famer and one flash in the pan Denver Bronco quarterbacks? John Elway was that part of his early career, was that he would have some uneven performances, a little bit more based off maybe some turnovers or bad decisions, and then be the reason in the end that they won games. And that's how he built his legend, the legend of John Elway.
John Elway was never a famous caretaker of the football.
Especially early in his career.
He never had a season where he had single-digit interceptions.
Makes sense.
Not one.
He's a gunslinger.
And he's one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time.
Absolute gunslinger.
Right.
The difference between the two is that John Elway early on in games was like, it's going to be really good. It's going to be really exciting for one team or the other. Who knows, right? That was
Jameis
early John
Winston,
Elway.
baby.
Yeah, it's gonna be an adventure.
I cannot wait to watch Jameis Winston this
Oh
week.
man, there's so much good audio coming out of the New York Giants franchise. When you brought in all these personalities, I mean, I sent all of them to KJ, so he's been.
We're gonna hear some NFL notes.
I mean, NFL notes. We got Scadaboo's now. He's a Twitcher. He's a streamer now.
Well, because his ankle's bent the wrong way.
Yes, it's not going the right way, and he's definitely on some type of Percocets. There's no doubt about it. And doing some live streams as he's recovering from that awful injury. It's wild. It's unhinged. And then Russell Wilson's now on Cameo. Whoa, awesome.
You see what he's charging for a Cameo?
Yeah, just good solid 333 or more. It depends. If you go over 30 seconds, yeah, we're going to go actually 3,330.
Do we know someone who really hates Russell Wilson?
Sean Payton.
Would you spend $333 of your hard-earned money
Today?
to have Russell Wilson send Sean Payton a cameo?
Is it guaranteed that Sean's going to open it? And can I get I want it filmed. I think we could all, I think all of us in the media can get $3,333 together for it.
It would be one of the funniest things you could do.
Be amazing. At a presser, you knew should read it, actually show it to him at a presser. None other than our own Luca Evans. Nope.
Sorry, my name's Russell today.
No, it's unlimited.
Oh goodness. Text the word Nicola, Nikola. I see a lot of you guys texting in Nicola with a C, so make sure you get it right. Nicola, Nikola, with your first and last name. It is a Nuggets ticket Thursday. We're trying to get you guys inside Ball Arena as the Nuggets take on the Chicago Bulls. Nicola to 303-504-0925. Your next keyword comes up at 11:20. Stoney's on Lincoln is the place to be tonight. Make sure you guys head on over there to enter to win a John Elway autographed picture. You can grab a dew and a brew and watch Thursday night football. And, of course, keep your eye on the very best team in hockey as the Avs host the Buffalo Sabres. No place better to watch all of these games than Stoney's on Lincoln tonight with DMac starting at 6 p.m. thanks to the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey. That is Tullamore Dew, Avalanche and Sabres tonight, 7 p.m. Sabres coming off of a second leg of a back-to-back. You should kill the Sabres.
How many former Avs are on the Sabres right now? Byram's still there?
Byram's still there, but I think that's kind of
Is that it? Didn't you have somebody else recently that you ended up parting ways with that ended up there? I thought
Alexander Georgiev was there.
Okay.
But I don't think he's on the roster.
Where's Mitz at right now?
Casey Middlestat is a Bruin?
Is he? For some reason,
Casey Middlestat.
I thought he ended up back there again.
Those are the only two. Actually, no. There are. Good on you, coach. He was not an Av for a long time. Connor Timmins is Bowen Byram's D partner. So there are two former Avs on that team. Alexander Georgiev was picked up by that by Buffalo in the offseason, and they waived him because he's not good at stopping pucks. And when you're not good at stopping pucks, you don't get to be on hockey teams. They should kill Buffalo tonight. They're very much the best team in hockey. And Nathan MacKinnon, he leads the league in goals. He leads the league in assists. Cale Makar leads all defensemen in goals. He leads all defensemen in assists. And I say this going, the Avalanche are the best 5-on-5 team in hockey, and the power play is getting better. It was atrocious to start the season. I say all this because I looked at Nikola Jokic last night, and I looked at the Nuggets, and I went, as good as the Avalanche are, being the top team in the NHL, I look at the Nuggets and I think they're on a different level, simply because of the alien that is Nikola Jokic. As good as MacKinnon is, and he breaks games open, and he's violent with the puck, violent with his skating. I don't know.
He's violent with his stick handling in and around the net itself. When he gets close to crease, man, that guy's unreal.
I don't know if he has the level that Nikola does. And that's not a knock on Nate, man. It is just, it's me sitting in awe of what we get to watch, because it is season after season of you going, well, that's the peak of Nikola. We're going to look back on the 24-25 season when he finishes second in the MVP, and we're going to go, that's the greatest Nikola Jokic season ever. And then the first 11 games of the year, he goes, I'm even better.
Do you think it has anything to do with the fact that Nathan MacKinnon has a contemporary that is very comparable, and it's a real 1A, 1B situation, depending on the time of year, depending on the season, depending on the health of both players and Connor McDavid, whereas there is no contemporary comparison for Nikola Jokic. And there hasn't been.
I think
Magic Johnson's probably the closest one, and that was 35 years ago.
I think Wemby has a chance. Right, but the Spurs are so early in their new evolution that I think it'll be a year or two or maybe even 3 before Wembanyama really becomes the new face of the league.
Is Magic Johnson the best, historical even reference point for a Nikola Jokic in terms of reading the court, crazy assist? Because I know he played point guard, but he was a humongous, massive point guard that handled the basketball and created unbelievable
in terms of vision, you could probably say that in terms of vision,
But really, I mean,
it's Magic.
Nikola Jokic is a better scorer, better shooter, more efficient.
If he keeps this up, man, it's top 3, top 5 conversation all over the place. But he has to do it for another couple of seasons, and what he must do is win another championship.
And obviously,
it's amazing. We've seen this start to the season. You know what I haven't heard yet from the Nuggets is show it to me in the playoffs. Because I hear that about the Avs all the time. And granted, I understand it because of all the first and second round exits outside of winning the Cup in 2022. When I do the postgame show, and I've been doing the postgame show for the Avs all season, all I hear is show it to me in the playoffs. So who cares if they're first in the league right now? Who cares if Nathan MacKinnon is the best player on planet Earth? It only matters what happens in April, May, and June. Why are we not saying the same thing about the Nuggets? Is it because they pushed Oklahoma City so hard last year?
Who won the championships in those two respective sports last year?
Oklahoma City,
in Florida. How were they playing the entirety of the regular season?
I mean, OKC was unstoppable. Florida,
pretty damn good though, man.
Right,
they never went through the rut.
No, they didn't.
They were all pretty dang good.
Right.
To me, you can't just say what's happening right now with the Nuggets and the Avalanche is not going to have any direct correlation to how they perform in the postseason. Both teams are deeper. Both teams are more well-rounded. Depth is there for a couple reasons. I mean, the best reason, the most optimal reason for depth to come through in the clutch is because it keeps everybody else healthy. It takes down in hockey the TOI. TOI comes down if you have better lines.
Yeah, look at what Brent Burns has been able to do.
100%.
As 40 years old, now he's playing like 14 minutes a game. And you go, he's way better.
Look what like a little tiny chip in a trade Gavin Brindley's been able to do for you.
I love that, dude.
It's great, though, is it not? Gun. But is it not great for you? Just to have something else lower down in your lines that you're like, oh, there's something there. And it gives you a little bit more hope, and you can finish out games without having to put Nathan McKinnon, Cale Makar in so many different situations that you didn't really feel like you had a year ago. Remember this team, like the first 20 games a year ago? It was man, you ended up playing a lot of time.
The same thing's happening with the Nuggets. I mean, look at all the minutes that your bench is getting. Look at all the minutes that Valanciunas is playing and Tim Hardaway is playing, and like Spencer Jones is giving you multiple.
It's kind of sweet.
He's giving you like 5 minutes here and there on back-to-back nights. Bruce Brown continues to play a bunch. I think Brucey B played like 28 minutes. Spencer Jones played 15 last night.
It's fantastic, and and they're good minutes. Last year they didn't feel good.
No, they felt, oh crap, we have to put these guys out there. And it all happens because you trade away Michael Porter Jr. And I should have made the qualifier when we opened up the show where Cam Johnson has not been good. Cam Johnson has not been good offensively. It's actually been like one of the worst starts to his career in terms of shooting. On the defensive side,
fantastic.
Holy crap.
Length.
I should have made that qualifier.
Even ball movement, reading the floor. He's been really good. He's a good piece for this team. I don't want to see.
And that's where MPJ was a black hole.
Because it was all about trying to get him in rhythm as a shooter. And as a result of it, you never knew, are we going the MPJ, force feed him, make sure that we can get him his looks at the basket? Whereas I think Cam's reading the floor and saying, you know, I'm still finding my way offensively with this juggernaut of an offensive roster. I mean, Jamal Murray's been great, Raj. He's been great this year.
As compared to last year, 100%.
Aaron Gordon has been fantastic this year. Christian Brown, fantastic. And hopefully the injury is nothing. Find out more in the next day or so. Cam Johnson's figuring out where he fits in offensively, but back to an old Michael Malone adage, while you're figuring that out, play great defense. That's what Cam's doing. Doing all the other little things extremely well.
While you figure it out, play great defense is the mantra of the Broncos right now.
Yeah, it is.
That is all they are. And they're 8-2. Like, I guess the reason why you're not hearing, to go back to how we started the segment, why you're not hearing the do it for me in the playoffs and then I'll believe it about the Nuggets. It's because there's nothing going wrong with the team. Everything is right. They are efficient. They are defensively dominant right now. They're the second best defensive team in the NBA. They're the second best offensive team in the NBA. There's been something wrong with the Avalanche, right? They can't play in overtime. They suck in the shootout. Their power play up until the last 3 games has been abysmal. The Broncos have the best defense in the league, the best pass rush. Like, there's a chance they might have the best pass rush in the history of the NFL when the season is over.
Right now, they're on track for it.
But the offense is abysmal. So there's that reticent feeling about both the Broncos and the Avalanche right now, despite being at the top of their respective sports. With the Nuggets, find me a flaw. You can't.
I would say that the Colorado Avalanche right now, the power play would be more akin to just the underperformance of Darren Rizzi's special teams unit.
I would have gone I would have said running game, maybe. But you've had a couple of like home run games from J.K. Dobbins.
Well, I mean,
and it sucks that he's going to be injured for the Chiefs game.
Your analytics right now in your run game is fine,
but you just don't use it.
You don't lean in. You don't lean into what is actually one of your noted strengths, especially in these first 3 quarters of games.
So let's build that bridge. The Broncos' run game is akin to the Avalanche in overtime.
Okay.
Because the analytics in overtime are when you don't put Nathan McKinnon and Marty Natchez on the ice, you have the puck and you're pretty good. When you put them on the ice together in overtime, you lose. And they continue to do it. So the Broncos, The numbers say run the football. And you know what they don't do? Run the football. That's a coaching issue there.
It's a Sean Payton issue. It's preference.
A Jared Bednar issue too.
It's stubbornness, right? A little bit of stubbornness.
A little bit.
A little bit of smartest guy in the room. I'm in charge of this, which you are. The reason you make $18.5 million, not that Bednar makes that, or anywhere near it.
Nope.
They're not neighbors.
Sure doesn't.
But I think the Broncos offense hit its all-time low in the Sean Payton Bo Nix era at the Raiders game because of the back-to-back of Thursday night in 40 to 60 mile an hour wind gusts, following playing in a dome on short rest the week before against the number one defense in football. The Chiefs are very good defensively. They're not the Texans. And there looks like beautiful weather this weekend. I like the Broncos' rebound offensively.
We're going to dive into why you think the Broncos can rebound against a good Kansas City defense. Make sure you guys tune in today at 1:20 p.m. with PhD for Coach David Adelman's weekly visit. They'll talk about the best player in the world and why he's so awesome. That's today at 1:20 with Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac. Don't miss it.
listen, this is there's a reason this team has won for a long period of time, and it's talent, it's coaching, it's a program, it's a GM, it's ownership, and that's where we're aspiring to go.
Hour 2 of the morning sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm so very happy to be back. A special thanks to Mark Bertinoli, Berto, for hanging on for the last 7 weeks and taking you guys through an 8-2 record so far for the Broncos.
Berto was a great teammate, but it's great to have the namesake of the show back on. You. And more importantly than you probably having the itch to get back, I mean, could you imagine the itches, plural, that Caitlin's had for you to get back?
Yeah, she wants me out of the house.
It gets that way pretty quickly.
I'm naturally a loud person, and obviously
all of us are in this space.
In this business, voices carry.
If you were any of you listeners, like you're in your car driving around, you're in your delivery truck, whatever it may be, if you just popped into our studio during any one of these shows, you'd be like, are these people truly aliens in how loud they project their voices?
My biggest adjustment as a parent has not been the sleep thing, although I jest at the beginning of the show that I'm tired of. The sleep's been fine. Let's be very honest, especially for me. I do less work than my wonderful wife does in terms of caring for the child.
You know what I used to do a lot?
What's up?
I used to time up my naps with. I loved taking a nap at the same time as the babes. It's the best, man. Such a good hack.
My biggest adjustment has not been waking the damn kid up because I'm just speaking too loud. Like, I get hit maybe once or twice a day by Caitlin because my normal speaking voice is like startling our child.
Yep.
So that's been my biggest change. Sean Payton's talking about the dominance of the Chiefs. Have you recognized what Andy Reid is after a bye week? Andy Reid,
it's close to perfection.
Is statistically the best coach in history coming off of a bye. He is a staggering 22-4. 22-4. He had one loss as the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. He is 9-3 in his 12 with Kansas City.
Well, so was better with the Eagles then, I guess, huh? Donovan McNabb era.
Those Eagles teams were great.
We'll take it. Yeah, I mean, Andy Reid.
Travesty they didn't win a Super Bowl.
One thing I respect about Andy Reid is that he's got this innate ability to be a high-level offensive mind, yet it always appears like he's customizing the offense around his pieces, as opposed to the pieces that he has needing to learn him. And that's always been my subtle critique of Sean Payton. It's more about all you chuckleheads need to learn me. Whereas I think Andy Reid historically has taken whatever type of quarterback he had. I mean, think about the wide variety of quarterback athletes he's had. Michael Vick, Alex Smith, Donovan McNabb, Patrick Mahomes. That's a pretty extensive list of various skill sets.
Yeah, it's if you look at, if you were to put it on an X and Y axis, you could have all four of those guys in different quadrants.
100%. But yet he's found a way to make it feel like it was customized for that guy. And then for also the pieces, like this isn't the same Kansas City Chiefs that had a younger Travis Kelce.
Totally forgot he coached Brett Favre too. He wasn't a head coach for Favre, but he was an assistant on Green Bay.
Oh yeah. Hey, he's there with Holmgren, right?
That's the reason why he loves why he's so good with Patrick. Mm-hmm. Why he's so good having guys off schedule. He learned from the best.
And just let him go do it, and just give him just enough guardrails to keep him. And that's the thing about Patrick. Patrick's more likely to abide by a set of rules than maybe a Brett Favre was. All you got to look into is,
but has the ability to. I'm just going to make something up on my feet and be just fine with it. You went into the break saying, I think the Broncos are going to be successful. Why?
Because they've matched up well historically with the Kansas City Chiefs. This is not the best Kansas City Chiefs team that we've seen. Raj, they're one game away. They're a loss to the Broncos away from being 500 after 10 contests.
If the playoffs started this weekend, Kansas City is out.
Okay, so that's one. I know they're trending in a positive direction after the 0-2 start. Patrick Mahomes is playing better football this year than he did last year. Kansas City Chiefs defense isn't playing better football than they were a year ago. A guy like Chris Jones, who seems like otherworldly 2 years ago, it's starting to catch up to him a little bit too.
Father Time's
Father
finally
Time
getting him?
it's creeping.
You know, he is the only player outside of the long snapper that was on the Chiefs prior to them winning their first of 9 straight AFC West titles.
That's crazy. That's a long run.
Maybe Kelsey was on the team too. Maybe. But he's
Time's
the
up
only
pretty
defensive
close.
team, or he's the only defensive player.
So the Broncos have matched up well since Sean Payton's been in Denver. I would say that the Russell Wilson performance in Kansas City, where you beat the Kansas City Chiefs, that was kind of a chef's kiss performance for Sean Payton as a play caller and as an offensive coach. Hey, guys, I know I don't have my quarterback. I don't have Diana Rossini telling everybody about my late night calls to him where it says I love my Q, because I didn't love my Q. He was Mr. Unlimited. Now he's a Cameo guy, big $333 Cameo guy. But when you went into Kansas City and you took down.
What would you fetch on Cameo?
What's that?
I said, what would you fetch on Cameo?
Like $1. Probably $1.
It's enough for a few beers.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you get some 50 centers, man, some PBRs. I think Bo Nix's gonna play good response football. Because I'll say this about Bo, and I'll go back to it. Bo even said it yesterday in his media availability. He used the word response. He's good at it. And he's good at it within the course of a game, responding to adversity in a game, responding to bad play, frankly, the majority of 3 quarters and plus some, and then playing well at the end. But he's also typically been pretty good from game to game. And he knows the standard wasn't up to snuff.
It does feel as though the Sean Payton Broncos, for the most part, they match competition, for better or for worse.
I didn't feel that last year, though.
Well,
Last year, they played well against all those Buns NFC South teams that were terrible. Remember, you dominated the Panthers. You dominated the Saints. You took it out on a very down-and-out Kirk Cousins and the Falcons that were bad last year.
But, like, you went to Kansas City and kept it like you should have beaten Kansas City in Week 10.
This year, I feel like that they've played down to bad teams, more so than a year ago, because the offense has regressed. It has. The offense isn't playing great against bad competition. Last year it did. Bo Nix beefed up his stats, and that was a critique against him. They can't play well against good teams. He plays awesome against he made a killing last year beefing up his stats against NFC South teams.
Like there were, I guess, but there were 2 losses last year that I went, you got outclassed by a better team and you did not match. And that was Baltimore,
Buffalo.
Yeah.
The
rest of the games I could go, you kind of matched.
I still kind of worry that those 2 teams are a problem for the Broncos. I do. Because I think
the quarterbacks.
Quarterbacks are so good. And I don't know what it is, but Patrick Mahomes, and you heard Travis Kelce even talking about it on his, what's this, New Heights?
New Heights
podcast. Denver's a tough place for them to play. It hasn't been all sunshine and rainbows for Patrick Mahomes. Remember Justin Simmons just harassing Patrick Mahomes for, it felt like 2 or 3 years. Interception numbers were high. Patrick Mahomes always looked like he was gassed, trying to run away from the pass rush. The offense is not going to repeat what they've done the last 2 weeks. They will be better. I don't believe it's going to be a 3-and-out fest like it was against the Texans and the Raiders.
How much does missing both J.K. Dobbins and Pat Surtain hurt?
Pat Surtain hurts a lot. I'm excited about R.J. Harvey in this spot.
Because he's hit some home runs.
And the other thing I think about Sean, I think Sean likes showing off R.J. Harvey.
Well, he's got touchdowns of like 48 and 50.
He's
got big-time home run. But outside of that, like if he's a bell cow back, take away those 2. I saw Nick Kosmider did a piece in The Athletic. If you take away those 2 big-time gashes, he averages like less than 3.
What I've been looking forward to, and this might be the gift that we've all been searching for, is to give a back an opportunity to bell cow it. And now with J.K. Dobbins out, even though I know he was the best guy,
you have no choice.
I hope.
Like, are you going to give Tyler Bidet 12 touches?
Gosh, I hope not. Because the analytics on Tyler Bidet right now are horrible. I mean, he has been a huge focal point in this offense in the pass game, and return on investment has been minimal to bad.
Or do you utilize the legs of Bo Nix?
Yes.
a little bit more in the early going.
Yes.
Because he's wants to get out of the pocket very early. So why not call some designed runs?
Well, guess what?
Or one read and get out plays. Maybe not a designed run, but
I like both.
If read one is not there, you go.
Sean Payton, West Coast offensive guys don't believe in one read and go, unless it's RPO, right? A lot of times RPO is put the ball in the.
Where's the slant if it's not there?
You get fooled. You got to take off and follow the backfield. Usually those are hits that you don't love your quarterback taking because you're running like inside zone or duo, which
you're hitting 300 pounds of meat.
Yeah, you're just running into
You're not running
wall.
into a corner.
Correct.
Whoa.
Whereas some of the design runs that you have seen in critical moments in the fourth quarter comebacks against the Giants and the Eagles, some of them were pass plays, design pass plays where Bo felt that space and said, screw it, I'm going. Some of it was like pin and pull concepts. I call it the TED scheme, which is tight end down block. And then Bo Nix is now getting on the edge on some formations that look to be very pass heavy formations. I'd love to see that. Now, I go back to this. It's going to be kind of cool to see a bell cow running back of R.J. Harvey and potentially an activated athlete mode, Bo Nix, because both those guys played for the same play caller in college, Gus Malzahn. And they understand it, man, because that's a big part of the philosophy of Gus Malzahn is use the quarterback as a primary ball carrier to complement your run game, to get your numbers right.
That's how Bo Nix beat Alabama as a freshman.
That's how it happened. And it's how Cam Newton became a competent football player outside of just a freakish athlete that's 6'6.5" and 270 pounds of twisted steel.
Dude, that Heisman Trophy national championship year at Auburn for him was so good.
Why not part of some of that world that we're talking about?
Well, because Bo's not six. Bo isn't Derrick Henry.
I said part of it. You don't need it 20 times a game. You need it 4 to 6 times a game. You need it in the red zone. You need it to get a first down when you're in a rut. When you watch these Broncos and it's a punt fest, and all we see is your Australian punter, Croshank, is out there and it's boom, boom, boom,
Hey,
boom.
now, it was a bad game. The week previous, he was sensational.
Well, the great thing about Croshank is that he is the most repped player at the
Croshank
position.
redemption.
Well, he's got the most reps of any punter in pro football right now. 53 of those puppies and counting. But the problem I see with the Broncos, when they go on that 3-and-out binge, it doesn't seem like there's anything that Sean Payton does rhythmically to change it up. Why not call a pin and pull scheme and get Bo Nix on the perimeter? Just to get something going. Maybe Bo will actually get into the game if he takes a big lick. Maybe somebody like Drew Tranquil hits him hard and it's like, let's go. And you see Bo get up in his face. Remember like last year against the Raiders, he got up in Max Crosby's face. That's the kind of stuff that I think activates Bo, gets him into athlete mode, gets him into response mode faster than the actual enormity of a fourth quarter that then Bo does most of the time. Come back.
You need immediate stimulus for Bo to respond rather than crap. Tails between my legs, 3 straight 3-and-outs. Now I need to. I understand that. It's shock therapy.
And I know this to be true. There has been a time where Sean Payton is just, all right, man, we got nothing to lose at this point. We're down 17. What do you want to run? Why don't you do that 0-0 when the game starts? Hey, got nothing to lose. We're the worst offense right now last 2 weeks in pro football. What do you want to run, Bo? What do you like? You want a little tempo? You want a little quarterback run? What do you want? You know, RPO? You want some RPO? Cool. That, to me, is the key. Troy Rank had a great article this morning in the Denver Post. It was about that very topic. And I said it last year when I was writing for the Denver Gazette. I believe wholeheartedly, Sean's got to do more of learning Bo and adapting to Bo than Bo needs to do adapting to Sean.
It's a Nugget Ticket Thursday. We're going to give you guys your next keyword on the other side of the break to get inside Ball Arena as the Nuggets take on the Chicago Bulls. Also, KJ's NFL Notes. Don't go anywhere. That's the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryan. You're listening to the Morning Sprint on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You're hitting 300 pounds of meat. That's the word. It's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, and that means we're putting you inside Ball Arena to see the best player on planet Earth. So text the keyword Jokic, Jokic, that is Jokic, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. This season, while you're at Ball, make sure to check out the Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5 only for the best fans in the NBA. And to win tickets to the Nuggets game, not tonight, but against the Bulls on November 17th, text Jokic, Jokic, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck, guys and gals. We will announce our winner coming up at 11:55. That is Jokic.
If you're on the fence whether or not you should text in, just do it. Because you get a pair of tickets, you can do something with those. So just text in the best player in the history of the game that Denver's ever seen. That's for dang sure. Jokic. Spell it right, too.
Jokic.
Spell it right.
If you don't spell it right, you don't get in.
Yeah. It's Jokic.
You come in here, you get my wife's name right. KJ, NFL notes. Christine F. Mr. Granderson, every single day here on the morning sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the gridiron. It's my first version in 51 days. Take it away.
All right, let's get you back on track, Rogers. Bo Nix, quarterback of your Denver Broncos, stepped up to the podium yesterday, and he talked about criticism. How does he respond to criticism? How does he like to tune out criticism? And let's just say in this day and age, he has a very unique answer to how most people deal with criticism.
That's a great question. For whatever reason in life and in football, people think that we have this opportunity to doubt or question or hype up or tear down, these guys. And it's really in sport in general. We make this entertainment business a lot bigger than what it is, and we forget that everybody's just out here having a good time, having fun, doing the best they can. But for me, it's quite simple, really. I delete all my social media. I don't even have it. So unless somebody says it to my face, I don't really hear it. And nobody's ever bold enough to say it to your face. So really, I don't get on social media. There was a time to where it was early on in my career at Auburn. We were undefeated. We went to Florida and we lost, and that's when I really actually got to know the bad side of this sport.
So he's going 0 dark 30, pulling a page out of LeBron's book?
Cool. I'm in. I love it. I did the same thing when I was a head coach at Western Kentucky as a youngster because I had to ride social media on my rise up the coaching ranks because I was recruiting. I was using it to promote the programs that I was coaching at.
Well, that had to be exhausting.
And then I just shut it down, turned it off, out. It was liberating, but it was also like I would cut out a significant drug addiction. I was like, where? I got to check that. No, I don't have it. It's not on any of my, I was a lot of itches. Now, one thing I will disagree with Bo about, especially because I've been at it at a fairly high level, not nearly as high as Bo's been at it as an NFL starting quarterback, but as a coach, people are paying their hard-earned money. So it's not just guys that are out having fun. So when people pay their hard-earned money for season tickets and the licenses to buy season tickets, and you yourself as a coach are making $18 million plus like Sean Payton is, or you yourself are making upwards of $100 million like Chris Bryant is, it goes with the dang territory, okay? To whom much is given, much is expected. And that's where a lot of the criticism comes from. So I don't think that anything about criticizing performance in high-level sport there's nothing wrong with a fan doing that.
If there was something wrong with it, we wouldn't have jobs.
You have to analyze what we see. And we see an entertainment industry that is predicated on performance. And that performance is very, very handsomely compensated. And I want to make sure that point is very clear. It's never personal. It's never like, I don't like that human being. But if their performance is subpar and they're making that money, and people are giving up their hard-earned money, you've got to be okay with the fact that there's going to be that in that arena.
It is magnified being both the quarterback and the head coach here in Denver. With the history of success with this franchise, particularly in the 80s and then obviously in the late 90s with the back-to-back Super Bowls, going into the Peyton Manning era with John Elway at the helm, ushering in that roster. It's got to be like it's way more intense than whatever New Orleans was. Correct?
Correct.
And I'm not saying the Saints don't have a similar type of chokehold on Louisiana. They do.
They do, but their media, from everything I've heard from people that have covered the Saints, compared to what a Broncos training camp presser looks like, it's 10-1. Broncos in favor of Saints. And a lot of it, especially that Sean's not probably used to, is all the little internet shows as well.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
That's relatively new.
Yeah,
that
relatively
wasn't the
new. And I would
in
say
the early
that,
2000s,
would
obviously.
you say that Denver's about the perfect place to have that? It's got its own little Silicon Slopes vibe to it. There's a lot of really talented marketing people in these areas. There's a lot of really talented audio, video producers of content. So you're going to see that a lot more than you will probably in New Orleans even today. But there are stupid little internet shows in New Orleans, just not as many as you see here.
KJ, what's next?
You like, holy.
Well, everybody that stepped up to the podium yesterday for the Broncos made sure that they let the world know that they understand the significance of not only this game, but the fact that this is a divisional matchup and how much is riding on it. And across the street, and what I mean by across the street is 7.5 hours away, Patrick Mahomes stepped up to the podium yesterday as well. And in his own little Mahomes snark way, said that he understands the magnitude of this game as well.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you lose this game, it's going to be with them having the tiebreaker and would that be like 4 games ahead of us? It'd be tough to go back and get that one. But all you can do is just handle this week, and that's all you can really worry about. And we still play a lot of great football teams, but like I said, I feel like if we play our best, we can beat anybody. And so we have to just continue to get better and better, be more consistent throughout games and throughout week to week, and that starts with practice today.
Patrick, also related to that, I mean, how much do you feel like having that as the first goal and being successful at it with the divisions has really been the underpinning for everything else you guys have been able to do? I mean, I know you can get to the playoffs without it, but I mean, how much has that been like foundational to?
Yeah, I think, first off, you get the home game at Arrowhead, which I think is huge, and we've proved that we can go on the road and win, but just being able to play at Arrowhead is an advantage. I mean, with the noise and the atmosphere, and you can feed off the crowd and stuff like that, and so, and it kind of checks that first box for you to show that you've accomplished something in the year, and now let's build on to the next goal, and so it's been something that's been important to us. And so we'll still have that mindset of finding a way to win it this year, but it all starts with this week.
It's a must-win game for them. You have to find a way to win this thing. I'm not saying it's because you need the home field advantage in the playoffs. They don't. They're good enough to find a way to win on the road. They've already
You're
proven
talking
it.
about the Chiefs, or you're talking about who is
The
this
Chiefs.
more? Oh, this is
It's
absolute
a must-win game.
Exclamation point, all caps, must win.
I don't know if you can make the playoffs if you're Kansas City at 5-5 with what is happening in front of you in the AFC. I don't want to say they lose this game to the Broncos and they're dead in the water because it's Patrick Mahomes and that's like blasphemous to say. Here's the rest of their schedule. If they were to lose that, they'd be 1-2 in the division, 5-5. They would not have a tiebreaker over Denver, right? Obviously, that could change by week 18.
Right.
Or rather week 17. Home against Indy, playing good football. Really tough game. At Dallas.
Never know.
You never know, right?
Never know.
Even though you killed Dallas at home,
They got
as
two
the
mutants
Broncos,
playing receiver.
Right.
And,
You
and when
never
those
know.
guys are right, they can score.
If
They can score 45 in a hurry.
If CeeDee Lamb is healthy and Dak is feeling it, I don't think their defense can do anything, but could they win a 45-42 shootout?
Also, the defense has stabilized a little bit since the first 5 games.
Home against Houston.
Never know.
Home against the Chargers. Really tough game. At Tennessee, walloping win. Home against Denver in week 17.
Yep.
And then at Vegas, a walloping win in week 18.
So there's 2 guarantees.
2 guarantees, 2 very winnable games, and I would say 4 50-50s.
So you're looking at If you were to just go straight down the middle, that's a 500 remaining schedule. You miss the playoffs.
Right. They have to beat Denver, man. This is absolutely massive.
Okay,
for Kansas City.
So you say this, and I agree. As it relates to the actual playoff implications for a Kansas City Chiefs that has not missed the playoffs in a decade, this is must win. For the Denver Broncos, it's a different kind of must win. It's a narrative must win. It is a cultural must win. It is a everything is okay must win.
Oh, it's a are you real must win. Because if you at home against Kansas City, the defense looks good enough, but the offense sucks and you lose. You go,
and especially if Bo has a terrible offensive game again. Bo and the offense is a 3-and-out fest, and Crawshaw has 7 punts, and now you're at 60 punts through 11 contests.
But you lose a one-score game. It's you lose 20-13 or 17-13. You go, where are we?
Yeah,
what does 8-3 mean?
It feels like last year. You're going to make the playoffs and lose in the first round.
I know they haven't been good the last couple of weeks, man. And Bo feels like there's been a regression, and there has been. I famously said going into the season I thought he was immune to being a sophomore slump quarterback. Not so much at this point.
But there's an asterisk next to that sophomore slump, right? Because he's done the thing that I wanted to see the most, which is fourth quarter, win the games. Win the game and be a dude with the game on the line.
At the very least, there has been growth somewhere.
I was unimpressed with Bo Nix, the college quarterback, in terms of winning the high stress fourth quarter games against really damn good teams.
He never did. Like, the only one he really did was as an 18-year-old against Bama. That was largely the only big-time game he won.
And then the Washington games, he kept losing them. Those games against really good teams with a lot of, and it came down to the fourth quarter, I felt like he just never could get his team over the hump. He did that this year. Twice. Once against the defending Super Bowl champions, who, by the way, are still 8-2. And he did it in their building. Pretty impressive.
KJ, keep it rolling.
You like, holy.
Well, coming up on Sunday Night Football this week, we have a potential NFC Championship preview because we have the Lions versus the Eagles, which you can hear on AM 950 on Sunday because the Avs game will be on 92.5. Nonetheless, Dan Campbell, he's absolutely beside himself when it comes to this constant talk about whether you ban the tush push or not. He's like, stop taking away from what makes football football.
I don't. Well, here's why. I'm a purist, man. You take something else out of the game, then we're taking the next thing out of the game. Then you're taking another thing out of the game. Then pretty soon we don't have pads anymore. And then pretty soon you're only playing 30 minutes. And then pretty soon it's, so that's why I don't want to take it out of the game. It's something, a team's got a niche. They found something. They're good at it. And it's for everybody else to stop. And it's unique. And it's physical. And more than anything, I just don't want to take anything else out of the game. I just want to leave the game alone. That's me.
I understand the slippery slope fallacy here. I get it. But you guys know my stance on the tush push. I think it is aesthetically displeasing. Therefore, I would like it out of the game. And I do believe that the NFL will eventually take it out because I don't think it looks good on television. And the NFL, first and foremost, is not a sports league. It is an entertainment league. They are a television product. And if things don't look good on television, they change it.
I consider myself a football guy. Dan Campbell, certified football guy.
I totally get that.
Real
I'm not
football
in that vein.
Guys know that the beginning of this sport looked almost exclusively like the tush push. That's what the game was. Look at rugby. That's where this game all came from. It stemmed from the game of rugby.
When's the last time you watched a rugby game?
I love rugby sevens, man. It was awesome. Do you remember watching it during the Olympics? So much fun.
Alona Mara was pretty dope.
She's awesome. Just watching people just get into sniffers and just it's one of my favorite things to do. When I'm like teaching like a fullback or a tight end to get into a certain position, I'm like, dude, Just put your beak right there in his crack, man. Get in that sniffer. You got it, buddy.
Oh my God.
That's what the origins of this game is, man. You were sniffing some tailpipe, buddy.
I totally understand
Sniffing
that.
some
Like
duck butter.
my stance on this is such a not football guy take, and I have unfortunately had to reconcile that and be okay with it.
You know anything about duck butter?
What is duck butter?
You know, is that a generational?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
303-504-0925.
Duck butter.
In addition,
B-U-T-T-R.
In addition to texting in Jokic, Jokic to 303-504-0925 to get yourself tickets to a Nuggets game. Also, tell me the definition. Tell Raj the definition of duck butter. Please tell us.
Yeah,
because you're sniffing it.
I still think they're going to take it out eventually, man. It's too hard to figure out who's onside and who's offside. Like the neutral zone doesn't exist with the tush push. Doesn't exist. I think on any other play in the game, you would have flags going pre-snap. It's just tough to referee. I think it is. I know it's a soft take. I just see how the NFL changes things that aren't exciting, and that is not exciting.
I think it's wildly exciting. The 641 here just didn't define it for me, but sniffing duck butter with 7 crying, laughing emojis.
Make sure you guys text in
here
Jokic.
it is. Here it is. Yes. Read the 910 there, Raj.
Read
the 910.
I can't read that on air.
Are you sure?
Oh, yeah.
Gooch yogurt?
Well, you're going to be the guy. I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Text Jokic.
I've never heard Gooch yogurt.
Jokic. That is Jokic to 303-504-0925. It's your last chance to get in on the morning sprint to win tickets to see the Nuggets take on the Chicago Bulls on November 17th, 303-504-0925. Text the word Jokic with your first and your last name. We'll give away tickets coming up at 11:55. Morning Sprint rolls into our final 15. PhD is coming up next. Stoney's on Lincoln is the place to be tonight. Make sure you guys get there to enter to win a John Elway autographed picture. Grab a dew and a brew, watch Thursday Night Football, and, of course, keep your eye on the very best team in the NHL as the Avs host the Buffalo Sabres tonight at 7 p.m. You can listen to that game right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. 6:30 pregame show starts with Berto and Connor McDavid. There's no better place to watch these games than Stoney's on Lincoln tonight with DMac starting at 6 p.m. thanks to our friends at the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey, Tullamore Dew.
Did you say Connor McDavid?
I thought I said Connor McGahey. It's very similar.
Yeah, it was. I might have heard it wrong.
I believe it's Connor McGahey.
Connor McPickles?
McPickles.
There he is.
McGahey's very happy that I've decided to return to the airwaves. It has been delightful hanging out with you guys today. I've missed this so much. I've missed all of you guys on the text line and on YouTube.
Miss you too, brother.
On Twitch. It's been a long 7 weeks without you. Baby girl and wife are doing just fine. We're healthy, happy, cute girl, and but I have missed this. I've had the itch for a few weeks, and as I told you guys a couple weeks ago when I jumped on the show, soon. And now is soon.
I was very reticent to welcome you back with open arms.
Oh no!
Until you came in
with a gift.
With a gift, and you brought me a beautiful sweater from my alma mater, Boise State Broncos.
Okay, hold on. I have a story with this Boise State Broncos hockey jersey. I've been trying for over a year to get you a jersey.
You've told me about this.
I told you, I was
didn't tell me what it was.
Okay.
So my mind was like, I don't know, something.
I tried so hard to get either like a 5 because that's when you graduated or a 2 because that's what you wore. I just struck out on those. And finally was able to get you a 93, but there's a captain's A on it,
which I love.
It's a good looking jersey. I love a black hockey jersey for some reason.
I
don't know why.
You knew that you're the captain of this show. I'm the assistant captain, or the vice captain, right? Like that's what I do.
See something I've never had in my life. Nor would you ever want to give it to me. I made a mistake. So I was texting with a college student, right, to get this jersey sent to me.
Male or female?
At the time, I didn't know.
Okay.
Micah could be male or could be female.
Probably male?
Probably male, especially when you're talking about college hockey.
Yeah.
So Micah sent me their Venmo handle. And unfortunately, they put a dash instead of an underscore. And because I didn't have a number, when Venmo jumped up and was like, hey, do you want to verify this? I was like, no, this is what was sent to me. So I sent the requisite dollars to the wrong Micah. And it went to a young woman at the University of Southern Mississippi.
KJ.
Yes, I know.
That's KJ's alma mater.
That's what I'm saying.
KJ,
I'm like, whoa.
If you know a Micah,
what you know
get
about
on the horn.
What you
because
know
she
about
owes me some
Hattiesburg?
cash.
Hey, let me make a few phone calls down there, man. As a matter of fact, let me call Brett Favre. I know he can get
all
your money
I know
back.
is there more Waffle Houses in Hattiesburg or actual classrooms.
So definitely Waffle House.
I have a question. I requested that Micah resend me my funds. And I sent a bunch of comments being like, hey, I'm not trying to scam you. I screwed up. I'm the idiot, but please be a good person. Cancel this. Send me back the cash. I got 2 declines and a block on Venmo. I have sent 3 messages on Instagram and Facebook being like, hey, I'm the idiot. I'm not scamming you. Please send me back that cash. I got blocked on both of those platforms as well. Am I a bigger idiot for having sent it to the wrong Micah, or is she a bigger scumbag for not sending it back to me?
You're an idiot. Yeah, you got to double check your work when it involves financial transactions. Once it's out, especially in the new Venmo world, where if it's sent out, it's gone, right? That's how it goes. So you got to take your time with that, Raj. Okay, so you're an idiot. Yep. Number 2, what's the beer of choice down there in Hattiesburg, Mississippi? Do you think these days, KJ? You think it's Natty? Do you think it's Natty Ice?
Yeah, I paid for a few 30 racks.
There was 1 beers was consumed right there. A lot of 1 beers.
As long as they're beers and it's not like, a wine cooler. Although a wine cooler, it's kind of nice.
There's definitely some boons down there, huh? Some boons?
It's kind of 50-50 right now. I'm getting a lot of like, Raj, you're an idiot, or she's a scumbag. It's kind of 50-50. Maybe it's my fault.
It's a great story right here from Nick right here. I had a random guy send me $900 for a fantasy football league last year. Made him sweat it a couple days. Then I sent it back in full, and he sent me $10 to get 1 beers.
That's what I would have done. I would have sent back a 20. Like, here's your cover for the next 3 nights of bars at Southern Miss.
Well, I'm very appreciative that you made a mistake, and I got basically one jersey for the price of two. Poor Cammy's
wearing a gold flake jersey.
No, yeah, Cammy's wearing recyclable diapers now as a result. Cammy's like, gosh, dang it, I want some Huggies, man.
My wife went, the next time you want to play golf, I'm saying no because you just paid for it. And I went, you know what?
Let's have a real, honest, come to Jesus moment here, Raj. How many times have you played golf?
Twice.
That's not bad.
Twice.
That's pretty good. That's actually, I respect that. That's a good number. That's a healthy number.
That's it. I got out with McGahee at Bear Dance. I had a good time.
That's good too. Getting out with the boy, with the guy, friend of the program.
Well, he was the one that was like, "Hey, you should probably get back on air." And I went, "Yeah, I know. I'm coming back. I'll be there. I'll be there."
I can't believe you all are still listening.
Oh man.
He's about the only person that could say that to you in that way, and you'd be like, "Yeah, you're probably good." Like if I would have told you, you'd be like, "It's not over. It's just not."
It's not over. Outside of Pat Surtain, Alex Singleton, J.K. Dobbins, is there anyone else on the Broncos injury report that scares the crap
Give me
out
that
of
list again. I missed it.
Jonathan Cooper, Marvin Mims, Nate Adkins, J.K. Dobbins, Jonah Ellis, Trent Sherfield, Alex Singleton, Pat Surtain.
It's a pretty big list.
Outside of Surtain, Singleton, which, by the way, playing a game and then the next day going in for surgery for testicular cancer, by the way, males aged 15 to 40, check your boys once a month in the shower. That is the most prevalent cancer.
Can you teach me how to
40.
check my boys? I don't know exactly what to do.
You know what? We can have that conversation. Maybe after one beers.
Is it over?
It's not over. It's not over. Check them once in the shower.
To be fair, yesterday, I was kind of freaked out about it myself, right? You kind of get to that. Every time you hear somebody else go through it, you're like, oh, I think I got it. So recently, because I've had a cough and a nasal drip, post-nasal drip for the last 8 weeks, my wife has been kicking me physically, like assaulting me because I've been snoring so dang bad because of all the things that I have. So I've been sleeping on my side to try to avoid snoring. And then I wake up, my boys are a little tender. I'm like,
so they've been compressed. They've been in a vice the whole evening.
So I went and got my blood work checked just to make sure that I was good and my boys are healthy. It's good.
Singleton working back, and hopefully he says he's going to return this season. That's damn impressive from Singleton. Anyone on that list that scares you more than the obvious of Pat Surtain and J.K.
The
Dobbins?
one I want back very badly is Marvin Mims Jr. I'm ready for Marvin Mims Jr. to give this offense a shot in the arm. And I know it wasn't really present, but we've seen it before, and I hope we see it again. I trust Marvin Mims Jr., Sean. Yeah, you're over there. I know you have your little, saint, the patron saint of narcissism, St. Sean candle that we lit on the morning sprint, and we'll continue to light all week. But as I look at you, I'm making eye contact, Sean. Marvin Mims Jr., I would trust him more getting behind the defense and coming down with the football with Bo Nix throwing to him than I would Troy Franklin right now. Can we just change it up a little bit? I want Marvin Mims.
If he's back in the lineup, this is a wonderful week to utilize him as your Swiss Army knife, right? With J.K. Dobbins out, does he get a carry or two? Does he get an end around? Do you see, instead of 2 wide receiver bubble screens to Marvin Mims, do you see 3 to 5? It could be a huge game for him.
Can we throw it to Marvin Mims like going vertical? I just don't like all the sideways, man. I'm seeing so much sideways. I don't want any more sideways.
What about a little jet touch pass?
I'm good with that. That's different.
Okay.
That's different.
Because that's in front of you.
It's a good boy.
It's not down the field, but it's in front of you.
Sean, that's a good boy. You call that jet screen. Or a little under center jet.
I could do under.
And
what about
some
Wildcat?
Ooh.
Not him.
J.K. Dobbins. Not J.K., excuse me. R.J. Harvey.
All right.
High school quarterback, remember?
R.J. Harvey, Wildcat, jet touch pass to Marvin Mims Jr.
Love it.
In the red zone.
And then a flip back up.
No, that's too much. Too much.
No, to Bo Nix, who's going to throw it across the field to...
We're getting into 3rd and 1 territory right now, double pass, and that is a sin.
Okay, just run R.J. Harvey on Q power.
Done.
Be
my guest. Some Avs news before we get out of here. Avs and Buffalo Sabres this evening, 7 p.m. at Ball Arena. Can listen to it right here on 92.5. Scott Wedgwood signs a contract extension. 1 extra year of the wedgie and the woodshed $2.5 million through the 2027-2028 season. So Wedgie's here to stay. Congratulations to our Nuggets ticket winner, Kin Schumann. Congratulations, Kin. You're going to see the Nuggets on November 17th take on the Chicago Bulls, but for the first time in 7 weeks, for Coach Sanford, for KJ Granderson, and the effigy of Sean Payton, this very, very hot candle that's next to me. I'm Alex Ryan Emmy. PhD's coming up next. Love all of you. I can't wait to talk to you tomorrow on a Bud Light Football Friday.
Blow it out.
Jokic against Lopez got fouled and made the jumper. Oh, that's a silly foul by a veteran player in Brook Lopez. Back on the left side, Jokic 3. Money! 32-22. Denver leads it by 10. Just over 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Joker has 18 first quarter points. Doesn't shoot it, throws it off over to Christian, gets it right back. Joker looking for his career high in the first quarter. Can he get it? Jumper. Good! That's 20 for Joker in the first quarter. A new career high. High right side is Hardaway. Throws it off over to Jokic for 3. Jumper's nothing but net. That'll help. Nuggets are within 5 here. It's 60-55 Los Angeles. Hardaway in the paint to Joker. Runs over a player. Got it in a foul as well on John Collins. He tried to flop, didn't get the whistle, and this will be an and-one free throw for Nikola. Kick out over to Hardaway. Throws out to Jokic for 3. Get at me! Nuggets with the big three-pointer on a 27-8 run. Denver leads it by 14. Joker looking for a 50-piece from the free throw line. Got it! That's 50 for Joker in Los Angeles. That's 5-0 for Jokic. He has scored 50 points in 29 minutes. Murray turns the corner. He's inside the arc. Throws it off over to Jokic. Jokic has it one-on-one with Sanders. Bully ball, spins at the dotted line. Jumper's good! 52 for Jokic in the basketball game. On a second night of a back-to-back, and Denver leads at 102-87. Watson's in the paint, throws out of it to Spencer. Left side corner pass over to Bruce Brown. Split the defenders, gets down the lane, layup won't go. Tipped up and in by Jokic, and that's 54 for Joker in Los Angeles. There's the horn in L.A. Denver on a second game of a back-to-back. Jump on Jokic's back. He drives 55 tonight, people. 55 points for Jokic. And the Nuggets win the second game of a back-to-back tonight in L.A. by the final of 130-116.
We're going to call ourselves the Beardos. It's all the guys with beards. Instead of weirdos, they're Beardos. But I'm thinking Valanciunas has got to be the captain of the Beardos.
That's what, he's the only one who has beard. We all has wannabe beard.
Wannabe beard.
Yeah. And with that, welcome to the show. Man, we got a ton of stuff going on. Bo is all bummed out. We'll have a therapy session for him in a little bit. Paul D. Podesta on how to change the Rockies. We'll get there. Adam Schefter in about 15 minutes. But as we start the program, we go to Beardo number 1, and that's Scott Hastings on a blackout day. And I find that expression kind of funny, a blackout day, because I don't know if that means you just got blackout drunk the day before. It's blackout like you just don't have anything going on. Either way is fine by me for this Nuggets team, Scott. They deserve whatever they want to take in today. Boy, oh boy, have they earned a good day off. And Nikola Jokic, what are your favorite numbers? Where do you want to even go with that performance?
Well, after he was announced on Monday as the player of the week in the NBA, back-to-back road games, he is now in Sacramento and L.A. Let me see what it is. Oh, let's say 34 of 42 shooting for 90 points.
Jeez.
Hey, man, after the first quarter, I thought he might have 100 points.
It was looking that way, didn't it?
Holy cow. Were those the most points he's ever had in a first quarter?
What was it, like 25 or something like that?
Yeah, 25. He had 25. Yeah. That's the most he's ever had in the fourth or in the first quarter. I think in any quarter, to be honest with you.
Wow.
It's funny. And I said it in Sacramento. This guy is playing three-dimensional chess, and everybody else is playing checkers. I mean, that's the best way to describe it. If you a fan of Star Trek, they used to have that three-dimensional chess game they'd always play, but that's Joker. You could tell, and by the way, 18. What was he last night? 18 of 23. He started the game 0 for 2.
Right.
So he went 18 for 21 after his first 2 shots in the game.
5 of 6 from 3, 14 of 16 from the line. And it was interesting because Adelman put him back in. By the way, David Adelman will join us at 1:20 today. So in a blackout day, he's making some time for us, which we appreciate. He did put him back in the game with 6 minutes to go, and Bennett from the Post kind of asked him about it, and he got snippy a little bit, Adelman, because he was like, unless you have a 40-point lead in the NBA, nothing's safe, and I'd be stupid not to put my best player back in. And I was like, okay, note to self, never ask that question.
Well, you know what's interesting about that is anybody on the team played in that game last night. I mean, the 14 guys actually played, and the majority of the guys were playing 10-plus minutes. So he did get a lot of guys on the court, but it was interesting that he put him back right there in the fourth when it probably didn't feel necessary.
There's a certain paranoia that probably has leaked from Malone down to Adelman, and throughout the history, Scott, of NBA coaching, no lead is safe. But I think he might have taken a little bit of offense because you could be suggesting, oh, were you just trying to pile up more points for Jokic when he already had 50 points? I didn't think so at all. And I think Jokic had a couple of buckets after that, but it was funny that they tried to double team him, and because he didn't have a lot of assists last night. Why? Well, because they weren't really double teaming him till the end. He had 6 assists, but as soon as they put 2 guys on him, he's like, all right, fine, here you go. And it made me wonder, are more teams going to do this? Are more teams just going to say, fine, score 35 to 40 points? Do you know this is the first time in 5 tries, I believe, Scott, if I got this right, that Jokic has scored 50-plus points and actually won the game? I believe he's 0 for 4 on the other 4 attempts, and they actually won this one. And that question was asked last night, too. What do you think, Scott?
Well, somebody asked Ty Lue, what was your game plan? He goes, well, yeah, we wanted to take everybody else out of the game. And
okay.
that's been
Interesting.
a game plan for stars forever and ever. Let the big guy get his, and we'll just shut down everybody else. And then Ty Lue said, except I wouldn't expect him to get 55. We'll let him get his 30. Yeah. We'll let him get his 30, but you gave him, that 55. That's like 3 people scoring. That's like two 20-point scores and another double-figure score. So, listen, he's just special, man. And what I was going to say, start over 2, but you could also tell the team looked like they had got in at 3 o'clock, got to bed at 3:30 in the morning.
Yep.
And they came out just flat, sluggish.
Oh, yeah.
And a bunch of their turnovers were early. Passes were behind. Lazy passes, put the ball over your head, get it deflected, stolen. Shots were all coming up short. And you could tell about 3 minutes in, Joker said, these guys ain't ready to play. And that's when that's the chess player in Joker said, okay, you guys ain't going to play? Let me show you.
Yeah, because they scored 39 points in the first quarter. It did start out sluggish, but they still scored 39, and he had 20.
Yeah, but there is an interesting theme. There's an interesting theme over the last few games of. I mean, I'm not saying they're playing with their food in the first half, but they go into halftime with close games, and then come out of halftime, and gosh, it's fun when you could literally see this team just turn it up a notch when they take it to that next level. There are so many fun guys. I've just fallen so in love with Tim Hardaway Jr. personally. He's the guy that I'm just like, what an addition to the basketball.
Unbelievable.
Obviously, I know he's been in the league. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. There's been great teams, Tyler, that does this. The Lakers back in the day with Kobe would make you exert so much energy in the first half to stay with you, and you just stayed in touch. And then all of a sudden, I remember games, Kobe's got 5 points at halftime. You got an 8-point lead, and you're all fired up. And then next thing you know, Kobe gets 23 in the third quarter, and all of a sudden you go into the fourth down 15. Golden State, but when they had Durant with Clay and Curry, we kind of did that a lot too. I wouldn't say they're playing food, but and Muhammad Ali used to do this, right? Well, I'm gonna let you see what you think you can do in the first 5 rounds, and then all of a sudden you're gonna wear yourself out, and then all of a sudden, boom, boom, boom. Listen, that was a special performance, and going back to the putting him in late, you know that Oklahoma City, who's balling right now, 12-1, right?
Right.
You know the one loss they had, they were down. They were up 21 points in the second half.
Right. No lead to save.
And then they just rolled back in there and ended up losing lead. And so there's a lot of – and listen, Denver lost a Game 7 up 20 points in the second half. And I think there's a little bit of panic. The old adage in my day, because before the guys were taking tons of three-pointers and you had so many three-point shooters, you had a 20-point lead in the fourth quarter, game's over, here you go, let's get out of here. Nowadays, I think you'd be surprised to see the number of 20-point games that are lost, 20-point leads that are lost in the league over the last 2 or 3 years. So, yeah, and listen, Joker's also smart. He's going to come in there. I think one of his buckets was because he had a tip in, right?
Mm-hmm.
He just got the offensive glass. I think they cut it down to 13 or something like that. Joker, bip, 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 tip in. Okay, 15. Here we go. Or, something, or 15, but that's 17.
Right.
No, but it's a good win. I'm telling you, back-to-backs it's a mental game. We asked Joker about it. I think we asked him in the post-game interview, and he said, "Listen, it's about your warm-up. You got to get your body going. You got to get your sweat going. You got to move." And I kind of said that in the first quarter. And Chris said, "How long does it take, guys to get ready in back-to-backs?" Well, sometimes it never happens. Guys are just too tired, and then they mentally just say, "Man, I don't want to push it this hard." Sometimes it takes a half a quarter, which I think it took about, a third of a quarter for listen, I'm not even sure the rest of the team got going in the first quarter. You scored 39, Joker had 25. So, I mean, how much of the rest of the guys got going,
Well, we'll dig into it more. The numbers are astonishing. Whatever moron on the radio suggested that Jokic take the second day off. What an idiot that person is. The Beardos comment, can we really get this Beardos thing going? Is this possibly a thing? Holy cow, would that be great? So we have tons to get on with the Nuggets today, and it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We'll have a keyword coming up next, as we will be joined by Adam Schefter. He's got a little bit of a scheduling deal today, so he's coming on a little bit earlier. He'll join us here at around 12:20 or so. So tons to get to, and the Bo Nix therapy session. Oh, my God. Yikes. Somebody give this guy a lollipop. It's PhD here on 92.5. Well, you just heard Scott about, hey, you got back-to-back games. It takes a little bit more to get going. Well, if life takes a little bit more for you to get going, I've got an answer for you, and that's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone causes all sorts of sludgery in your life, whether it's brain fog, lousy workouts, decrease in libido, whatever. And it happens. It happens. Guys in their mid to 30s to early 30s start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production, so it all adds up. You're no different than a lot of other guys. Here's what the difference could be, though. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz on their website. 10 questions, yes or no. It just takes a couple of minutes. They're going to draw your blood and have your result within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review your results, discuss your options, and then you go from there. It's $99. You get that T and a PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, well, everything's free. So listen, get with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Great location in Castle Rock. Beautiful locations, too, in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today at 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Before we get to Adam, it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We're putting you in Ball Arena to see the best player in the world. That's right, Hunter Tyson. Text the keyword Sears, S-E-A-R-S. This is for the Bulls Sears Tower. It's a building. I got that right off the bat. Thank you. 303-504-0925. Make sure you check out Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5. Go to Nuggets games against the Bulls on November 17th. Text Sears, like the Sears Tower, 303-504-0925. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. We welcome Adam Schefter. Did we play the intro for Adam? We did. All right. Adam Schefter. Sorry, Adam. Is brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza, where you get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, all at one location. Right on. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. Adam, as I troll through your Twitter, you have a body tattoo on. So you are shirtless and you are tattooed on both sleeves of your arm and your chest and your back. Care to explain?
Some new artwork that I got done here recently. Was in the parlor there and got it all taken care of there, DMac.
Well, it's a great new look, and I think you've been wanting and needing that ink for a long time. So to see Adam fully tattooed up, well, there it is right there, actually. I can just show everybody kind of there. Look at that body. It's incredible. Incredible work right there, Adam.
Thank you. Thank you, DMac.
All right. Adam, the Chiefs are what this year?
The Chiefs are not in the playoffs if the postseason were to begin today. How about that?
Yeah, what's this game mean for them? I mean, this is a wild game for the Chiefs, huh?
It's they are 5-4. If they lose this game, then they would be 5-5, which again, you can still make the playoffs at 5-5, but you make life a little bit more challenging and difficult. That's for sure. Denver can't put away the Chiefs, but they can damage the Chiefs and make it such that their path to the postseason would be a lot more convoluted and difficult to achieve.
When you look at this game, I think we said about it yesterday. It's almost a must-win, and like you said, it's a long way to go. But it in the scenarios, and whether you like the term must-win or not, it's almost like that for the Chiefs. The Nuggets or the Broncos can survive it. It still kind of sends a poor message to them. But listen, if the Chiefs don't win it, listen, doesn't seem like the Chargers are going to go anywhere. If the Broncos win it, they're going to be 9-2. It doesn't seem like they're going to go anywhere. The reign of the champs might be over if Kansas City loses this game.
Again, it's damaged, but we'll see how it goes. I happen to think, and Scott and I have been on the same side of these things. Usually, I think Kansas City's going to come out and play a great game on Sunday. I think it's going to be a tough game for Denver to win. I expect Denver to play well. DMac can tell us how he expects the Broncos to play this week, Scott, right? Like coming off the 31-10 victory he was expecting last Thursday night when he told a close game, right? Right?
Yeah, well,
I think you said it was going to be a close game.
Yeah, I mean, whatever I say, at least I'm not paying off a bet today. I mean, there's
you don't owe Adam about $10,000.
I'm not wearing like a tattoo shirt like Adam was with Will Compton for whatever reason, but
I think that was for Taylor.
Hey, I was wrong, okay? I was wrong a couple times here, Adam. And the nature of why I was wrong is this, what seems to appear complicated relationship all of a sudden with Bo Nix and Sean Payton. What are you hearing behind the scenes about how these two are getting along with each other?
Well, why do you ask that it's a complicated relationship? I'm just curious what leads you to ask that question.
Well, so first of all, we've been hearing a bunch of stuff. Second of all, we saw Bo Nix's press conference, and I thought he was going to jump off the Brooklyn Bridge yesterday if the Brooklyn Bridge was anywhere near Denver. Like, this guy is in a tough headspace right now. So, and Sean, Adam, just to keep it real, Sean is Sean. So I take that all together and I deduce that it's a complicated relationship.
I think that's probably fair. I don't know that it's been smooth sailing this year. Maybe not quite as smooth as other people would like. I don't know exactly what that means, but it doesn't seem like it's kumbaya the way it was last year. It's an evolving, like relationships go through stages, right? You could just think about any relationship, any meaningful relationship you've had with people. There are ups and downs, and times when it's better and times when it's worse. And I just think that they're still adjusting to each other and figuring each other out as they go through this year, which hasn't been as smooth and simple as last year so far, which is kind of ironic because what's their record? 7-2?
8-2.
8-2. Well, yeah. So they may not be getting along quite as well. It may not be quite as smooth, but they're 8-2. They're 8-2. They're not winning games as convincingly as DMac would have us believe, Scott, but they're 8-2.
Right. By the way, DMac is done with that for the rest of the year. But trust me, you got me on that, no doubt.
Well, you know what's funny about that, Adam? Broncos are 8-2, but they've got problems, especially as you sit here locally and you look at it offensively. But couldn't you say that about almost all of the 8-2 teams this year, the 7-win teams? I mean, could you say that about the? I don't know. Maybe you could or could not. You could say it about the Eagles. Could you say it about the Bucks? About I don't know, Patriots. I mean, all these teams that are atop of the league. It feels like there are warts.
No, there's no question, and I just think it's a very evenly matched league right now. Like I really think the Rams and the Seahawks might be the two best teams in the league. Yeah. I think the Lions aren't far behind, but you can make a case for about 10 different teams winning the Super Bowl this year. Easily, 10-12. And I think team 10, 11, 12 might be just as apt to win the game as team 1, 2, 3. Like, there's just a lot of really good teams. Denver's one of them. And it's going to be which team improves, which team steadies the ship, which team stays healthy, which team gets some momentum that's able to go as far as it wants to go right now.
Yeah, and you look at this, and we saw Denver win a championship, Super Bowl 50 in 2015, with just an all-world kind of defense, the no-fly zone, and Peyton Manning in his last year, who still carries the aura, right, Adam? And there is something about the aura of great all-timers, but he did not have statistically a great year. He would make a play or two during the regular season that would, he'd throw 3 picks and all of a sudden he's leading the last-minute drive to beat Cleveland or Kansas City or some of these other teams. That's the scary part for me with this Bronco team. I think they've got an all-world defense again. Yeah. I think Vance Joseph is just killing it from the defensive side of the football. But you got a young quarterback and a head coach that seem to be a little off on what they want to do. And because he's young, there's no paper behind Bo Nix right now. Peyton Manning still had paper. Even though he was struggling in 15, he had creds and paper behind him. That's the scary thing with the fans now is Bo Nix hasn't developed that paper yet behind him to give him full trust that he's going to improve and figure this out.
Well, and again, I think it's a whole process that you go through initially. Like you learn as a player certain things that you can do, certain things you can't do. These relationships evolve. Like even John Elway and Dan Reeves, this isn't that. Okay, this isn't that. But there were points early on like it was good and maybe not as good. And then I think at the end there was, even as much as there was strain at one point, there was a respect. And I don't know where they're at right now. But again, like I said, I think it's fair that you're raising the question, DMac, and we're discussing it today. Those two can answer far better than I can. But, I just don't think it's been smooth sailing the way it was last year. That's all.
Yeah, that's the big question we have here is how sustainable is this? Because nobody has a question now, Adam, that the Broncos are a playoff team. Nobody here is questioning that. The question is how far can they go? And can they? And we know this isn't a make or break game. We think the Broncos are going to get to the playoffs no matter what happens to them against the Chiefs. But if you're going to win a Super Bowl, if you're really one of those teams, to us, we feel like this is a bellwether game on Sunday. And maybe for the Chiefs, right? Like, where's their dynasty going? Is it time for them to rebuild a little bit? Who knows? I mean, it's a huge game, all things considered.
Yeah, I'm not going to read that much into it. Like, if Denver doesn't win this game, that doesn't mean to me that they can't win the Super Bowl. It just doesn't. I think that you want to just continue ascending. And if they happen to lose and it's a step back, I still think the team is good enough to rebound, get it together, rally in the postseason. if they don't win Sunday, it'll make their path there more difficult. I still think it'll be attainable, but I think from a psychological standpoint, you win the game Sunday, you feel like, you know what? We just beat the team that has been a regular AFC champion, team that nobody could beat. And they've played well against this team, even when they weren't very good, the Broncos, in recent years. They've given the Chiefs a lot of fits. So I don't know. I don't view it like you do, DMac. I'm fired up for the game. It's gonna be a great game. It's a big game. But Denver could lose and still get where it wants to go this year. Kansas City, if it loses, that's damaging.
Hey, is Vance Joseph going to be a head coach next year?
I would think that he's absolutely going to get the opportunity to interview at a few different places. I'd be surprised if he weren't on the head coaching circuit. And then once you're on the circuit, I mean, who knows how that's going to go.
There's a fun story out there today in the NFL. The NFL filed a grievance against the NFLPA. You know that report card thing that comes out that we love and we go through with a fine-tooth comb and we laugh at and we think is awesome? Adam, the NFL wants to get rid of that. Is that right?
Yeah, well, they filed a suit here. Look, every time it comes out and there's a team that's publicly shamed, they wind up having to spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars, repairing their locker room, upgrading the food in their cafeteria, changing the facility. Like it's not; those are damaging and costly to the teams. But it's great. They should be held accountable, and these teams are making enough money. It's never an issue in Denver. Those guys are first rate.
Well, I'll tell you real quick. It did actually make a difference here. One of the criticisms in that report is there wasn't a good family area at Empower Field, and the Broncos got a low grade on it. Guess what Greg and Carrie did? They built a beautiful lounge for the players' families.
I'm gonna venture to tell you that they didn't need to hear it in a report card. If somebody had voiced their displeasure to them, it would have been corrected. They just didn't realize it.
Fair enough. I mean, we found out the Kansas City Chiefs ownership is the worst, cheapest owners in the world, despite having a great team. We found that out, right? I mean, we found out a bunch of stuff. Is this going to stop happening because the NFL doesn't like to be outed?
I don't know where they're at in that, and if it would be prevented from this year, whether the report card this year will be the last report card. I don't know. I don't know how it's going to work, but people should be held accountable. I don't have any issue with it, and I wish the NFL would leave it alone, but I'm not the league.
It makes the NFL look petty, to be honest with you. We're so big. Listen, they've had a whole lot bigger issues with Ray Rice and all the different stuff, and they survived the heck out of a huge scandal, as opposed to the Broncos family room is sucky. I mean, that don't seem that big, does it?
Yeah. How was the changing station of the Broncos family room? Was that okay? Or
I mean, it seems minute. It really seems beneath the NFL to worry about it. In fact, all it does is it maybe even shine more light on it to where everybody else is now. I mean, they got a side on these. I would think the everyday fan would go, well, what are they trying to hide? Maybe we got to pay better attention to these report cards.
It's crazy, right? Like the way that happens, but that's kind of where they're at right now. And I like owners being held accountable. Why not?
I got one more fun. Oh, go ahead, Scott. Go ahead.
Well, I got one that's not football, but I know you're big fantasy basketball thing, and ask how your fantasy basketball things go. But any chance you paid attention what the Joker has done the last two nights? And if you haven't, let me just throw this out there. In 2 games on the road, Sacramento and L.A., Joker is 34 of 42 with 90 points.
I mean, he's so quietly incredible. There's so much conversation about Luka and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Anthony Edwards and all these other superstars. He is the least talked about, most incredible superstar that we've seen in a long time. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's, like this big, lunky white guy that I don't know, but nobody talks about the guy, right? And I mean, I understand nobody talks about he doesn't get. I'm just saying if somebody put in those numbers, if Luka don't put up those numbers, people would be like, look at Luka, right? You just don't hear as much about it with Joker. Am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. It's perplexing. One last one for you there, Adam. The Rockies have a new president. It's Paul DePodesta.
Yeah.
Paul DePodesta has said, I was part of the deal that brought Deshaun Watson to the Browns. He's been the chief of strategy for the Browns for the better part of the last decade.
Yes.
Evaluate for me the Deshaun Watson deal in terms of horrible NFL deals that have been done in NFL history.
Well, it was the only contract in NFL history, I believe, where it was fully guaranteed. $230 million. Look at the number of games he's played. Look at what he has produced for the franchise and ask yourself, is this worth $230 million in guaranteed money, not to mention all the draft capital that they gave up? The Browns had to do it because Deshaun Watson wanted to go to Atlanta or New Orleans or Carolina, and he wanted to play in the NFC South, and he told the Browns they were out. And so when he squeezed them, like they say in life, success is the ability to say no. He told the Browns no. And when he told them no, the Browns knew that the only way that they could get back in was to pay through the nose to keep him. And they did. And, you know, when Deshaun was playing well in Houston, he was as good a quarterback as there was in the league, very exciting. But that's not what happened in Cleveland. That's not what the Browns got. And you can make an argument that it is easily one of the worst football trades that's ever been made.
All right.
Well,
he's run the Rockies. Thank you, Adam. We appreciate it.
Guys, good luck Sunday.
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Before I go, what's your prediction?
1917
Scott, what do you got?
2013.
Who? Yeah, Scott's a Chiefs fan. That's where he's going.
No, I'm not.
You are. You hang out with all your boys. You go to a cabin. You're a Chiefs fan. We know you are.
No, listen. I'm ready to lead the parade if they beat the Chiefs this weekend. I just think that all the stuff that Sean Payton threw out in the summertime and the offseason and top 4 quarterback, your offense has really been benign all year long. I do think that the Denver's defense is going to give the Chiefs everything they can handle. And I know they've had 2 weeks off, and Andy's great on 2 weeks off. You just had a historic run of, 7 games in 39 days the Broncos played in, and you just gave them 3 or 4 extra days of rest too. I think the defense is going to come out and give Patrick Mahomes everything he can handle. I'm just haven't seen anything offensively that says they're going to turn things around. Maybe they will. Maybe they will. If the offense turns around, Denver wins the game.
Tyler?
If it doesn't, they lose.
I don't know. I go back and forth on this one all the time. I don't know who's going to win this one. I mean, I'm going to stay on the optimistic side. I'm going to call it 24-21. I think you're going to have to put up a few more points than you guys are saying to win this game. So, I'll stay optimistic, 24-21.
There you go, Adam. All of us staying in our lane. One traitor in Scott Hastings and 2 guys that have the Broncos back.
I just said they can win it.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
How about here?
Yeah, what do you do, Adam?
Here's what I'll do. 31-10 Broncos.
Yeah, exactly. There you go, Scott. Never heard that one before. It's a blowout. It's a runaway. Right?
All right, I get it. You want to throw out your 2 cents there, Adam? What do you got?
I will say this. I'm not trying to chicken out of this. When I feel strongly about something, I have no problem saying it. I felt like the Miami game would be a tough game. I felt like the Raiders would be tough for the people. I don't know what to make of this game.
Yeah, it's confusing.
I don't know what to make of this game. I worry about the Chiefs. I just think they're so good when they have to win that Mahomes usually does. That's my feeling. That's my feeling. That when Mahomes has to win, when they need to have it, they usually get it done. That's how I feel.
All right.
Now, that is it. And I'm with Scott there. Denver's offense is going to have to step up.
All right, buddy. You're the best. We love you. Whatever you're doing today, kill it. Just be awesome. As always, and we'll talk to you later. We'll talk to you next week.
My tattoos off here. I got to get all the tattoos taken off, all the ink. Yeah.
Okay.
Face tat next.
Okay, thanks, Adam. Adam Schefter is brought to you by Colorado Credit Union. Love where you live. Love where you bank. CCU, helping Coloradans achieve their financial goals. Visit ccu.org to learn more. Again, on the Nuggets Ticket Thursday, the keyword is Sears. 303-504-0925. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. We do have a interesting development.
Now, hold on. Is that Sears is in I can see the future, or Sears is in I need a pair of jeans?
I need a pair of jeans, as in Sears Tower in Chicago. I was told yesterday, because we had no idea what our 2 days ago with the ads, what our keywords meant. The game was against Long Island, and they were all islands that were better than Long Island, because it was like Tahiti and
tropical.
Yeah, so this was easy to figure out. Now, see, we gotta, so I assume there's another Chicago landmark that will be coming up next hour. I don't even know, but
sometimes you can overthink stupid.
No, hey, welcome to the show. All right, Beardo. I do have a cool announcement. A cool announcement about the guy that orchestrated the Deshaun Watson trade. Details next. Paul DePodesta met with the local Muggles today. What was a Muggle Fest, by the way, guys, down there at Coors Field. Talking about the Rockies today. Everybody was excited to get down there, throw in their 2 cents. I did not go down there. Why? Because I've been told next week Paul DePodesta will be on this radio show.
Oh, very cool.
So we can have a relaxing or, a lengthy, just a personal interview sort of thing. And I'm looking forward to it. So give the guy a shot. So there was no reason to go there and, do all that stuff. But he was asked some interesting questions.
Why be a turd at the press conference when you can be a turd on our show?
That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah.
I said, don't pre-turd the interview.
Yeah.
Just allow that to happen organically. So we will have him on, I've been told, next week. So we appreciate the Rockies for being generous with that. We understand, I think that's a smart move for them to sort of get the word out and kind of just like let's start from scratch. It was funny. Lionel Bienvenu asked Dick Monfort basically, are you going to just stay out of the way? And Dick was like, well, I guess that's what most people want. I'm not a bad guy. He said stuff like that.
Wow.
Which was more, I think he's being funny. I think it was, kind of an attempt at
truthful but fun. Sometimes truth is fun.
Yeah. And then our guy BK, who by the way did ask your question about DeAndre Tillman.
Oh, did he?
Well, yeah, we'll get to that after 1:00. But yes, thank you, Brandon, for doing that. That was cool. Asked about the dimensions of the ballpark, and he was like, "Yeah, well, maybe we'll look at that down the line, but nothing right away." Wouldn't reveal any sort of direct strategy components because they probably haven't developed all of them.
I would like to think you had a strategy in mind when you went into the interview.
You would think.
I mean, come on.
You would think. But it's also easy to sort of avoid the topic by just saying, hey, I'm not going to, our big secrets, we're not going to let those go. We'll ask him next week. And Scotty Gange asked about the Deshaun Watson deal. Now, do we have, I got that? All right, I'll play that one for you. So here's about Deshaun Watson from our guy, Scotty Gange there at 9 News.
Paul, Scotty Gange, 9 News. Welcome to Denver. In your last position in Cleveland, you received a lot of blame for the Deshaun Watson trade that objectively was a failure with that organization. Is that fair? And if so, how can you be assured that you won't do something like that again here now in Colorado?
The previous question was about big swings, huh?
Risk.
Yeah. I was also calling plays for the Browns, and look, and I've said this before, I think whenever you have a significant player decision, whether it's a trade, big free agent signing, number 1 draft pick, whatever it is, like those are organizational decisions. Right? Those are done collaboratively, like a lot of people on board. And if you're a senior leader of that organization at that time, then you own that decision. I mean, you do. We all do. So that's the way I feel about that. And it's the way I feel about sort of almost all the decisions we made there in Cleveland. I absolutely, own them all. And look, I've said this now for probably 25 plus years. Like, I lost my no-hitter a long time ago. Like a long, long time ago. Like I'm not perfect. I haven't been perfect. I won't be perfect going forward. Like we are definitely going to miss again. But hopefully we learn from that, and we learn from both the successes and the failures, and we get better the next time we need to make a significant decision. And I do feel like I've been able to do that through the course of my career. I feel confident that I'm a lot better today than I was 5 years ago or 10 years ago or 20 years ago. And I hope 5 years from now I'm a lot better than I am sitting here today.
All right, read between the lines on that answer.
Well, I was calling the plays also. I mean, immediate deflection, of course.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. There's a deflection there. Very good.
Immediate deflection. And then, a big decision is always a collaborative decision.
Yeah.
Of course, another deflection, which is fine.
Yeah.
And quite frankly, I'm not sure that I fully understand what his role was.
Right.
I mean, I know what the title was, Chief Strategy Officer.
Right.
But when you're a guy that's outside the building, working from home, whatever,
right.
I guess I will actually give him the benefit of the doubt that his voice in the Deshaun Watson deal, I'm sure he had an opinion, and I'm sure he was allowed to voice that opinion. I doubt if he had the biggest weight that was in the room. So, whoever made that decision that was really, really driving it, I'm sure came from above him, quite frankly. As much as I like to have fun with it, as much as I like to make fun of him for it.
I totally agree with you, and I think he's trying to avoid just directly throwing somebody under the bus while giving some breadcrumbs like, what do you think? I was in charge of this thing, Scott?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I will say this from a bigger scope and bigger picture. He's then exactly with that last statement what the Rockies need if, in fact, given anonymity to do what he wants to do. Because the one thing the Rockies have lacked the last few years is creativity and taking legit chances.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're saying Chris Bryant was a chance. That, to me, that wasn't a chance. That was a stupid decision.
They called it today. They call that a big swing, and you can't be afraid of big swings.
You can't, but I wouldn't even say Chris Bryant at the time, if you're doing your homework, was a big swing. I mean, the guy 2 years before you even made that deal to bring him here was playing half the season, right? I mean, and he hasn't really been healthy.
Well, okay, fine, but the contract was a big swing. I mean,
it was a big swing at a pitch,
but it's a bad decision.
Correct.
Listen, you're going to have bad decisions on big swings, I guess.
Sometimes,
but
yeah.
the process of the decision to even bring him in and take that swing, that's what needs to be checked. If Chris Bryant had played, if he'd have played 2/3 of the games he's eligible for since being here, I think it could have worked out and you could have justified some of that money. He's played, what, a tenth of the possible games or something like that?
It's a disaster. I mean, it's a disaster on sort of the same level the Deshaun Watson deal is a disaster. They're both
again,
kind of
that would have been
disasters.
a great swing. That would have been a great swing 8 years into his career, not 12.
But like Deshaun Watson and all of his massage parlor issues, there were also a lot of obvious things about Chris Bryant as well. There were red flags on Deshaun Watson and Chris Bryant left and right. So, yeah, you got to make big swings, but they got to be educated big swings, right? And the degree that you can miss on them is dangerous, like George Payton missed on the Russell Wilson stuff, who, by the way, is doing cameo videos. Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
Why the hell is Russell Wilson, whose net value with him and his wife is $185 million, doing cameo videos?
I mean, if I'm being honest, it's probably because you've used it as a platform to spread the word.
And you got to be paid for that? You can't just do that on your own somehow? I gotta make a buck off of it? I don't know either. Super strange. Anyways, we hope the best for DePodesta and for the Rockies. I'll tell you this, on everything that we've asked for the Rockies to do, so far they've done, as far as we can tell. And I'm willing to give them a shot. I don't know how you guys feel.
I mean,
I am.
I really would love to know what would be your game plan that is different than anybody else that has ever run the Rockies to develop a bullpen. How do you do it? How do you do it, right? Because wouldn't that be like the first and most important question that you ask in an interview like this?
I think that's fair. I think there's a million questions, but that's definitely one of them. We'll have our shot
People
next
say
week.
you can't do it. How do you do it?
Let's go. So we'll have them in. That'd be great.
You do it like they did the best year that they had, the one they went to the World Series. They basically had 3X closers that would pitch, kind of like when the Royals won a World Series. You had a guy for the 7th, 8th, and 9th. You had dudes that were coming out balling for one inning. And then hopefully you can get 4 starters that can get you more games than not, 6 innings.
Well, we look forward to having him in. He met the media here today, and, we go from there. All right, David Adelman will join us at 1:20. We'll have our next keyword for our Nuggets tickets. Bo Nix, man, bummed out Bo. What is bugging Bo? We'll hear that coming up.
All right, check this out. If you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up your phone. Call Advanced Hair Restoration at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to love your experience at Advanced Hair Restoration. Ask them about their Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and that includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, fantastic at what they do. And guys, what I love about Advanced Hair is they believe in what they do so much. They're going to go ahead and guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. Don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
David Adelman joins us in 19 minutes. We'll have another keyword for our Nuggets ticket giveaway. And we'll dig into, a remarkable game by Jokic. I mean, there are other guys. Oh, actually, real quick on that, Scott. What can you tell us about Cam Johnson's arm injury, elbow, whatever it is? And I could have sworn I saw a crutch near Christian Brown when I was looking at the celebration video yesterday. Can you give us an update on those two guys?
Well, I really can't. Neither guy, when I got down from my bird perch down to the locker room, I actually had to come into David's press conference about halfway through. Mm-hmm. And then when I went in the locker room, I didn't see either one of those guys in there.
Okay.
So, maybe David will have more of an update on it.
Okay.
But it did not look good in either case, so we'll see.
By the way, we're hearing word from the Avs. Val Nichushkin is going to miss some games. It's going to take some time. Wasn't an exact time frame put on it, but whatever that lower body injury is, he's going to miss a chunk of time there with the Avalanche. So they got a game against the Bruins, who suck. Literally, they're the second worst team in the NHL right now. So that's tonight, so you should be able to be fine without Val. But we know Val's an important part of the puzzle. So bad news. We'll see how they change things around.
Hey,
well, the Bruins already beat you once. Didn't the Bruins beat you on that road trip?
The Bruins. This is the Sabres tonight. This is the Sabres.
Oh, you said Bruins.
Did you happen to see that 60 Minutes a while back with Chara?
With Zdeno Chara?
Yeah.
I did not.
That dude is a fascinating human being. Oh my gosh.
He's
speaks like 6 languages. First off, he's run multiple marathons in the same week. He's done Ironmans.
He's taller than you.
6'9"?
Are you 6'9"? Or are you not?
6'9"?
They list him at 6'9".
Is he really? Well, that's amazing. I mean,
he's right there with you.
Yeah,
he's your size.
No matter what, that's an absolute freak to be playing hockey. I just happened to catch that the other day, and that dude is he is really like a really solid human being on top of all of it.
Yeah, he's a quirky dude. Yeah, he's a good guy. All right.
Yeah, it says here he's 3'6'9".
There you go.
I mean, and you put some skates on it, and it's it's interesting. All right, Bo Nix. Okay, guys. You don't have to really look hard to read between the lines here, okay? And when you're just looking at body language, tone, and how you're talking, you can see that the world is wearing heavy on this guy's shoulders right now. So here's a couple of this is Bo about finding joy. Believe it or not, this was the question: finding joy and having fun, basically.
Well, I think it's great to win games. Honestly, it keeps you confident, excited throughout the week because it's a lot tougher to lose these games when you have things to work on, as opposed to winning them and knowing that you got things to work on, but you're winning games, and so you have a really good team to begin with because you're finding ways, and then when it starts clicking for you, it's going to be that much better. So we probably take for granted winning the games because we're not, it's not aesthetically pleasing or it's not as good as we want it to look, but at the end of the day, you play to win, and a win is the only thing that's going to matter in weeks to come. They don't care about stats, they don't care about what it looked like, or if the offense or defense played well. They just care if you won. So we just got to find reasons to continue to win, and I do think that when we start playing, with all 3 phases of the game, all 3 playing well, I think it's going to be a lot more fun.
I didn't hear anything in there that bothered me at all.
I'm not bothered by anything. I'm telling you that it's just weighing heavy on him. I mean, he's saying once things start going better, we'll be having more fun. You're 8-2.
Well, duh.
Okay.
I mean, duh. I've been in that situation. We were like that in 2015. It was a weird year, man. I mean, obviously everybody knows the struggles that we had offensively, but I don't know if people realize, like, it was a tough building to be in. It was not fun. We would come to work every day and, like, what's our problem? Why can't we get this thing fixed? We're staying after practice. The defense is going in, and we're staying after. We're doing red zone work. It was a weight that was just on us at all times. Like, get this stuff together before you blow what it feels like a magical year. So I could relate to it, man.
All right. He points out here how he's dealing with criticism.
That's a great question. for whatever reason in life and in football, people think that we have this opportunity to doubt or question or hype up or tear down, these guys. And it's really in sport in general. We make this entertainment business a lot bigger than what it is, and we forget that, everybody's just out here having a good time, having fun, doing the best they can. But for me, it's quite simple. Really, I delete all my social media. I don't even have it. So unless somebody says it to my face, I don't really hear it. And nobody's ever bold enough to say it to your face. So really, I don't get on social media. There was a time to where it was early on in my career at Auburn. We were undefeated. We went to Florida and we lost, and that's when I really actually got to know the bad side of this sport.
I actually love that answer. I love that answer because he's so right for how much crap people who are in the public eye get, and we're all part of it too, by the way. Who comes up to you and says it to your face? Seriously. Have you guys ever had somebody come up to your face and give you direct criticism about how whatever public, grounds that you're in ever?
No, it's, hey, Bo, what a pleasure it is to meet you. Could you give my son an autograph?
Right. Scott, anybody ever come up to you as a player or as a broadcaster and tell you you're a bum and you suck or whatever?
No, probably not to my face. Other than, I played in an era where there was a handful of places had hecklers. And so there was a heckler in Washington that sat right behind me, and he started. You suck, Hastings. Go start the bus, which I coined and said. I took that as if I ever write an autobiography, that's going to be the title of my autobiography.
You suck, Hastings. Oh, was that the guy, the heckler guy?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? There was
Thicky or something like that.
Yeah, there was some dude that was kind of renowned for that. And his heckles,
that was him.
His heckles were always kind of like they weren't like dirty, they weren't like curse words or anything. It was just kind of stuff like that.
But it was a nonstop barrage. He sat on the first row right behind our bench in D.C.
He wouldn't stop.
And it was nonstop barrage. I actually had him on one of my radio shows once. I think when we were here, he became real friendly with me. Because he goes, you stink, Case. I go, I know. I said, I can't help it. And so we became buddies. And so then his target would go on to, like Tyler, and he'd be, oh, Tyler, ask Hastings. He knows you suck, and stuff like that. It was pretty funny. You had Leon the Barber in Detroit. You almost took a red badge of courage when those guys would get on you.
Here's Bo too, and he's leaned on. Listen, this is the first time that he's gone in this direction, and he points out an example of how even when things are great, people aren't happy. So this was kind of the tone. He had an answer. It went for like 3.5 minutes, and this was kind of the end of it.
I think the thing that it comes down to, the Bible talks about humility. The Bible talks about not being selfish, and it would be selfish for me to think that, I owe, or I'm owed a certain amount of respect or something else. And it's like, we're all human. We're all going through this battle together. But when the Bible talks about humility, it's all about seeing other people, being a great teammate, being a great role model to other people who are watching. At the end of the day, you just got to do your best. And, the best is good enough for me, and the best is good enough for the Lord. That's all he asks you to do. And so I'm proud to be in this situation. I know it's not easy, but a lot of things in life worth having aren't easy. And so I can promise you, win a Super Bowl one day, people are going to say the same thing. My dad's won state championships, and he's come off the field, and people are like, hey, Coach, you think we can run the ball more next year? And it's like, we just won the state championship. So there's always going to be negativity, always going to be people in positions that literally have no idea what it's like, no idea what we're going through. But at the end of the day, it truly is a blessing because you can impact other people through it all.
So some affirmations there from Bo.
I don't know. I think he sounds fine. I don't think he sounds. I think he sounds appropriately what's the word? I don't think he sounds sad to me, but I think he sounds it's an appropriate tenor for the reality of the Denver Broncos offense. Like if you go up there and you're brash and you're a jerk about the questions and you're like, oh, I don't hear noise. Next question. Yeah, that stuff doesn't bother me. Next question. Well, I think now we're calling him a jerk, right? I think it would be foolish for him to go up there acting cocky or arrogant right now. So the tone, the tenor of it, I don't hear like an overly depressed dude. I think it's an appropriate tenor for where the Broncos are at.
Scott?
Well, listen, he has in the last couple of home games gotten people saying negative things to his face. We talked about it on last Friday about the boos, right? We've heard a couple home
That's
games
true.
where you're seeing there's 70,000 people. That's kind of right there in your face, kind of hard to ignore and avoid. And, the quarterback and the coach get too much credit and too much blame. And so when they're booing, they're probably not booing the right tackle. It's usually the head coach and the quarterback that are the pointing at who those boos go to. So listen, it's tough. It's and this town has been hard on quarterbacks.
Yep.
The ones that are great have won Super Bowls, and everybody else have been questioned.
Yep. This might.
And you know what? Peyton was questioned in 2015, and
Sure
Elway
was.
in his first couple of years was questioned.
That's absolutely true. No doubt about it. I think the only year that it was truly just absolute smooth sailing for Peyton Manning was probably 2013, frankly. And it was depressing to lose to the Ravens, but that 2013 season, nobody was questioning anything. I mean, they were unbelievable. But 2014, you got hurt and lost to the Colts, and then 2015 was, gosh, Tyler, there was nothing but questions about what was going on then. So it's tough, man. It's tough. And then Peyton did the Muggle roll call about injuries. You remember all that? Like, hey, Leggy's got this, Cliff's got this, you got that. I mean, it was awkward then. So I think this is a young man who's in a town that asks a lot from their quarterbacks, very specifically about their quarterbacks.
Yep.
And however,
and you know what?
Let's
be honest. A start 8-2, first of all, but not a building on the statistical season he had last year. It's a little bit down from last year, obviously, but you're 8-2. You're a better team than you were a year ago statistically from the win-loss part of it. And if he gets through this little rough spot and can improve, like Adam Schefter said, and grow from it, dude, he'll have the world by the tail, by the end of the year, next year, and throughout his career.
I'll tell you what would help, though. It'd help probably to turn on the TV and not hear your coach's best friend talking about how your coach may draft a quarterback next year. That might help. Stoney's on Lincoln. I'll be out there tonight. You can win a John Elway autograph picture. Grab a Dew and a brew with Tullamore Dew. We'll also have the Avs games on with the Sabres. So outstanding place to watch sports. That is tonight starting at 6 o'clock. Thanks to the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey, Tullamore Dew. David Adelman joins us next.
Hey, is it time for a new vehicle? I know that can be a stressful experience. You look forward to a new vehicle, but you dread the process of buying that new vehicle. It doesn't have to be that way. Go to my friends over at Phil Long Ford. Phil Long Ford is the best dealership in Colorado. They've got the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. When you go to Phil Long Ford, it's one-stop shop, and you don't have to drive all over the state looking for that new vehicle. Whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices. There's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. I think relationships matter in life. That's why I've been going over to Phil Long Ford since my rookie year in the NFL every time I need a new vehicle. That's why I send all my family, all my friends to Phil Long Ford. You're going to get the best price. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to treat you with respect. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
High right side is Bruce Brown. Throws it off over to Jokic. Give and go with Brown. Kicks it out over to Jones. Now Watson. Watson's in the paint. Throws out of it to Spencer. Left side corner pass over to Bruce Brown. Split the defenders. Gets down the lane. Layup won't go. Tipped up and in by Jokic. And that's 54 for Joker in Los Angeles.
Joker would finish with 55. We'll have David Adelman here in just a little bit. It's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We're putting you at Ball Arena to see Jokic and the rest of the Beardos. I love that phrase. Text the keyword Wrigley. Gosh, how many people know there's a W in Wrigley? Should be more than, well, Wrigley, first and last name, 303-504-0925. Hey, make sure to check out the Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Get great deals for $5 just for the best fans in the NBA. To win tickets to the Nuggets game against the Bulls on November 17th, text Wrigley, first and last name, to 303-504-0925. David Adelman joins us right now. Coach, thank you for being on with us. In terms of numbers, what are some of your favorite numbers recently out of Nikola Jokic? Anything just absurdly stand out to you?
I just think the efficiency of the shooting's been ungodly, and stuff that we haven't seen before in this league, especially from someone that doesn't just dunk the ball all the time. It's kind of hard to explain. I mean, the numbers are the numbers. And then on top of that, I just think the minutes, to be honest, has been good for us, keeping them down a little bit in the lower 30s, which I know won't be the whole season. But what he's doing right now statistically with the minutes he's playing and the efficiency he's shooting the ball is, it's second to none.
And then you bring Giannis in, or Valanciunas in, and it's the same thing, right? And you've talked about that a couple times, David, that he's playing 16 minutes and he'll have 15 points and 6 rebounds. The efficiency from that position, from starter to backup, has got to be as high as any time in the league anywhere with the starter to backup.
Yeah, and also, I mean, tale as old as time. If you can post up a guy on the road, it calms everybody down. When the Clippers go on a run or whoever we're playing, and have a backup center you can just turn out, throw the ball inside, and let him take his time and score baskets is such a big deal for your defense, for your emotions. Having both those guys is a blessing. And then just the overall leadership, of both guys, just their approach to the everyday, process of what this is has been so impressive. So, yeah, we're really lucky to have Giannis. I wish we had Giannis, by the way. But both guys have been so impressive, Scott, and it's a credit to what they've done in their careers and the preparation part of it. And like I said, to have both is incredible. To turn my back and say, hey, Nikola has to come out and put Valanciunas in the game it's a good feeling.
And you've talked about this also with Jonas, the ego. I mean, this guy started in the league for the past 10 years, basically, right? I mean, and he's an egoless player, which when you talk about what you guys are trying to build with character, you added 4 guys really that are that. I mean, Bruce Brown, Hardaway, Johnson, Valanciunas, all 4 of those guys are they play with humility, professionalism, and egoless.
Yeah, no, it's 100% correct. And they're guys that have been through a lot in their careers, and they've seen the highs of an individual career where they were starters. Bruce has seen a championship. The other guys, multiple playoff experiences. So it's, when you add veteran guys, it's not just about adding veteran players. And that's where I give Ben and John a lot of credit. It's not just the names, it's how they fit. And all these guys fit because they just want to win. And the process of winning is hard in this league. So it's, so far, I mean, we're only 11 games in, but these guys have all been so impactful, and they've changed a lot of the narrative of who we are, and they've allowed me to, mess with the rotations and keep minutes down.
Coach, Nikola is obviously capable of going for 50 more often than he has over the course of his career. Do you feel like he makes a very intentional decision when he has a night like that, hey, my teammate's tired, we got in late, 2:00, whatever it might be. I just feel like tonight's the night that I have to do this.
I actually look at it like what the stats actually are, the fact that we hadn't won a game, that he scored 50, I don't think is a mistake, because I think when we're at our best, the ball is popping. And last night was a night where I didn't think a lot of the guys had a lot of juice early in the game. I think he felt that, and there's a reason why we're only down 5, at the half, is because of him, the scoring. And then I thought as the game went on, he still scored, but I thought the ball started to pop. The defense was much better. I don't think it's intentional not to score. I just think it's the knowledge of if he is scoring and he's having to work that hard to get baskets and other guys are not, there is an effect, on the whole group. So the guy is, a basketball savant, and he feels out every game as he does. But I do think that we are better when the ball pops and he has 15 assists as opposed to 50 points, because it means the whole team's playing well.
Go ahead, Scott.
And then well said right there. Yeah, we've talked about defense too, and you guys are rated real high. I a little bit of a struggle early, but then all of a sudden that second half, that defense kind of turned it around and I thought really helped you win the game. They're an older team, I get that, but boy, it felt like they got worn down eventually. And your start of the third quarter with two starters gone, you got two starters leave the game injured. So you're starting the game with backup guys, and in fact one guy that didn't play but 1 minute in that first half, I think. And that defense to start that third quarter, I thought was outstanding.
It was, and I thought we trended throughout the night with our team defense being better. We were really aggressive on the ball with James, as you have to be, such a great player. But I thought the other guys, their intensity to be there, to get there early, impact the ball, the roller, the fly around, just making the extra effort to contest. And if you couple that with making shots, it leads to a 43-22 quarter. So it was cool to see, and we really have gotten better defensively. And it's the NBA, so it's not going to be every night. But if your effort's there every night, your intentionality's there every night, you give yourself a chance. And the guys did that in the third quarter.
All right, what is the update? What can you share, if anything, about Cam Johnson and Christian?
I actually have not heard. I'm waiting to hear. I'm very nervous to hear.
Okay.
But I know they're getting imaging today, both guys. So I'll find out, and we'll go from there. I will say this. Last night makes you feel better about the fact that if guys have to, miss some time, we have people that can step in and be professional about it, and we'll change the rotation, and guys that haven't played will get an opportunity.
All right, so we're waiting on some news from that. So did both those guys, just to double check on this, both those guys got things checked out today as well as last night, or was that just they got checked out last night and you're just waiting for results?
Well, today is more professional checkout, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
You go through actual imaging, things like that. They got checked out just as anybody would last night, and just want to make sure we know exactly what's going on with them, so we can do the best things for them going forward.
Okay.
By the way, the hotel we're staying in, David, was shut down for a while for a remodel. What I can tell, and I'm sure your room's special too, the remodel worked. But it's kind of nice if you're going to have a day off to look out your window and there's a sandy beach and sunshine.
I mean, I don't want to tell my wife that, so that's. But yeah, it's been really. It's a nice hotel. It's a good place to be on an off day. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah,
you're unlike me. You're more professional, and I sat out down on the veranda by the pool and put the ocean in my background and FaceTime my wife.
Yeah, okay, Scott. You're Ryan. So you're telling a guy with 2 young kids, "Hey, hun, you wouldn't believe how the beach looks today. It's amazing."
I got a young kid.
How the kids doing?
I got an 11-year-old.
Yeah, all I can tell the people back home is it's cloudy here. It's cloudy and gloomy.
It is a little overcast.
Yeah, absolutely.
But about 73 outside, so just keep that in mind.
Well, it's about 73 out here right now in Colorado.
It is awfully nice here.
It's gorgeous here, and it's sunny, and blah 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 blah.
They call that thing right there the Pacific.
All right, maybe we're done with Coach Adelman as it turns out. By the way, how is it an unusual thing on the road to have a total day off? That after a game, you're on the road, you're not traveling, you're not practicing, it's just done. I mean, how valuable are these type of days? I should ask.
I think they're good, for our mental day, and the decision to stay was just to not add 2 more flights, and the whole process of the bus ride and all that. So I think it's good for the guys to honestly get away from each other or hang out with each other, whatever they choose. But you can kind of take a break mentally and get back at it, going to Minnesota. So it's that's part of this whole thing. You can't just be in this all the time. You've got to be in the moment of doing something else sometimes to, have success in basketball. It's a long season. Everybody needs a break.
Hey, by the way, I'll get one last basketball thing for you. Spencer Jones, love it. Love the minutes, love the defense, loves what he gives you out there. And I don't know if we could have expected that before the season started, Coach. That's been really cool, Spencer Jones.
Yeah, and I think too many times we talk about change of pace basketball players that are offensive players. There's guys that can change of pace defensively. And that's what he does. He makes the game faster for teams in the sense of he speeds them up. And he's got great hands, and he sits down and guards. And it's hard to find guys like that kind of say, this is who I am. I'm going to space the court offensively, and I'm going to guard full court the whole game, give all my intentionality to it. So very proud of Spencer. He's earned the opportunities. So hopefully that continues.
All right. You know what? I lied.
All I know is Harden was 1 of 6 in the second half.
There you go.
I just throw that out there.
We were remiss to not ask you about this before. The Latin phrase. We haven't talked to you about that yet. And why that was important for you to put that in the practice court. I'm not great on Latin. It's age quod agis. I'm probably butchering
Nailed
that.
it.
Yeah, probably not.
No, it's pretty simple. It's just, do what you were doing, which actually is deeper than it sounds. And all it is, and I grew up around this, the school I went to, the coach that kind of, taught me the game, that was part of what we were. And all it was just do what you were doing in the moment and don't be 3 different places at once. Just be in one place. And I mean that in the sense of you go home, be with your family. If you're playing basketball, play basketball. And I know it sounds simple, but it's hard in today's world. Just to center yourself and just think about what you're trying to do and do it the best you can. Because you fail, you succeed, whatever. But give it your best effort. I know, and again, it's simple, but I do think it translates in today's world more than ever. And it was something that I grew up with, and I believe in it. I don't know if it gives us wins or losses, but I do know that it means something to me and hopefully to the players.
I heard another part of that was if you're at the beach, go to the beach, coach.
Yeah. Dip your
or go watch film.
Yeah.
Ass in the sand, toes in the water.
Yeah.
Hey, last thing I'm going to say, because you coached high school basketball. I coached a little high school basketball, and I said this after my experience of coaching high school basketball. I think we had a high attitude of ourselves for a while in the NBA and coaches and everything. And I understand there's a process, and you spent a lot of years on the bench and everything else. But I always said this, and I just want to see if you've thought about this also. Real coaching happens at the high school level. And you even brought that up last year, having to deal with different things and emotions and family stuff. And you really have to deal one-on-one with the players when you're a high school coach. But it's not really a whole lot different when you get to the NBA. And I think coaching got away from that for a while, and I don't feel that's what you're doing. I think you're trying to be involved and at least try to understand what some of the guys are going through in their lives.
Yeah, I think it leads to, when times are tough, times can be easier because you know each other. And you know that I'm saying this because I care about you and I want you to succeed. And I also think at that level, you really learn to coach. And you have to have a base of how you teach fundamentals and what you really believe in because the talent level isn't as high as up here. And so if your base fundamental teaching is poor, your team will lose. And I think it did help me learn my voice and more importantly, learn what you don't know. So when you get to this level, you're exactly right. It doesn't change in the sense of team building, culture building, and then just, believe in what you believe in and teach it that way. And simplicity wins everything if you teach things correctly and you learn some really tough lessons down at that level because that level is hard. You're exactly right, though. Knowing those kids, what they're going through, they're becoming men, and being part of that process is like nothing else. And it does prepare you, to succeed at a higher level. It really does.
All right, Coach.
I had a guy before I took my coaching job. He's a longtime high school coach in Colorado, and I asked him what's one of the big pitfalls I'm going to have to, can you help me out before I go through those pitfalls? He said the hardest thing a high school coach has to get over is the dinner table.
Yeah.
And I thought that was brilliant.
No, it's exactly right. Exactly right. It's a different kind of intensity, man. It's a different thing. All the layers at that level are, there's a lot to it.
All right, Coach, we'll let you go. I want to tell Mrs. Adelman it started raining there and a little bit of light flooding, so not so hot outside.
Looks like it may snow later.
And I'll tell you this, Coach, because you joked about the X-Files. Not joked. You talked about watching the X-Files. Dude, you got to check out Polumbus on Apple TV, done by Vince Gilligan, who did the X-Files, okay? So if you like
I heard about this.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So just a heads up on that one. You're going to dig it. I know you're going to be buried in film, but, when the flooding lets up there in Southern California, perhaps Polumbus. Just give you a heads up.
Yeah, no, I'll check it out. Unfortunately, Anthony Edwards is coming, so we'll have to deal with that first. And we'll try to find some time to watch it.
All right, brother. Thank you, Coach. Best of luck against Minnesota.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, there you go.
See you, Coach.
Unfortunately,
Anthony Edwards is coming.
That's too funny. They're on a nice roll there, Scott. Tyler, they're in a good place. Well, hey, a little breaking news there, right? Like he's a little bit nervous about Cam Johnson and Christian Brown. They don't know that yet, Scott. So how about that, huh?
Yeah, they sounds like to me what they did is you get every facility has doctors on staff and waiting post game. So I'm sure the doctors both came in and checked out Cam and Christian, and then they say, okay, for example, if it's a sprained ankle, okay, here's what we got. We'll schedule an MRI, make sure there's not a fracture or something else more significant in there that will take longer. As Tyler tell you, a sprain can be 2-3 weeks, but a fracture is 6 to 8 weeks, depending on where it's at. So when he's talking about imaging, they were probably both had MRIs done this morning.
Okay. By the way, some other injury notes. A couple of news. This is about the Avalanche, and a reminder that we got you covered. Avs Sabres starts at 6:30 right here. The Avalanche pregame show is presented by Ramos Law right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jets Patriots will air at 9:50 a.m. Coverage starting at 5:30. Altitude Sports Radio, your home for Nuggets, Avs, and the NFL on Westwood 1. Valerie Nichushkin will miss some games. It was undetermined exactly the time frame, but he will miss some games. Scott Wedgwood, fellas, was signed to a 1-year extension for the 26-27 season. So he did enough. Gavin Brindley got signed to a 2-year extension, and Wedgie got signed up for another year at age 33.
1 year is kind of interesting, right? Like
a little bit. He's 33.
We're not long-term committed to you still. We like what you're doing, but
yes.
we want a little bit more. We want to date you a little bit more.
You've surprised us enough.
Yeah.
And his numbers are, you want to talk about some unbelievable numbers. Wedgwood's numbers are incredible. Mackenzie Blackwood gets the start in that tonight for the Avs. So there you go. And we hope Val is back sooner than later. So, hey, Scott, Tyler, you got to deal with injuries, right? Every team's got to do it. Ain't nothing different. Yep. So got to battle through it. All right, no dumb questions, 303-504-0925. A reminder, our keyword is Wrigley. That's WRIGLEY for those Nuggets tickets to go see the Bulls. It's PhD here on 92.5.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Well, how about this? We have a no dumb question that we sent through a surrogate to Sean Payton yesterday through our friend Brandon Cristal, because Scott, you were wondering about DeAndre Tillman. So Brandon did ask Sean Payton about DeAndre Tillman playing a tight end. He did it in kind of his own way, but still. So would you like to hear the answer to your no dumb question from the coach?
Sure.
All right, here we go.
We always look at our defensive personnel relative to like a goal line full, those kind of things. Some teams maybe don't carry a fullback, so they use a defensive tackle but yeah, you pay attention to. I think you got to block them all for him to score, though. But listen. It's been fun to watch.
He hadn't watched Adam Troutman try to run after catch, has he?
Wow. So there you go. Are you satisfied with that answer?
That was the scenario I said, by the way. Yeah, you look out on the goal line, not in the open field.
Scott, any response? Your question was asked. That's the answer? Yeah.
No, as soon as I heard the answer, I said, "Oh, Tyler talked about that yesterday on the goal line." I guess, and then I guess you could go on 3rd and 1 at the 50. You might be able to put it in there too. But all I know is he's had 2 interceptions, fabulous catches on both interceptions, Oski situations, and then what he did running after the catch, especially that first interception, I thought was pretty phenomenal.
Okay. I got another one for you from the broadcast last night, and it went something like this.
We're going to call ourselves the Beardos.
Beardos.
It's all the guys with beards. Instead of weirdos, they're Beardos. But I'm thinking Valanciunas has got to be the captain of the Beardos.
That's what, he's the only one who has beard. We all has wannabe beard.
Wannabe beard.
Yeah.
Is there going to be any juice to the concept of the Beardos? And we were thinking about it. The only guy without any... correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the only significant player on the team that doesn't really have that kind of facial hair right now is Peyton Watson. I think he's it. I think everybody else has some form of beard on the team right now.
Trying to think. Yeah, maybe so. The question becomes, do we let the guys – I asked Julian Strother because he has a little tuft of hair on the chin and the mustache. He said, I've never tried to grow a beard. I don't know if I could. But I will say this, because I actually asked Andrew Munson, who we interviewed pregame, and he's got a nice beard. I mean, he's got a really nice beard. And he got all into it. He starts naming. They got 2 or 3 coaches that've got beards, and where we could go. And so, I would say there are more people on the team. In fact, we've got 4 guys on our traveling party that carries a little bit of a beard around too. So,
God, should we?
They need to be like the anti-Yankees. Like the requirement is that you have to have facial hair. You want to talk about a team that's going to come together, bond over the beard.
Should we become Beardos? I mean, I know I'm lacking in this department. I just shaved, but I grow it pretty quick, and I think you're itching to let it go, Tyler. I think you want to kind of let it go.
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about going back.
Yeah? Should we do this for the rest? Dan?
Well, I've got to hit puberty first, so I'll let you guys know.
Dan has an issue. I think it could be kind of fun, man, if we just go with the Beardo sort of concept for the Nuggets throughout the rest of the season.
All I need is a reason. I mean, I'm in. I mean, if you want to tell me I got to grow my beard out, I'll do it in a heartbeat.
I'm up for it. If you guys want to, Scott's already doing it.
When I was talking to Muntz, I said, we got to get a whole. What we do is we get a. We got to have like a whole thing, and maybe we're at a mirror.
Yeah.
With Valanciunas, and we're filming it, and Valanciunas is teaching everybody how to take care of the beard, the proper treatments, and
I think that's a riot.
That's a good little bit.
I think it's the Denver Nuggets, the Beardos, instead of weirdos, the Beardos. I think that's a riot. What made you want to throw that through the Joker last night? You felt like it was an okay time? We're in a loose mood? We're good on that?
Yeah, we're in a loose mood. I always like to do something that's a little off color. I thought we talked about the Beardos yesterday on our show.
We did.
Why it was sticking in my mind. And so I was just trying to do it to impress you. That you would see that I'm trying to, what do they call that to the clients? A little added value to the radio show.
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, the interview itself was hysterical because, first of all, you guys don't talk to Jokic all that often. Not really. Second of all, and we're all aware, sadly aware of the tragedy Katie's going through, and our hearts and thoughts are with Katie, and love is with Katie. And is she joining you Saturday, I think? Would that make sense in Minnesota?
There's a good chance. You just never know. Obviously, the people at altitude have been great. There's no pressure or forced, and take your time. So, but she is from Minnesota. She's back there right now. Been there the last week or so, 2 weeks. So if she feels like she can work and everything else, then she will be welcomed with open arms back into the fold. So
it was a quirky situation though, because you guys were, I don't know where the hell you're broadcasting from. You were way up there as far as I can tell, and you're doing.
It's a big lower bowl, and we're at the very top of that. And I was told when they designed the arena, it's a beautiful arena, it really is. But also they got done, and somebody said, "Well, where's the broadcast going to be from?" And they went, "Who?" And so they didn't really have it planned out.
That's amazing.
There's not.
It's unbelievable.
There's not a straight access from the floor to get up there.
Well, the funny part is they throw. So there's no way one of you guys can get down on the court. No way. At the end, no, zero chance. So they throw the headphones on Joker, and he can't find you guys. Like he's
no, and it's seriously, we're at the very top ring. Add Ball Arena at the top, like where Kaz. You guys know where Kaz sits.
Yes.
Go another 10 rows higher.
Wow, that's a wild situation. But it was a fun interview, and you ended with the Beardo stuff, and it's cool that you got him like that. I thought it was great.
I got a moral dilemma for you.
Oh.
Moral dilemma.
Okay.
The other night, I got home late. For whatever reason, I wasn't able to stop. I'm absolutely starving. I got no food in the house. I'm just like, what am I going to do here? Should have stopped. Bad decision. Thought there was some stuff to make. Nothing to make, right? My doorbell rings, and nobody's at the door. And I look down, and there's a nice little Uber Eats there for me. I look down, I open it up, and I take a peek inside just out of curiosity. There is a beautiful, probably 12-ounce ribeye from Texas Roadhouse just sitting at my doorstep.
So you're sitting there starving, and you got misdelivered.
And some food git's delivered to your house, and I'm talking just a delicious-looking ribeye there. You know, it's got the side salad. You got some French fries going with it. It's just everything that I would have wanted to eat.
So you're thinking I'm hungry, and all of a sudden there's food
delivered to your house.
That's like
a gift from the good Lord above.
Okay.
You look at the address. It's a neighbor's address.
How far down?
4 or 5 homes. Yeah, 4 or 5 homes. Now, if you're being honest, are you thinking about eating this food? Are you eating this food, or are you taking it down to your neighbor?
I'm probably taking it down to my neighbor and ordering DoorDash.
I mean, they're going to get free food out of this because they're going to reorder that, and they're going to get a coupon to go with it. If you don't deliver it to their house, you might be doing them a solid.
Yeah, I would have delivered it.
I would have delivered it, but it would have been painstaking for me to do so.
Oh gosh, I was like drooling, like all 100 steps to get to the home. I'm just like looking at this thing, like, oh man, why do I have to be a decent human being? This food just looks so good right now.
You know what you should have done? You should have rung the doorbell and stood there and said, put your hand out, like,
Yeah, DoorDash.
Got a tip for me?
I was the DoorDash middleman.
Yeah.
Did you go back home and promptly order the same thing?
I went back home and I made like a grilled cheese.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Jeez. You did the right thing.
Ugh.
Yeah, I came home after the game last night. Had two protein bars and 2 bottles of water.
There you go, Scotty. What are you doing on your day off besides the radio show? What are you gonna do for fun?
Well, I'm gonna probably get done with this.
Yeah.
I'll probably nap for about 35 minutes. They got a great workout facility. I'll go down and work out.
Beauty, yes.
And then I may go out and catch the sunset and the last few rays of the day out by the pool.
Look at you.
Why don't you nap at the pool?
And then, well, I could, and then I made DoorDash.
Yeah. Get yourself a nice little Texas Roadhouse ribeye.
No dumb question. What are the guys doing today? Do you know? Yeah, I know Bruce Brown told you last night he's playing golf. Do you have an?
You heard his code word. He said the Riv. So he's playing
wow. Right.
He's playing Riviera right now.
Right. Wow. You forget how? Yeah, those guys are rich and can play places anywhere they want. That's pretty freaking cool. Is he on his own on that, or do you know?
Well, I noticed we help load bags, or unload bags anyway. I did notice there was 2 sets of golf clubs.
Okay.
So I'm assuming somebody else is traveling on that.
Okay. Well, I think it's a cool deal, man. I think it's a hell of a lot nicer. I think it's doing right by the players, right, and the coaches. And I understand Anthony Edwards is coming, but I'm glad these players can get this kind of break. Let's get into it, because that game by Jokic was unbelievable. Plus, a deeper dive into the Broncos against the Chiefs. It's PhD here on 92.5.
Jokic against Lopez, got fouled and made the jumper. Oh, that's a silly foul by a veteran player in Brook Lopez. Back on the left side, Jokic 3. Money! 32-22. Denver leads it by 10. Just over 2 minutes to go in the first quarter. Joker has 18 first quarter points. Doesn't shoot it, throws it off over to Christian, gets it right back. Joker looking for his career high in the first quarter. Can he get it? Jumper. Good! That's 20 for Joker in the first quarter. A new career high. High right side is Hardaway. Throws it off over to Jokic for 3. Jumper's nothing but net. That'll help. Nuggets are within 5 here. It's 60-55 Los Angeles. Hardaway in the paint to Joker. Runs over a player. Got it, and a foul as well on John Collins. He tried to flop, didn't get the whistle, and this will be an and-one free throw for Nikola. Kick out over to Hardaway. Throws out to Jokic for 3. Get at me! Nuggets with the big three-pointer on a 27-8 run. Denver leads it by 14. Joker looking for a 50-piece from the free throw line. Got it! That's 50 for Joker in Los Angeles. That's 5-0 for Jokic. He has scored 50 points in 29 minutes. Murray turns the corner. He's inside the arc. Throws it off over to Jokic. Jokic has it one-on-one with Sanders. Bully ball, spins at the dotted line. Jumper's good! 52 for Jokic in the basketball game. On a second night of a back-to-back, and Denver leads at 102-87. Watson's in the paint, throws out of a dispenser. Left side corner pass over to Bruce Brown. Split the defenders, gets down the lane, layup won't go. Tipped up and in by Jokic, and that's 54 for Joker in Los Angeles. There's the horn in L.A. Denver on a second game of a back-to-back. Jump on Jokic's back. He drives 55 tonight, people. 55 points for Jokic. And the Nuggets win the second game of a back-to-back tonight in L.A. by the final of 130-116.
We're going to call ourselves the Beardos. It's all the guys with beards. Instead of weirdos, they're Beardos. But I'm thinking Valanciunas has got to be the captain of the Beardos.
That's what, he's the only one who has beard. We all has wannabe beard.
Wannabe beard.
Yeah.
Joker, in the current 6-game win streak, you want some numbers, guys? 35.8 points per game, 12 rebounds per game, 11 assists per game, 73.9 field goal percentage, 55.6 three-point percentage. Good for our friend Charles Barkley when they got into the idiotic conversation about the MVP currently of the league. And Chuck unequivocally said it's Joker, and any other consideration is foolish. Shaq he's quirky on this one, man, for some reason. Now listen, maybe they're just trying to...
He's quirky because the more propped up Joker gets, the less significant he becomes.
You think that's what it is?
Yeah,
you think that's what it is?
What he was just a beat-you-up power guy, and he was great at it, and he was phenomenal, dominating an entire era. But he didn't have the skill set that, what did Charles say? You're just scared of Joker. He'd step out that three and just put dots all over you.
Yeah, see that, and that's exactly what I just said. Like he views him as a threat, and it's a little bit sad, right? Because like Shaq, nobody's a threat to Shaq. Like you were the most physically dominating human being to ever play basketball in a physical form, right? And he doesn't even have to compare himself to Joker. Like it's just a radically different position.
Two different styles, two different ways he played.
On the broadcast, though, you guys did have an interesting conversation about where Joker fits in the canon of basketball. And you said, my fine feathered friend, without the multiple championships, it's still a half rung below those other guys.
Well, and I'm looking at the eyes of what everybody thinks, and we've had this debate on the show. Is it about championships? Is it individual? I mean, you got guys that I don't think should be in the Hall of Fame, like Vince Carter and Tracy McGrady, who never, I don't think Tracy McGrady ever won a playoff series, but you know what they were? They were great scorers. They're never going to go down as an all-time list. You're never going to see Tracy McGrady jump ahead of Kobe Bryant or any of those other guys. And Dominique was a great scorer, but he's never going to jump over these guys because it was just about scoring. So you get another championship for Joker, and you've got to really, really, really seriously talk about the influence he's had and will have for the rest of his career and where he places.
By the way, it's not just about the total amount of points, okay? These guys are NBA guys. They're the best in the world. Trust me. If the goal was just to score 50 points per game, or not per game, but 50 points in any given night, Scott, there's probably like 30 guys who could do that in the league. They're that good. It's about the efficiency, and for once, Jokic scored 50-plus points first time, and they won a game. The other 4 times, they've lost the games. So what's the difference there? Why? Why in this game did they win by 14, and in the other 50-point performances, the Nuggets actually lost?
Because in the second half, all of a sudden you got more guys that actually did step up and do more. Murray had a good fourth quarter. I think Gordon was solid in the third quarter. You had guys off the bench starting to score more points. And so it was more, even though he dropped 55, I thought his 55 was like, and you were still down at half. He had 25 in the first quarter, and you're still down 5 at half. But his effort early was keeping you in the game. And then the rest of the team joined in the second half, and you kind of dominated. What did he say? It was the third quarter, 38-22 quarter or something like that.
43-22. 43-22.
43-22.
Amazing.
I mean that puts the game away for you.
Mm-hmm.
I actually responded on X because the clip you sent was on Twitter, and so then I always like to read the comments and where everybody is and what they're thinking and blah blah blah. I will say this: a whole lot of Nuggets fans follow that show and the Twitter accounts. But think of the names you're talking about, okay? And all the names they mentioned: Shai Gilgeous, Worthy, Luka, Nikola, Giannis, Wemby. 5 guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
No one stopped to consider, and I didn't even see after I responded this way. Do you realize all 5 of those guys are going to play together in the All-Star game?
That is one hell of an All-Star team right there, isn't it?
I mean, it's...
Do that again. Wemby, Luka,
Jokic,
Shai, and...
And did we say Giannis?
Let's do that again. Giannis, Joker... Shai, Luka. There's one more.
Luka, Wemby.
Wemby. How about the fact they're all 5 of them from outside of the United States?
Yeah. And this year, they're having a round-robin all-star game tournament, and it's going to be one European team.
Right.
Or one foreign-born team and 2 American teams.
Holy cow, and that would be the starting lineup for the foreign-born team?
Good luck, America.
Oh, my God.
I mean,
that's
Joker's going to play.
Insane. That's crazy.
Joker, I guess, would be, I don't know if he'd be center or small forward.
He'd be the point guard on that team. He'd be the point.
You still got Shai and Luka.
They'd be on, I don't know what you'd do. You just, who knows? It doesn't probably make sense as a team.
But I mean, seriously, you know, everybody was talking about, these guys, these are who should be considered, and all the comments and everything else. And not one person pointed out just, by the way, they're all going to play together.
That is bananas.
In this year, which, you know, when I even wrote that back to whoever's comment I got on, it made me think. I said, dude, do I have to watch the All-Star game this year? Has it succeeded in kind of raising a little?
My gosh.
My attention?
Well, we'll dig more into that in a little bit and get back to the Broncos and the Chiefs. We also have our Nugget Ticket Thursday keyword. That's at 2:20, but we do have some breaking news from the world of the University of Colorado. Tyler, do you want to break the news to everybody?
Well, yeah, this was unexpected. I hadn't heard anything about this through the grapevine, but athletic director Rick George is going to be stepping aside at the end of the academic calendar.
Mm-hmm.
He will be transitioning into a new role with the university, where he will stay on as special advisor and AD emeritus after his successor has been named. So looks like they'll give him a chance to hire a successor. He's going to what's AD Emeritus? Am I the czar of the athletic director?
In title only.
Yeah, Jim Sacamano has that role right now for the Broncos, and it's awesome. You're just around.
Yeah, you got a lifetime gig out of it.
Yeah, you don't really have any power per se, but you're there. You're somebody to talk to.
Yeah,
and chances are you aren't getting paid, but you might have an expense account.
Something like that. You probably have a good parking space, if not a good salary.
Yeah, well, you know.
Is that an honor, or is that a, well, you signed this deal, it sure was great for us, but we can't get out of it.
It's
we need
always
to find somebody else.
It tends to be a little bit of both.
If they're keeping him around, I don't think it's what you guys are insinuating.
I'm not insinuating anything bad, but he's 65. He's been there for 12 years. He's a legend in terms of CU. Nobody's trying to push him out, obviously. He said it was a tough decision on his own, so it sounds like he's the one that made his mind up about it. But it does signal some sort of change. So it's not an angry thing or a bad thing, but it's a change nevertheless.
Well, it's a change, yeah. And with change of leadership comes new opinions all the time. That it certainly, he will not be in a position to ever have to make any sort of awkward decision if there is a decision that has to be made down the road or any negotiations with Deion if for whatever reason it did not work out. And I'm not insinuating this has anything to do with it. The fact that he's sticking around, that he's going to be a special advisor, he's going to be the AD Emeritus. I mean, this is everything's in good favor here. The university's in good favor with Rick. Rick's in good favor with the university, and he'll stick around. And he says it's going to give him more time to spend with his granddaughters,
sure,
Harper and Maddie. And Rick. It was just in 2024 that Rick George was named the athletic director of the year. Nationwide, right? So what he brought to CU with Deion, nothing but gratitude for what he did with Deion Sanders, and I'm grateful to Rick for what he brought to this university.
Well, there's no doubt he has a close relationship with Prime. He was the key engineer for it, and if the key engineer is no longer there, and whoever takes over is certainly a little bit less than, if a non-existent role for Prime. Does this put this conversation in the offseason about Prime and the university somewhat up in the air for discussion?
I don't think so, because it doesn't change any of the finances. I mean, Colorado certainly is not going to come up with $33 million to move on from Deion Sanders if they wanted to. Deion Sanders would have to cough up $12.5 million or whatever it would be. The one thing that it does in theory it could change. Deion Sanders right now, like most college coaches, is judge, jury, and executioner. He is the emperor of that program.
Mm-hmm.
With the new athletic director that comes in, the new athletic director isn't as directly tied to Deion Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
So, like anything that Deion wants, he goes to Rick George, and Rick's gonna be like, "Yep, you got it."
Mm-hmm.
New athletic director comes in with different opinions. Might say, "Hey, Deion, you got to do X, Y, and Z. I want you to change this part of your staff." No, we don't have the money for that. Yes, we do have the money for it. It just makes it a little bit less of a I don't want to say it this way because I feel like it's an insult to Rick, but it's a little bit less of a yes man environment for Deion when someone new comes in.
Scott, you got a take on this?
Yeah. Every AD, every general manager in football want to hire their guy. It could signify something even bigger. George is not the youngest guy in the world, and as you said, he's
65
his grandkids.
Yeah.
And, he may want to do that and still be in touch. But the new successor eventually will want to hire his own football coach eventually, somehow, somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
This also could be, for me, I'm thinking, maybe they know the Prime is going, man, this with my health, this is just too hard. And maybe there's a way, they're not firing him, so they saved the $33 million. He it's a health-wise thing, so he's not just quitting to take another job. So maybe they waive that buyout, and there's a nice, comfortable way to kind of depart cleanly and let the new guy kind of get his start on it in the first place.
Do you think the downer year for CU football has anything to do with this?
It feels like yeah. I'm sure it doesn't help, but it feels like a pretty natural stage of life for this transition for Rick George. That's the best way I can put it. So I don't think it's an overwhelming factor.
Okay. Scott, what do you think?
I think this opens new eyes on it, because I think maybe for the first time you also see a lot of people. I don't know if, after the success you had last year, force the Ring of Fame things that they did that seemed to be forced, and then you have such a down year this year. I don't think they'd necessarily get rid of a coach, but he would definitely be on a hot seat going into the next year. Well, great. So next year you want to buy him out, and you only owe him $24 million or $21 million. You ain't got that either, right? So this just might be a jump start on what's inevitable.
Well, the signature moment of his career as an athletic director, I think, is the obtaining Deion Sanders. Of course. And listen, they've done all sorts of great things athletically, okay? You want to talk about like their cross-country team and their ski team, the success, the basketball team to a degree. But I think Rick George, as an athletic director, will be remembered most for getting Deion Sanders, getting Shedeur, and a Heisman Trophy season from Travis Hunter. I think that, like, if you're writing him as an athletic director, I think that's the headline. Has that been more of a positive than a negative? And I know it's just 3 years, but overall, has that been a positive more than a negative?
No question, in a landslide, positive. Absolute landslide. Look at where we were. We were dead. I honestly thought that this program, my university, my blood, sweat, and tears, the team that I identified the most with of all my professional teams, everything, was dead for life. And I got it. We did not have a good year. But, hey, if it ended right now, 2 out of 3 years, that was pretty damn good. That was pretty damn exciting.
Okay.
In a landslide, positive.
Scott?
Yeah, the first year was all about pure excitement, and it couldn't have started any better. Winning those first, 3 games, 4 games in a row. It kind of slid off the map after that.
Yeah.
But then you come back to next year, you get to a bowl, you got a Heisman Trophy guy. I mean, the excitement was crazy. I got to believe the influx of and I think this has been proven, of people wanting to go to CU, enrollment and stuff like that have been crazy, and that's been good. I don't know how much of the kitty you gave away as far as merch, but, there for the first 2 years, CU merch was as big as any other college merch in the country. I don't know how much of that goes to CU and how much of that went to Prime. I heard a big chunk of it went to Prime. But no, it's been positive. This has been an ugly year.
It's been a rough year. There's so many more positives. The diversity and enrollment, the attention that the university has. Boulder's such a wonderful place, and I love being a CU dad this year. It's been great this fall. I'm really, really proud, and I know you guys are obviously way more even connected, way more. And Scott's the CU dad as well, and Tyler is I'd say arguably an in-state CU legend, to be quite honest. I just think it's difficult, guys, with 5 minutes to go.
Why is that arguably?
Sorry, definitively.
Thank you.
5 minutes to go, I'm sitting there on the field, and you're getting your ass kicked by Arizona 3 years into the Deion Sanders era, and you just take a peek around, and I'm being asked if I'm a dog or a cat, and I'm wondering, how did we get here from where we were just such a short period of time ago? And if we're here now, where exactly do we go next? Where does it go next if this is where we're at now? And that's where I struggle with. Like, I don't have an answer to that. I don't know. So while I sit here and I'm like, wow, it has been awesome. You can't ignore guys where they are right now. I mean, which is like, how did it just, well, I'll just throw it out there. How did it tumble so fast?
Well,
how did it go bad this quickly?
Well, you lost the Heisman Trophy winner. You lost 4 other wide receivers that are currently playing in the NFL. You lost a quarterback that you thought was going to be a top 5 pick. And that will change a program when you don't have the – CU has got enough NIL money to get 4 or 5 of these guys, right? But when you don't have 20 to 25 of these guys on your roster that are getting paid like Travis Hunter, like Jordan Seaton, like Shedeur was, well, you lose 4 or 5 of those in the same year, there's going to be a huge drop-off. All I know for Deion is that he has earned the benefit of doubt to try to fix this. So as frustrating as it might be right now, and I'm not blind to the problems, I'm not naive, I'm as frustrated as anybody else, he has done enough good that to me, it's actually an insane thought to actually want to move on from Deion Sanders. Would he step aside? Maybe. But to actually want to move on at this point without giving him the chance to fix it, I think that's crazy.
Well said. All right, it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Here we go, putting you at Ball Arena. Text the keyword Tribune, as in the Chicago Tribune, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. There's great deals. Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5 for the best fans in the NBA. To win tickets for the Nuggets game against the Bulls on November 17th, it's Tribune along with your first and last name, Tribune. 303-504-0925. Let's football go. Dan Tanner's next. Hey, it's Emanuel. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment, that can be the difference between an okay experience and an amazing one. So go to my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. ED, terrible condition. Ruins your relationship and just makes you feel a little bit lousy about life. But you can get back in the game. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they're there for you where the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. I tell you what, man, they have 5 locations, great location there in Castle Rock, but up and down I-25, Fort Collins, North Denver, Colorado Springs, Central Denver. They're there for you. So go check them out today. The initial visit's only $99. You get a medical consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of men. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. Let's go. Get back in the game with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Yeah, the dangers of doing Zoom interviews as Gabe Landeskog was interrupted by his kid who wanted to go to the pool. I mean, do you blame the kid? I mean, I don't. Reminder in terms of football tonight, and we're brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Find them at mountainhighappliance.com. I'll be out there at Stoney's on Lincoln tonight. You can enter to win a John Elway autograph picture and grab a Dew and a Brew. It's Thursday Night Football, the Jets at the Patriots. No better place, as we will have the Avs and the Sabres on tonight as well. Thank you to the original triple distilled, triple blended, triple cask matured Irish whiskey, Tullamore Dew. So we'll see you. If you haven't never been there before, Stoney's on Lincoln is absolutely an outstanding sports bar. So great place to watch all the games tonight. All right, Dan, story number 1. Let's go.
All right, fellas. Bo Nix struggling in quarters 1 through 3. He's been great in quarter 4 for most of the year. Can Sean Payton make it easier on Bo Nix with his play calling?
It's not it's not Bo. I mean, I think it's part of the whole process offensively and constantly in our game planning this week. Certainly opponents vary what they do scheme-wise. This is a pressure team, and so our job each week, we're always looking to find easy completions. When I look at the touchdown reel on Mondays.
Okay, so Sean there saying, it's not necessarily Bo why the offense is struggling. It's the offensive progression as a whole. What do you guys think the number one issue is for the Broncos offense right now? If you had to pinpoint one thing, what's their biggest issue on offense?
I would say it's a basic disconnect between Sean Payton and what he wants to do and what Bo Nix is capable of doing, and it's leading to all sorts of other garbage. So, I don't know. I think it's a communication issue between the two of those dudes. So I think there's plenty of talent out there. Tyler?
Well, I guess I'll start with, and this is going to go down, Scott will like this, I guess, at the beginning, but then at the end, I think it changes. So the biggest problem I see, whatever you are schematically planning for at the beginning of football games ain't working. So that's where you should be at your best in theory. Your first 15, you should be moving the ball. We've been planning for this all week long. We're going to set up play 3 with play 1. We're going to set up play 9 with play 4.
We would see that with Russell Wilson. It actually always looked like it was pretty good in the beginning.
This should be the easiest part of the game plan. For whatever reason, the beginning of the game, whether that's scheme, whether that's nerves by the players, and it's a two-way street, by the way. Bo's got to help Sean. Sean's got to help Bo. It's got to go both ways. But by the end of the game, I always seem to like Sean Payton's play calling more games than not. Not every game. Right. But he seems to adjust well mid-game. The beginning is killing us.
The comments we've had, and Tyler started them in preseason, was that Bo's footwork was a little skittish, was a little nervous, moved around too much. We've heard that from 2 or 3 guys. Leggy said it a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen guys doing their little breakdown of films, talking about his footwork and everything else. So where does that stem from? That's the big question. Is it what you just said, Darren, that maybe the play calls aren't comfortable to him, so he's less sure, and so his feet get skittish? Has he digressed a little bit with his footwork? And then even going with Tyler said, he plays better later. Is it now more comfortable plays that he's used to and he's able to do what he needs to do? There's a disconnect somewhere, and it's either Bo is not real confident on the plays called early or doesn't want to get hit or something, but he's a lot – it seems like in games he's been a lot more skittish quarters 1 through 3 than he has been in 4.
Did you guys catch the very beginning of Sean's press conference yesterday? It was very subtle and it was quick. But he was asked about Alex Singleton, and he said, yeah, well, me, Bo, George Payton were meeting, and then Alex came in with his wife, and he talked mostly about Alex Singleton. But, why is Bo sitting down with the coach and the general manager in some sort of formal meeting on a Monday? Is that a typical thing? I'll just ask a question, I guess. Is that a typical thing that happens, or is that a little bit unusual?
I don't know about the GM part. Definitely typical for a quarterback and a head coach to be sitting down every single Monday.
Of course, but the general manager, in like a formal sort of setting, he's there too.
Well, could it be as simple as this? Hey, Bo, we're going to add a wide receiver this week. How do you feel about little Jordan Humphrey?
Okay, I'm just asking the question.
I don't know. I mean, I tend to agree. It's probably not that commonplace every Monday for the GM to be involved in those meetings.
Scott?
I don't know why the GM would be in there.
I don't know either. Listen, I understand like seeing the GM in the hallway, or you run into him in the cafeteria, or whatever. But we're having a meeting with the head coach, the quarterback, and the GM.
If the GM's in there, he's the arbitrator, and that goes to what we've been saying, that there may be a little rift between the head coach and the quarterback, and so the referee is your GM.
Right? Well, that makes sense. All right, we'll find that audio for you in a little bit, and I don't necessarily want to blow it up, but it was an interesting moment, that's for sure. All right, Dan, next story, let's go.
All right, here, just real quick. Here is the beginning of Sean's presser yesterday.
Yeah, I was there. Look, there was a meeting Bo had with George, myself, Alex, his wife, and.
All right, stop there. That's interesting. It's a meeting Bo had. Isn't that interesting how he put it? It's a meeting Bo had with myself and George. Not I had with Bo, where we were meeting with Bo. It's a meeting Bo had. Like, Bo called for the meeting? Like, hey, guys, I got to talk to the two of you?
I don't know. You might be pressing a little bit there.
Scott, you want to join me on the conspiracy parade right here? Or you want to step off?
If it's
a meeting Bo had.
Again, I think the GM's in as a referee, and it could have been Bo going to the GM going, I'm tired of the way he's treating people, blah, 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 blah. George Payton having a conversation with Sean. Here's what's going on. And that's complete BS. He goes, fine, let's get in the room and the three of us hash this out.
All right, well, let me ask you guys that question. How aware are you with stuff like that in your days that you would use an intermediary between a player and a coach?
I've seen it happen. It never happened to me, but I wasn't a big-time player. But I've seen the GM have to come in and
referee.
9 out of 10 times he was on the coach's side probably, but there were conversations, and I did know guys that were tired of the head coach, went and didn't think they were getting satisfactorily answered on whatever questions they had, so they would go to the GM.
Are we missing a key part of this though? He said with Alex and his wife. So this to me does not sound like a meeting between Bo Nix and George and Sean.
Yeah,
it sounds like a meeting between all of these parties, and that includes Alex and his wife.
I think that was a Sean stumble. He put some word salad together. To me, there's a meeting going on.
Let's play it again. Let me hear it again.
Okay.
Well, I think it's two different topics.
I do too. I think they found out about it while they were having that meeting, and that Alex came in and told them with his wife, here's what's going on. Like, Alex came in with his wife to the office, and when he came into the office with it, Bo was sitting in there with George and Sean. That's how I took it. Why would Bo Nix be in a meeting with Alex Singleton and his wife about the cancer thing that Alex was going? That makes no sense. 0 sense. You wouldn't have Bo Nix in there, but you could be having a meeting when Alex comes in there, in my opinion. Did you want to hear it again? We can play it again. Dan, go ahead. Roll it.
Yeah, I was there. Look, there was a meeting Bo had with George, myself, Alex, his wife, and they went through everything. And
it sounded like one meeting to me.
That's a strange-ass meeting.
Okay, I don't disagree. It doesn't seem totally typical. I'm not arguing you on that, but it doesn't sound like two separate meetings.
Okay. Sean does stumble around sometimes when he's trying to explain things.
He wasn't stumbling there at all, though. That was actually articulate for Sean.
All right. Scott, how do you take it? I think it was they were having a meeting and then Alex came in with his wife. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that, but I could also see that they knew Alex was coming in. You brought Bo in because he's one of your captains of the team.
Right.
Okay. All right. Well,
I can see that being part of it also.
You could be right.
There's a lot of speculation.
Right. All right. We'll leave it alone. Next story, Dan.
Guys, Arizona Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray is unlikely to remain with the team in 2026, according to ESPN's Jeremy Fowler. The Cardinals face a decision on guaranteeing $19.5 million of Murray's 2027 salary by the 5th day of the upcoming league year. Fowler believes Arizona will move on from Kyler Murray after 7 seasons that produced 1 winning campaign and 0 playoff victories. The Cardinals must trade or release Murray to avoid triggering the 2027 guarantee. So if the Cardinals do move on from Kyler Murray, what team do you think would be best suited to go after him? Like, would there be any teams out there
Nobody.
that you could see that would want Kyler Murray?
The Oakland A's. I think Kyler Murray should go to baseball and fulfill his destiny. I think 0 teams would be interested in Kyler Murray, fellas.
Even as a backup?
No, I mean, he'll definitely get another crack at it. I know what you're saying. I wouldn't be particularly interested in Kyler Murray, even if I had quarterback problems. But there's always teams desperate enough for a quarterback that he'll have a starting job next year somewhere.
I think it's time for him to figure out how to play outfield, Scott.
Hey.
If he wants to be a starting quarterback again, I'd go and see if the Rams will take me or the 49ers take me as a backup for a year so I can learn how to be a real quarterback.
Interesting theory from our guy Jesse texted me about the Bo meeting.
Okay.
He said, I think he's talking about Bo Lowry, the Broncos' strength and performance coach, who he is the czar of all health things considered for the Denver Broncos.
Oh, that would actually make a lot of sense.
That might be too.
That would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That would make a lot more sense. Okay. That's good.
I think that was good, Jesse.
That's a good pickup. There's another Bo.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a really, really good pickup.
And that actually makes a lot of logical sense.
That makes a hell of a lot of sense.
Because keep in mind, they're the new strength coach. I forget what his actual title is this year. But he's the czar of the training room, of the strength and conditioning. It's no longer like separate buildings. He runs it all.
I hate when somebody comes along and makes perfect sense and ruins a good conspiracy, but that makes way more sense.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Never mind.
Never mind. Just, you don't remember those last 10 minutes. You don't remember those last 10 minutes. What was that? Men in Black? What is the?
You come in with the pen.
Yeah, whatever the whatever nebulizer, whatever the hell it is.
Rosanna Dana as a man in black. None of this happened. Never mind.
Never mind. Damn, there's another Bo.
Makes a lot of sense, Jesse. I didn't know Jesse was that smart, but good job.
Yeah, that's actually really smart. God, am I a moron? It's PhD on 92.5. Well, I mean, is it more important to get it right or get it right eventually? Eternal questions we can all ask ourselves. I want to thank our friends at Revitalized Health. You can visit them at revitalized-health.com for sponsoring everything. It's revitalized-health.com. Paul D. Podesta, we've been told, will be joining us next week, and we can sit down and we can talk to the new head honcho of your Colorado Rockies. He met the media today, and our friend Lionel Bienvenu from Channel 7 just went out flat up to Dick Monfort and was like, well, what do you do here, Dick? And here's that interaction.
I think they're sort of pushing me out. Doesn't it feel that way? No, I mean, hey, much has been said about what I do and don't do. I'm here to support Walker. I'm here to support Paul. I'm here to support everybody in this building. And, we have to have the resources to make all this work. And that sort of always has been part of my responsibility, too. But I'm here to support people. I'm not as bad as anyone thinks I am. I do care. I think that's where it sort of gets foggy. I care about, winning. I care about our players. I care about our, the entire staff that work here. They work extremely hard. And so, I defend them and I support them. But really it's Paul's job. It's Walker's job. And I'm there to support them. And like I tell people, I'm the overhead around here.
Walker would be his son, who made it clear he's going to, ultimately oversee things. But Paul is going to have the rights to hire his own manager and collectively hire the next, or general manager, and then hire the manager and sort of go from there. Do you guys buy that Dick Monfort will be able to more or less fade into the background, or he won't be able to really help himself? What do you think?
I think it was a great, every great intention of man. I think that is probably going to be his intention. I think also he's got to show a little bit of support and trust in his son. So, I mean, if his son's still making a lot of the major decisions, how involved is Dick really? We'll see. And also, listen, Dick's not getting any younger. Maybe he understands that, and he said, "Listen, I gotta let." I would say it's time to let my son and this organization sink or swim without me, but it's already sunk, so it can't get any worse. So why not trust everybody?
Yeah, I don't think it's possible.
It's hard, right?
I think it's nearly like the current setup is nearly impossible to allow that to happen. He has now put his son in a position to run the team to the best of his ability.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't mean this is a shot at Josh Kroenke. Do you think Josh Kroenke checks in with Stan about Nugget stuff? Do you think Stan's still got a pretty strong voice of what's going on around here? Like yes, you enable your kids. Yes, you want to empower them. But as a child, you also want dad to be happy. You also want to make sure that you're not doing something the dad isn't proud of, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the actual setup of it, I think makes it physically impossible for him to truly disappear.
I think it's a challenge. And I'll tell you this, if he doesn't just step away and give full autonomy, what are we doing here? I mean, what are we expecting? What would any of us
It has
expect?
to be the perception of full autonomy, whether it really is or not. And I can go back to the Josh and Stan. I think Josh or Stan is still involved, but I do know that now how the years have moved. In fact, Stan talked about it with the firing. He said, Josh came to me and said, "This is what I'm thinking about doing." And Stan goes, do you need me to come down there and be there? And he goes, "No, I got it."
Mm-hmm.
So I do think Josh is, and I think it was earned over the years, with Monfort's. This is kind of the first year, right? The first full year, first year and a half of his son kind of being in charge. So there may be a little bit more of a, make sure I'm in the loop.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's working, I think it'll diminish over time.
But there was a game last year where Mr. Kroenke was sitting on the bench, wasn't there, next to Deron Holmes. We'll never forget that one, will we? Like, wow, that's
well,
that's
listen,
interesting.
I don't think there's a millionaire alive or a billionaire alive that doesn't probably keep an eye on his assets somewhere, doesn't he?
That was just such a surreal moment. It's not like he's like Mark Cuban, who's like was down on the bench all the time. I mean, like, you could count on one hand, and all of a sudden it's like, oh,
something's up.
Something's going on, obviously. So I just laughed at the scene because it's Mr. Kroenke sitting next to Deron Holmes, and I'm like, does Deron Holmes have like any clue whatsoever who's sitting right next to him? But we now know what was going on. We know how bad things were, and you want to put some eyes on it. I'm not saying Dick Monford's going to come down to the clubhouse or hang out in the dugout, and he probably shouldn't. I think one of the hardest things he's going to have to do. Because look at the affirmation he wants. I'm not as bad as you think I am. I really do care about everything. And you know what? I'm going to agree with him on that. You probably aren't, Mr. Monfort, as bad as everybody makes you out to be. And I do think you care. You just ain't good at doing this particular job. And you need to let some other people sort of run the show. But the concept, and then you can hear it. He's nowhere close to thinking about selling the team, which everybody wants him to do. Like, that guy's never going to happen. We understand that, right?
He's literally setting up the next generational run of the Monforts.
Yeah. So the whole concept of sell the team is stupid.
How many years were the Cubs insignificant?
Oh, man, a lot.
Was there, and I don't know, and I'm asking this out of trying to garner information, how many years was there clamoring for the Wrigleys to sell the Cubs?
That was a drum beat that was thunderous. And then they did, by the way. The Red Sox were horrible, and then they sold, and then they got good. The White Sox, I think, are sold or going to be sold. They're not good yet, but it's not the Dodgers have been sold. There's a lot of teams, guys, big, huge teams that have been sold and got better, for sure. No doubt about it. And you know what? Would the Rockies be in better hands if the Cronkies or the Penners were running the show? Of course they would.
Oh my gosh! In baseball of all sports, you give a deep-pocketed owner,
right?
It's over.
I mean, either one of those ownership groups would do a better job because at the end of the day, it's not how much you know about baseball; it's how you run a business and set up an organization, right? That's the more important part of things. And both of those organizations have proved they can do it at a championship level. And the Rockies, aside from a couple of years, have been a big donut in that. So we'll see, man. We'll see. And we'll have Paul DePodesta on with us next week and go from there. Alex Diaz from Johnston is the winner of those Nuggets tickets. Scott, you want to give us a little summation about what we saw last night? And what we really have on our hands here with Jokic this year?
This year, last year, the year before, next year, the year after.
All right, let me boil it down. Will he win the MVP if he continues to play like he's been playing? And because there's no reason to think he won't.
If he plays the way he is playing and continues, then he'll be hard pressed. They'll be hard pressed not to do it. They didn't let him win it last year, and he had a triple-double. Let him do a triple-double again, lead the league in assists, top 2 or 3 in rebounding. He'll end up in the top 10 in scoring again, and it'll be hard-pressed. That being said, I think there's a huge contingency of the national let us make policy media, which doesn't necessarily want him to. I don't think Joker gives a flip of whether he does. And I said this a year that he took second to Embiid, and he should have won it that year, to be honest with you. Because if they're using the win-loss thing, remember Denver was the number 1 seed that year, right? And they sure didn't give him the benefit of the team winning that year, did they? But they're doing that now. I'm not sure he'll win an MVP this year. If he can't this year, then it's stupid. But I really do think they're going to be on track at the end of the year to win an NBA championship, and I think that's more important for his legacy going forward forever and ever and ever. I mean, he's putting the type of career together, and I see Nate's got his headset on.
Yeah.
He's putting the type of career together right now that his name will live in Colorado sports history forever, to the point where, what was it Vic said yesterday, Elway was always synonymous with the town of Denver, that, Joker has now taken that status that Elway once had as the quarterback of the Broncos.
I think he's like a slam dunk shoe-in MVP. I don't even think it's close. I think all the narrative is for him right now. Because he didn't win last year.
Mm-hmm.
And so he's only gotten better. His team is only more unstoppable right now. Do you guys realize he's missed 28 two-pointers all year?
The numbers are astounding.
101 of 129.
Yeah, pick your favorite numbers out there. It's crazy.
Also,
I think he's shooting a little over 79% from two.
Yeah, it's
bonkers.
Absurd what he's doing. The other one I caught last night, and it blew my mind, was no center has ever scored 25 in the first quarter before. Like, that's the most points.
Will never did it?
Apparently not. I guess the night that he went for 100, I don't know what he put up in the first quarter, but it was less than what Joker did last night in the first quarter, which is funny, too, because didn't he miss his first 2 shots?
Yes.
Last night, and then he just started cooking. Also, did you guys get the sense last night it was like, okay, I want to go destroy Zubats? Like, I thought...
Is that what that was?
I thought Zoo had a really good series against him last year, and... Ty Lue came out last night and said, okay, we're just going to play you straight up, and it was Zubats.
Oh, you think it's a little chip on his shoulder?
I think there was some of that last night.
That's fun. I like that concept.
Yeah, he destroyed him. I mean, he just straight up wrecked him. By the way, and what was funny
real
was...
real fast on that Zubats thing.
Yeah.
And I said this on the broadcast last night because, Lopez came in. He destroyed Lopez, too, right away. Lopez has won a Defensive Player of the Year, and Zubats was being pushed for Defensive Player of the Year last year.
Right.
And so 2 guys that his name is synonymous and everybody's propping up to win it, he just dropped 55 on you and missed 5 shots.
Yeah. He cooked those guys. And like Ty Lue after the game was like, okay, well, my game plan was I'm going to play him straight up and hope that he doesn't beat me with scoring. And I looked it up at halftime. The Clippers were up 5. Jokic had 33 and only 2 assists. Everyone else not named Jokic was 11 of 29 from the field. So really, like, Ty Lue was right.
He's not it's not a crazy strategy considering they were 0 for 4, I believe, when Jokic had scored 50 or more points.
It generally does, not generally does work, but it
has worked.
It's kind of like your one shot. And at halftime, you would look at it and you'd say, well, Ty Lue is onto something right here. And Ty Lue's a really good coach, and he has had excellent games against Jokic many times in his life. It's just that right now, Joker's something different. 55 on 23 shots.
It's in the championship year, the Nuggets kept figuring out ways to score 125 or more points.
Right.
They didn't do it the same way. They did it kind of a crazy variety of ways. And in the championship year, if they were tied or had any form of lead with 5 minutes to go, you were dead.
Yeah, they were closing.
Last year was not the same. Last year, they struggled in both of those categories. But this year,
they lost 2 playoff games to Oklahoma City in that same regard.
All right, I want you guys to all go scraping your memory banks here for a minute. What's your favorite Jokic game of all time? And where does last night rank in it?
Last night's pretty good.
Last night's pretty good.
It's
yeah.
Favorite of all time is when he was hitting those crazy shots against the Lakers and dominating them, and
postseason.
Game 4?
Was it Game 4?
Yeah.
It might have been the Jamal Murray made a shot game that he was. I don't know. It was one of those games where Anthony Davis just was raising his hands up, what am I supposed to do here?
Yeah.
Because the way Jokic was playing, the craziness of the shots, and what the game actually meant. So
this whole series in that Western Conference Finals against the Lakers, those 4 games should be put down in the time capsule by themselves. We're forgetting he did have a 60-20-20 game.
Well, I know, because you ask a weird question, because last night was freaking on. Last night was a game. Every time you made a bucket, you found yourself going, what? Wow.
The rainbow floater.
Yeah.
rainbow floater in transition.
His touch is one of the things about his start and what he's been doing over the last 8 games or so that it's really made it dawn on me of like, oh, he was playing through some stuff last year. Because last year
could be right.
Last year was a goofy year for him, and what's funny about it is he still finished second in the MVP, and to Scotty's point, had a hell of a case to win the MVP last year. But like, he didn't have the touch last year that he does now.
Last year, no lead seemed safe.
Yeah.
And I think Adelman, who got a little brusque with Bennett afterwards about subbing Jokic in, I think that reflects it. Like, they really were probably fine. He probably didn't have to put Jokic in.
Also, the second unit was a lot better in the fourth quarter than they were in the second quarter last night.
But last year leaves some scars.
Right.
Losing to the Wizards, there's a little bit of a hangover twice.
Yeah.
Losing 15 games at home. You guys see that happening this year?
By the way, Scotty, what was the vibe around last night? Because Andy and I started talking about it yesterday of like, is this going to be a Jamal AG? Or are they gonna be off tonight? And then it's like you look at the calendar and it's like, okay, you don't play again until Saturday in Minnesota. You guys had said on the broadcast during the Sacramento game that the team was going to stay an extra night in LA. That to me is kind of where the flags went up a little bit of like, oh, okay, Adelman's going to dangle the carrot and go get it, and then you guys can go off and do whatever you need to. That's
always been a carrot. I will say this. I think it's also a needed day just mentally, just to kind of get off. And we had Adelman on earlier. I mean, I'm looking out my window right now, and I can see the Pacific Ocean and the big Ferris wheel on Santa Monica Pier. And it's kind of a cool
Go get some
location
sunshine.
Yeah, well, it's overcast, but you can still get burnt in overcast.
Oh, that must be so difficult for you. By the way, guys, my favorite Jokic game of all time.
Yes.
And what sucks is they lost the series, but Game 5 at home against Minnesota, when I think he went for 40 and 13 assists against Rudy. And then. They go up to Minnesota and get destroyed, and then they blow a 20-point lead in Game 7. So it's like people, like they've shunned that game out of their memory. But like I remember sitting there watching that game, watching the things that he was doing to Rudy Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns that night, and like Rudy Gobert is truly one of the best defensive big men to ever play the game, and Nikola Jokic was just kicking the ever-living snot out of him. That was the night where I was just like, this is the best basketball player I've ever seen in my life.
Let me throw you another memory of that, and Jamal brought this story to light to us, remember? And Utah, it's always been a tough place to play to go into Utah. And Rudy, the first couple of times he faced Joker, he got to Joker, and then all of a sudden Joker figured him out. And that's the whole thing. Once Joker figures you out, here we go. Remember, Wemby had a pretty good game that first game they played against each other, and since then it's been a little different. But remember the game, and they're playing in Utah, and they throw it in, and they were going to double, and Rudy's going, no, I got him. And the rumor is from Jamal that the Joker looked over his shoulder and said, bro, I got 43.
Oh, yeah. Right.
Did you guys see this tweet from Jake Coyne, the Stat Squatch, last night? So in NBA history, only one player has ever done each of these in the same season. 50-point game, a 30-15-15 game, and a 25-point game without attempting a single free throw. That player is Nikola Jokic, who did each of those in the last 8 days.
That's a fun parlay right there. It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. Yeah, the numbers. We asked Adelman. We said, "What's your favorite number?" Because there's so many numbers to choose from. He went with efficiency. He said that was his favorite thing.
55 on 23 shots,
stuff like that.
Let me throw this out at you, Nate. This is Scott's simple math. This is Scott's simple math.
Simple math.
I can't get deep like you do. Back-to-back nights, Sacramento Clippers, which back-to-backs are always what they are.
Yep.
Joker in those two games was 34 of 42 with 90 points.
90 points in 2 games. 90 points in 2 games.
34 of 42.
He missed 8 shots and scored 90 points in 2 nights. Is what he has done over the last 2 games. I guess, if we got to find a knock for it, Scotty, neither of those were triple doubles.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Neither one of them were triple doubles.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Yeah, 55 last night, and they won. And he was 5 of 6 from 3. He had another 3 last night where he was he was trailing Hardaway in transition, and how sometimes Joker will catch and then I feel as though many of his 3-point shots are like him just kind of looking around and going, okay, I guess I'll do this. This was one, and this is how you know he is absolutely feeling it right now, where it was just like in transition, he didn't even think about it. He was just like, oh, you're going to give me that kind of look? And boom, right in rhythm and just buried the thing. And that's yet another example of I am absolutely right now in a rhythm, in a groove like I've almost never been in my basketball life.
Let me give you another stat, kind of a stat, but also a conspiracy theory wrapped around a stat.
Okay.
The NBA looks at last night's game and goes, this is why we can't put Joker to the free throw line. Joker going into last night was averaging 4 free throws a game. There's no superstar that does what he does and has the ball in his hand for the percentage of minutes that he has a ball in his hands that he shoots that many free throws.
Yeah.
I mean, Shea's around 11 or 12, right? He shoots 4 times a game. All of a sudden, you get in a game and you give him, was it 14 free throws?
Yep, 16. He was 14 to 16 last
free throws?
night. Yeah.
The league's sitting there going, boys, if we put him on the line,
right,
10 to 16 times a game, he could average 40.
And the night prior when he went for 35 and he wasn't missing anything and took 19 shots, he shot 3 free throws.
3.
Yeah, 3.
And he got 35.
3 total in that game, and he still went for 35. Absolute absurdity. Scott Hastings, everybody. He is in Los Angeles. He is off to Minnesota. Scotty, travel safe. Excellent work last night, man. You and Marlo were you guys have been cooking on this road trip.
Well, 2 for 2. Let's hope we continue that on Saturday.
All right. Keep it up. It's PhD, everybody, noon to 3 right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Speaking of the Nuggets, it is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. We're putting you in Ball Arena to see the best player in the world. Yes, Nikola Jokic is taking on Josh Giddey and the Bulls coming up on November 17th. Josh Giddey's playing like an all-star right now, Andy. You could be at that game. We'll give you a keyword coming up at 3:20 this afternoon. 3:20 this afternoon. Andy, best Joker game ever last night?
I think it is. I don't know.
That 55 on 23?
And 60-point game was pretty dang fun.
It's got a 30-20-20 on the resume.
Look, there's a lot of games you could go to, but, you were talking about his advanced stats yesterday, and you were talking about the fact that these shots aren't layups, that these shots aren't he's doing the Wilt thing without just going and dunking the ball all the time.
Yeah.
How many, just little kiss – the 5-footer or whatever it is where he's just kissing it up there and it goes in.
Mm-hmm. They all
a lot of guys, half those will find some part of the rim and bounce the wrong way and not go in. Never with him.
They never do with him.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's like there's a magnet that just makes the ball go through the bottom of the hoop because his touch is just that insanely good. 55 points last night on 23 shots. By the way, first victory of his Nuggets career when he goes for 50+, which is wild but true. 130 to 116. The Nuggets have won 6 in a row. He scored 25 in the first quarter. He scored 19 on, by the way, 7 of 7 shooting in the third quarter. He had 52 points after 3 last night. I like running out of words, and yet I still want to find more words to talk about what this guy is doing. 8 of 11. He missed his first 2 shots last night. He was 8 of 9 after that in the first quarter. Honestly, he kind of. I got the sense last night he felt his way into that game, and with probably about 5 minutes to go in the first quarter, it was just, oh, you're really only gonna play me with 1, and so. Back to basket, he cooked Zubats all night long last night. He destroyed Brook Lopez. He was very active in transition last night. He consistently attacked the basket. He made 5 threes in that game. Like every single part of the game is on display. By the way, in the 6-game win streak, Jokic averaging 36, 12, and 11 on 74% shooting. That's what he's doing right now. Like he's, Hastings is talking about, like the we get so wrapped up in the political game of who is going to be the MVP. Quite honestly, is it possible for the MVP race to be over on November 13th? Because it is. It's his.
Yeah, we'll see. I should be his.
Yeah.
But, we'll see who concocts what and what narrative pops up. I don't know how you're going to keep doing it if this keeps up, but here would be my thing is that what I love about last night, what I love about this guy, period, but I hope the kids notice. The kids. It's about the kids.
The kids.
This guy shows up to work every day. Every day. The back-to-back doesn't matter. The travel. Scotty talked about it. Scotty talked about how he was feeling on the broadcast. Scotty talked about what time they got into bed. And look, I think it's a real factor for a lot of these guys. You go to bed about 3:34 a.m. I don't care how late the game is. You're probably going to feel a little off that day.
Yeah.
It never matters for him. He shows up, and he shows up to win. He doesn't show up at 3:13 on a Thursday. He shows up.
He shows up. He's there at opening
at 3,
tip.
He's there at 3.
He's there.
Every day. No, I'm dead serious. We're having some fun with Mike. But
yeah.
I this guy every night lets everybody know I'm here to win. I almost thought about cussing right there. I'm glad I didn't. I'm here to win. I don't care. Again, I want to hear about your back-to-backs. If we're playing a game, I'm here to win the damn thing.
And he'll fight.
I'm not worried about how many minutes I get tonight.
He will fight with his coach if his coach doesn't want him to play, by the way.
It's very admirable.
Yeah, it is.
In modern sports times. And look, I'm sure there's plenty of guys, we've talked about it, they're not all like, oh, yeah, I got to get all dressed up and sit down tonight because you want to time manage me. He just doesn't. He doesn't want to hear any of that stuff.
He plays.
That goes on in
I
modern
just
sports.
am of the opinion that Nikola Jokic does his best work after a late night Serbian bender at the discotheque.
It could be. Did you see the guy that put out the edit of it? It keeps going around. They did this last year too, showing everybody with all their weightlifting routines in the offseason. And then there's Jokic dancing shirtless in Serbia, parts unknown.
The funny part is he does all of the weightlifting. It's just that's not what you see on social media because he's not a look at me, I'm working in the gym kind of guy. That's not what he does.
Because I don't think he really goes to the gym.
No,
he might.
Oh, he is an insane.
Oh, you mean the basketball gym?
No, what I mean is that guy worked. He lifts weights after every single game.
Well, I get that, but
Why
I mean,
do you
are you
think-
talking about he's gym bro with like he's lifting 3 people on the side, or
I don't think he's doing. I don't think he's doing that, but. Yeah, I do think he spent much of this offseason probably resting his body more because he's 30. And I think he had a couple of games, like the Golden State opener. It was kind of like, oh, he's starting slow this year.
Well, and he spent 2 years tasked with stupid amounts of minutes.
Exactly.
Stupid minutes.
Which the minutes are way down right now.
Which is awesome.
Yeah, but he's putting in, like, he's outworking everybody, and that's why he is the basketball player that he is.
And by the way, yet again, not playing with the food to start the second half.
Yeah.
They come out, I thought of what'd you call them, the death lineup Warriors yesterday. They just come right out
Great
second
third
half
quarter.
and like, all right, we're going to break your soul.
Great third quarter.
By the way,
last night.
that arena sucks.
Intuit Dome?
Yeah.
Have you been there?
No, I just think your little wall looks weird.
It's dumb.
You're chanting.
Oh, I think it's cool.
Didn't you think the floor looked cool?
People going,
yeah.
LAC, LAC, LAC.
Do you remember the shoes back in the early 90s, LA Gear?
Oh, yeah.
The court had very LA Gear
It was
vibes to it.
the
did it not?
orange uniforms and
Yes,
everything.
very
As someone
LA
that
Gear.
grew up closer to LA, like here, you didn't want the LA Gears.
Really?
You were probably going to get a few comments.
What, you want
your way.
Fila's?
Probably, yeah, that was better.
Okay. Fila's over LA Gear. Wasn't LA Gear, wasn't that the catapult? Wasn't that their technology?
Was it?
I believe it was. Converse had React Juice. LA Gear had I think it was the catapult because that was a Karl Malone thing.
Here's the irony of all this.
Nike had the Air.
I think the
Reebok
LA Gear
had the Pump.
I think the LA Gear was sold at Target. And as a man that can't quit always shopping there in my adult life.
Yeah.
As a kid, you weren't cool if you had the Target gear. So
LA Gear's still going, by the way.
I would assume
it is?
so.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I might get a pair.
Yeah.
Just to
Get some LA Gears.
Just to let everybody know you're not worried about it. You're a full-grown adult now.
They had the catapult.
Is there a modern NBA LA Gear player? Like who would they have?
Someone just put in British Knights, Body Glove.
Oh, BKs.
BK Knights.
Oh,
yeah,
man, I remember the BKs.
BK Knights were hot.
The Blood Killer. There were some undertones in Long Beach, California, where I grew up.
Yeah,
where are these shoes?
So well, I'm just reading them off.
So
Carl,
to see
do you guys realize that Karl Malone was the official spokesperson for
LA Gear
for the
catapults.
catapult?
Yeah, for catapults.
And then they had the LA Lights, which became the most successful
the light-up
line.
shoes.
They lit up
Okay.
and came out in 1992. I remember I wanted those.
Yeah,
so badly.
Who were the Converse React Juice players? Do you remember React Juice?
Kinda.
React Juice was like a goop. It was in a little window on the shoe.
I remember those.
My brother
It's
had
actually
a pair.
kind of sweet looking. I'd wear them right now.
Well, the problem was
we know who it is.
Within a week, the little window popped and the goop all leaked out.
I'll give you just a quick little image here for you to take a peek.
Okay, React Juice was Grandma Ma was React Juice?
Yeah, it was Larry Johnson.
Okay.
See, I just
Grandma
remember
Ma.
the pump. I like the pump.
David Robinson.
The pump was our deal.
Wasn't Shaq was the pump?
He was
Yeah.
the Reebok guy.
Yeah.
But then Nike came out with a side pump that was the Air Force because it was an Air Force. They didn't call it the pump. They called it something else. I had the shoe.
What rank the logo? The Shaq Dunk logo or the Jordan Jump, man?
Jordan, man.
Yeah.
Test of time, man.
Yeah. But much more iconic. Shaq was trying.
That still
it was
was pretty
pretty
cool.
sweet. It
Dude.
was really cool.
When you look like you're seated in a chair as you're
Really
about
cool.
to rip the rim and backboard off the stanchion.
My daughter asked me the other day, she was like, has Nikola Jokic ever broken a basket before? And I'm like, he probably has somewhere, but that would require him to, like, he had a good hammer dunk last night early on in that game.
Yeah, he got a little saucy. Got going.
But generally, like, that's more exertion than Jokic wants to put into a dunk.
By the way, how great is the signing of Tim Hardaway Jr.?
What a player.
Holy
That's
cow.
a good player.
And it was sneaky at the time, was it not? It
Yeah.
wasn't like
Well, yeah, it was
we were
like,
going nuts.
Well,
I
you
kinda was
looked at his
excited.
age. I had ageism. I'm like, the guy's kind of older. We'll see what he does.
He's been
We've
the
kinda
best
seen
signing so
this.
far. He's been the best acquisition.
He's been the best, most consistent three-point shooter it feels like they've had in a while. I just feel like when that guy decides he wants to heat up and go, it's going to go in.
Yeah, he's been wonderful.
I think the Jonas effect is having peripheral effects.
He's been terrific. When he's minus 13 in the second quarter last night, I could have done without that. But he has those quarters. The good thing is the last two games he's been trash in the second quarter and then excellent in the fourth quarter. So it's like if we're gonna play uneven bench minutes right now, like get it out of the way. But the thing that I like is that they're playing better in the second
Why
half.
he's known as Bonus Valanciunas.
By
in
the
certain parts
way,
of the countries.
Did you see Joker has weighed in with Scott Hastings? The NBA Twitter handle picked it up and retweeted it on who's got the best beard.
Yeah.
I told you this yesterday. I think Scott's doesn't really count as a beard. And I know he'd be mad at me. Mike has a beard. Scott's got nothing on the side. Joker himself said Jonas is the head of the beard club because he's the only one that actually has the beard.
Because it's a
a full
goatee.
beard.
Okay.
No, Jonas has the full beard.
Sure.
Yeah.
And it's thick.
Boy,
Okay.
speaking of beard, did you ever? There was a side profile at one point of of James Harden, and I was like, "What is he going to look like with that beard?" I really wonder how skinny the face. That is a lot of beard. That dude is packing.
It is.
I mean, that's a lot of beard.
It is. He's still so good, too,
He
man.
is, but can you imagine how skinny he is?
I know.
Like he's got to have like this little peanut head, doesn't he?
It's almost as
You
if
know what I mean?
The beard itself makes him look like he shouldn't be able to move.
I think the
but he
beard
can.
weighs more than his skull. I'm telling you, it's a ton of beard. He's got the neck beard. He's got it's all just beard.
The weirdest thing about his beard is even before it was long, it was dense. It was
Yeah.
thick. And now it's long everywhere, thick, dense. It's like the Kimbo Slice beard. Remember Kimbo Slice?
Yeah.
Shrubbery. He's got shrubbery on his face. It is a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. That means we're putting you in Ball Arena to see the best player in the world. Your keyword is Cartwright. Text Cartwright along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Hey, this season while you're at ball, make sure to check out the Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5 just for the best fans in the NBA to win tickets to the Nuggets game against the Bulls November 17th. Text Cartwright along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, as in former Bulls center Bill Cartwright. 303-504-0925. Text Cartwright right now. Good luck. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Nuggets Ticket Thursday. This is to win Nuggets Bulls tickets for November 17th. Your keyword is Cartwright. Cartwright. Three-time NBA champion, big man Bill Cartwright, Andy. Bill Cartwright.
Weird free throw style.
Extremely odd shooting form. Very, very deep, gravelly voice. That is the great Bill Cartwright. Played for the Bulls from 1988 until 1994. So he was a part of the initial three-peat. Bill Cartwright. Text Cartwright along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and that enters you to win Nuggets Bulls tickets for November 17th and a chance to see Joker and company take on Josh Giddey and the Bulls. Nuggets winning 130-116 last night. They will be back in action on Saturday night. Big one in Minnesota.
Biggie.
Anthony Edwards is back. Looking forward to that one, but great start to the road trip.
Yeah, I hope everybody's okay. Brown and
Christian Brown, a little
Cam
banged
Johnson looked like they both were a little bothered by things.
Cam got a little banged up last night as well. Good Spencer Jones minutes last night. Yeah,
Stanford guy.
I like Spencer Jones.
I do too. We had
Smart
him on over the summer, and he took on the matchup of James Harden one-on-one several times. Like it's a fun little spot role to put that guy in. You watch him do that, and you're like, oh, you're gonna make an NBA paycheck. Like that's
because he's tough.
Yeah,
he's a physical player.
If you have that, the funny thing about being like a well-compensated, not even well-compensated, well, they're all well-compensated, but a decently paid NBA player for a long, long time, be really good at one thing.
Yeah, and one thing that's needed.
Yeah.
And he doesn't mind a rebound. He doesn't mind playing a little D. He hit that nice corner three. That's frosting on his game as far as I'm concerned.
If you're just kind of like good at everything, it's like, well, the NBA teams will look at you and go, I can find you.
Yeah, there's a bunch of guys that are good at everything.
Big deal. You got to be great at something.
What was Uncle Jeff Green's one thing?
That he could jump all the way through the frickin' roof.
He was low-key tough, dude.
Yeah.
Don't underestimate
Strong as
his
hell.
toughness.
Yeah, he had toughness.
Was it generally defense?
Veteran savvy. He was one of the best dunkers in the game. Don't forget, Jeff Green was
39.
Number 5 overall pick when he came into the league with
Seattle.
Yeah,
he's a good player.
Initially. Yeah,
Still going, too.
Yeah, Jeff Green, real good NBA player. And that's the other thing is, like, when you get old, like, be a great teammate.
Be a good locker room guy.
Be good locker room guy. Keep yourself in incredible shape. And teams like having guys like that around. He was great on the championship team.
Bruce Brown, what's his thing? Defense?
It's defense and positional versatility.
I would also say energy. He is their energy guy.
He's also shooting really well right now.
Well, he's back to being the Bruce Brown. He's the version of Bruce Brown we saw at the Nuggets the first time around.
Yeah.
Just laughing because I was talking about those kind of the also niche guys.
Mm-hmm.
That just get good at one thing. Don't get good at a lot of things. So I asked about Bruce Brown and Jeff Green.
Yeah.
We listed like 7 things.
Oh, a bunch of good things.
But I mean, low-key, Jeff
those
was
guys
good
are not,
locker room.
Yes.
Those guys are not also
I mean,
Spencer.
ultimately, like, why...
They're higher profile
Why
players.
is Bruce Brown in like, why is he as valuable as he is? It's because of positional versatility. It's because he can guard 1 through 4, and because he can essentially play 1 through... Hell, he can play 1 through 4.
But let's be honest, he's valuable to Denver. We saw it. He left Denver.
Yeah.
Never really found the same niche with other teams. Niche, if you prefer, whatever. And then gets traded 100 times, gets hurt, and now he's back here just being the guy that we all love.
Yeah, but if you're Indiana and you can take Bruce Brown and turn him into Pascal Siakam, you have to.
No,
do
I
it.
get that.
Yeah.
But again, it's if he was as valuable to Indiana, which they paid him to be a valuable starting member of their team,
right?
Then they wouldn't have traded him. You wouldn't have worried about a Pascal Siakam. And then Toronto,
no, you still would have. You still wanted the better player. Like you still make that deal. It's just, and that is some NBA players' value too, is this guy's a nice trade piece to have.
Then what's Toronto's deal?
Money. Terrible organization, tanking, all those kind of good things, firing Masai Ujiri. Yeah, they're a freaking mess. Guys, I think I figured out how the Broncos win this game.
All right,
on
I was
Sunday.
going to say, I didn't know if this is what you wanted to do or not.
I got this.
Remember the days of MapQuest? I want you to be my MapQuest.
You want me to print
mate.
out?
Will you go ahead and MapQuest
You want
for
me
me?
print out a 9-page.
That is right. You did have to print those out, didn't you?
You printed it. It was loaded with ads.
It was. There were headers in bad places.
To get from Littleton to Lone Tree was
it'd be like,
good
turn
6-pager.
left here.
Cut through this industrial park.
We miss the map. We don't miss the MapQuest days.
Not really.
The Garmin.
Remember they used to print out the picture of each turn?
Oh, yeah.
A big old chunk of a picture.
Yeah. You beat. That was safe. Hey. You're
good.
not texting and driving. You're trying to read your dumb printout. Be my MapQuest how the Broncos win this sucker.
Okay. So the defense has to single-handedly win this game.
You had me excited for a lot more, Nate. All right, let's hear him out. Let's hear him out.
Which can be done. Which absolutely can be done.
Which is basically what's happening in the 8 victories.
Pretty much. But you would look at it and you would go, all right, well, but when you have played the good quarterbacks on your schedule, Daniel Jones and Justin Herbert, you lost those games. Jalen Hurts, like, without an incredible fourth quarter comeback by Denver, Jalen Hurts should have had you. And also Philly's passing game is wonky to begin with. But I was looking at Mahomes last time out against Buffalo. He was pressured 53% of his dropbacks in that game.
That's high.
That's high. And Buffalo's defense isn't awful. They're not Denver, though. When pressured in that game, listen to this. 3 of 16, 61 yards, no touchdowns, and a pick. He averaged 3.8 yards per attempt under pressure in that game. He was sacked 3 times, and he was over 4 seconds to throw on those pressured downs. Really, the average depth of target was downfield. Andy Reid did not have a good plan in place for Mahomes to give him easy outs with the football. It was just like, all right, man, you run around and you chuck it down the field. Now, Andy Reid's had a full bye week to reassess things, and last time I checked, that guy is pretty good in these spots. But the Broncos can win this game with their pass rush alone. Jawan Taylor's been banged up at left tackle. Josh Simmons is only just now returning to the field for Kansas City after being out for a month with personal issues. I don't think Kansas City's offensive line is particularly special. They have looked better since Rashee Rice returned, but pass rush is going to win this game.
All right. I like it. I hope it can happen. Now, Xavier Worthy did pop up on the injury report today. I saw that note as well. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
I believe it was an ankle thing.
He's had a high ankle that he's been battling a good chunk of the year.
So maybe that's going to bug him, and that could help some things. But
high ankles suck.
Now listen,
you're a cutting athlete.
I ain't go to MapQuest for you to give me the directions to get down 25. I need you to get in the neighborhood and get me around the neighborhood on how the offense does their end of the bargain.
Okay. Well, then let me try that.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. I like what you're saying,
Nate. Take
but
me on
I
some
do
county
feel
roads.
like, I feel like you gave me the I-25 to Sphere.
we need
Well, now
some
I'm on
CRs.
Sphere. Where am I going?
Yeah, because that's pretty much the only way this team can win games. But I'll tell you this, okay? Bo Nix played well last year against Kansas City in his first matchup against them, okay? He actually did play well in that game. The Broncos ultimately lost on a blocked field goal. What I wrote down in my notes today regarding Bo Nix is that he cannot be captain checkdown in this game. He cannot be. He cannot be afraid to let the ball go because the Chiefs have a very fast, very good tackling defense. In many ways, they're like a less talented version of Houston's defense. And Spagnuolo knows this, and he's gonna zone you up. He's gonna put the lid on this thing. He's gonna not let you beat him down the field. And Bo has to get the ball out. He cannot drop back and pat the ball and take extra hops. No, the ball has to be out on time. He can't, and this has got to be a good Evan Engram game. Kansas City struggles with tight ends, so this has got to be a big Evan Engram game here this week. But the biggest thing is, if you want an offensive recipe for success, and again, this is not groundbreaking stuff, Bo Nix has to play better, and the ball has to come out.
Don't burp the baby.
Because if he drops back and does I'm going to pump fake, and then I'm going to flip this thing out, congratulations, gain of 2, it's 2nd and 8.
All right, Coach, I'm curious. I think we talked about this on one of the post-game shows. I don't even remember because everything feels the same right now. But didn't we have one where we talked about, I think it was Houston in particular, we talked about the fact that they were forcing him away? Or did we talk about that last Thursday, which feels
Raiders
like it was
did
a
it
month ago? They did not let him. It was the Raiders. They did not let him run to the right. He is effective when he rolls to the right. He's able to get that arm torqued around, get the speed. But when he's running out to the left, that's where he feels like he gets caught in no man's land, hung up trying to get the arm in an angle to throw it right. Do you expect to see more of that? Where I felt like the Raiders brought a lot of their pressure purposely from the right. So if you're leaving to the left.
Yeah, not only did they just bring the pressure from Bo Nix's throwing shoulder, they also stayed high angle. So they didn't. A lot of times when you have a free hitter or if you're a blitzer, the tendency is to go rush the passer as he's in the pocket right now. If you keep high on the rush side, then you disallow Bo Nix to break, contain, and get outside of the pocket to that side. And that's what I think the last two teams have done. I think that's part of the
book right now.
It's a little bit of the book. And it's also just edges in general. That's where I think where some of Bo Nix's production needs to come is being vertical in the pocket, getting towards the line of scrimmage. And then guess what? Take off.
How do you do that, though?
What I've spent the last 20 years of my life is training in drills how to not be a sideways Willie in the pocket and be a downhill, anchored in the pocket, eyes down into the progression, and starts your slow jog downhill as opposed to sideways right or left.
Yeah, too drifty right now. It's too drifty.
Drifting sucks.
Yeah.
Like Shedeur Sanders, as much as I did love Shedeur Sanders.
Unless you're Tokyo drifting. That's cool.
That was cool.
Yeah,
that was good.
That was sweet. You love Shedeur.
I love Shedeur,
but he tried to go out the back door.
He was a drifting son of a gun at times, and it ultimately what got him beat against good teams.
Now you got us on Talladega Nights. I don't know about you.
Drifting son of a gun.
You drifting son of a gun.
It's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. The keyword is Cartwright.
I saw Ricky Bobby the moment you said it.
Cartwright is the word, as in former Bulls big man Bill Cartwright.
Billy! William.
Out of San Francisco, by the way. 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Text in the word Cartwright along with your first and last name, and you're entered to win tickets to the Nuggets game against the Bulls on November 17th. Yeah, just pressure Mahomes a whole lot and have Bo Nix play like a functional quarterback. You can win this game.
I'm going to ask you, I'm going to do a little backseat driving then when we get back.
All right.
I got some of my own maps.
Okay. I look forward to hearing this when we return. Block 6 punts.
Listen, I do like the map idea. I like it. This maybe is a new thing.
Okay.
Are we in the birthing phase of a Kreckman and Lindahl pit?
We're crowning. We're crowning on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
The Ring of Fire.
Next keyword coming up at 4:20 this afternoon on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is Kansas City week. The Chiefs have won 9 straight AFC West titles. Did you realize that is the second longest division championship streak ever, trailing only New England from 2009 to 19. The streak even predates Mahomes. They won the division, I believe, the last year of Alex Smith as their starting quarterback. So it's been pretty good for them.
Been dominant.
Yes.
And it's time for the reign to end.
Did you realize 6 of the last 7 AFC championship games have been played at Arrowhead?
That's insane.
Like, you knew that, but like also like you hadn't thought about it. Like it's true. And by the way, the one that wasn't, they won in Baltimore.
And there have been, 4 different opponents total?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 5-2 in those games. They've
so we got Bengals,
lost to Brady, lost to Burrow in Cincinnati.
Okay, those are the 2 losses.
And
then victories over Lamar.
Beat Baltimore, beat Buffalo. Mm-hmm. It's been a pretty good run for
That's
those
about
guys.
it, right? In terms of the opponents
Beat
in the
Tennessee.
AFC. Oh, I forget about.
There was that one Tannehill team that made the run to the AFC Championship.
Tannehill.
Mm-hmm. They had one good run that one season.
They
All right,
had
Andy.
prime Derrick Henry though.
Let's have it, man. Give me the backseat driving route to the Broncos winning on Sunday.
Yeah, okay. So what I think you're going to have to find it somehow. You've got to get in a comfort zone of Bo Nix, and it's got to start early.
Okay.
And I'm not sure. I do think you need. I know you said don't be captain check down, and I get that. But let's be honest about it. If you can hit a big player too, that would be an improvement from what they've had.
I don't need splashes. Like, can you hit the slant when it's there? You know,
I'm with you.
Hit the dig when it's there. Don't just throw everything behind the damn line of scrimmage or dump it off to R.J. Harvey standing 4 yards beyond the line of scrimmage because it's just check down time.
Yeah, but
because you've been sitting there looking around.
Some of those are check downs and some of those are called screens, guys. I mean, that's not in the hands of Bo Nix, decision maker.
That's fine.
That's in the decision making.
I'm okay with call. Like, if you want to call the ball, first off, block the
I was
ball
about
the screen
to say, if you're
better.
going to call the screen, let's block the screen. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
but
they're
it's
not
also
even good at it.
It's not even just blocking it. It's a premium look. You need to have a premier look for it. And usually when you have a rolled up corner, it is hard to hold up and sustain and create movement in the National Football League against these behemoth corners. These guys are not tiny.
What'd you say?
I just said which league?
What did I say? The National.
You went full Mike Shanahan on us right there.
Well, I am a.
Would you like to go
National
Sean
Football
Payton
League
and go
guy.
our league? I guess you can't go
He's in our league.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
you
it's
can't
not
do
their-
our
I
league.
can call it their league.
Their league. You can do that. No, but here's what I need to see. I think somehow this game you need to get back to Marvin Mims' X factor.
Okay.
Didn't he have a good game
Yes.
against the Chiefs last year?
He did.
This guy's got to be multiple for you. With J.K. Dobbins out, I need to see Marvin Mims somehow factor in the passing game, but he's going to have to motion him in and do funky things with him out of the backfield again. Let's get back to that role. I hope the concussion stuff is behind him. He practiced again today, it looked like, so it sounds like he's on his way to hopefully being cleared and able to go this game. But listen, you're going to have to get creative. We're going to have to see a little bit of tinkering and some creativity in this game plan that we haven't seen in previous weeks. It's got to exist. And he's the guy that I think that hopefully you can do some different things with from what we've witnessed the first, 10 weeks of the season?
I find it amusing that you bring up Marvin Mims and even fly sweep, right? The jet sweep.
Right.
Game. Sean Payton has this thing that he does, and I've just noticed, I'm not saying it's 100% of the time, but when he's like hyper-focused on something, he can't help but talk about it at one of his press conferences. So he was asked about Troy Franklin and why he's essentially leading the Broncos in targets. And he brought up, explosive player, gets behind the defense. But then he started talking about how all these various offenses have various motions that they've created. And he very descriptively talked about fly sweep motion. And I'm sitting there thinking, that's kind of been lacking from this offense in the absence of Marvin Mims. I think it's actually coming back, and he couldn't get it out of his mind, and he kept talking about it, but he was doing it to actually serve as a distraction. He's like, other people use that. And he kept coming back to this fly sweep action. Those are easy perimeter, fast-hitting plays that one of your better, more explosive, dynamic playmakers, you can get the ball in his hands without some type of crazy scheme.
Well, and remember, we've seen this guy have explosive plays than whether it was the Charger game last year. A number of times, without Dobbins to get things going, he might need to get you going on a couple of drives. Now, are you going to be able to get it out of him every drive? I don't know. Probably not. And that's where maybe Evan Ingram needs to factor in. That's where hopefully R.J. Harvey gets a lather going, as I like to say, and then he's running a little bit better. And the real big key is going to be Lil Jordan Humphrey.
How so?
I'm just kidding. I
You know
just
what?
wanted to get. Not even chuckle. Not even a chuckle out of you.
In all seriousness, though, Andy, like
I don't know what the guy's going to bring.
I do.
I'm still not. Okay,
I know exactly
give it
what
to
he's
me,
gonna
please.
bring.
Why did they sign him?
There's
Let me
one
know.
thing that he does at an elite level.
He blocks.
He's a chipper.
Yeah.
He's a third down pass protecting chipper. So George Karlaftis is going to get a whole bunch of little Jordan Humphrey's angular elbows in his ribs. He
Just
chips
little.
on third down. It's what he does.
Yeah.
And Sean loves it. He's really good at it. I know it's stupid, that chip flat, and he ends up getting targeted because it's the check down.
Yeah, tight formation stuff.
100%.
He's effective in that stuff. Yes, it's
Now-
but no. And what's funny about it though is the reason why I don't chuckle at the joke is because
It wasn't funny.
They don't have
A lot of options.
simple,
Yeah.
easy answers for what they are offensively, especially in a world without J.K. Dobbins out there. And so it's like, who is going to be the guy that steps up? I like your thought on Marvin Mims. Okay, could this be a big jet sweep game out of Marvin Mims? I'm okay with the Broncos trying that play a time or two. Okay, and then use the motion and use it to set some things
let him
up.
be the wheel route guy.
Yeah.
Again, Bo is an elite wheel route thrower. I'm not kidding when I say that. That's not an
Fantastic.
insult. The guy never misses. He hits every. I feel like almost everyone I've seen him throw, he hits the guy dead in stride. Like a guy never even breaks half a step. He hits a guy every time full speed.
Yep.
And you hit Mims on that, Mims is gone. You hit R.J. Harvey on that, Harvey should be gone.
Yeah.
So there you go. But you're right. If they were First Cafeteria instead of like the Salisbury steak and the Chuck steak and the steak, all we'd have is just that meatloaf.
Chicken
That's it.
fried steak.
They don't have
Yeah.
You got one meat, one chicken, one fish. That's it.
Yeah.
Some other offenses, the Dallas Cowboys at times, they've got a variety of meats. They've got three kinds of fish.
But again, guys, like why is that? Why has that been what this offense has devolved into? Because the quarterback hasn't played well. That's you reach a point where if you're going to say, okay, we're going to spend most of our resources as a football franchise, or at least a majority of our resources on the defensive side of the ball, we're paying over there, we're spending money on our offensive line. It's salary cap football. You can't spend everywhere. We paid Cortland Sutton, but after that, we're going to use a bunch of guys that are still on their rookie contracts, and we need to make this work as a receiving core. And like I think we can all agree that each of those guys, Marvin Mims, Troy Franklin, and Pat Bryant, have been dynamic at times and good in their own right. But ultimately, like if that's what you're going to have as your receiving core, the quarterback play has to elevate that group. And that's, look at Allen's receivers in Buffalo. Look at Mahomes' receivers and who he's had most of his football life. Like
outside of Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce, it hasn't been a who's who in receiver talent.
Right. And Kelce is now old, and Tyreek Hill's been gone for 3 years now? Like you have to elevate what is happening around you. Like Bo Nix has to play better, and he has to be decisive, and the ball must come out.
Yeah, and you know what? And if you got a shot play, here's what's going to be critical down the stretch. It could be the difference between the division and a lower seed wild card. You've got to hit the big plays when they're there. When Sean schemes a guy open, it's got to happen.
Got to hit
now.
it.
This back half of the year, got to have it.
By the way, the Chiefs, just, some of the counting stats, 4th in scoring defense, 6th in total defense, 7th in passing defense, 12th in rushing defense. They're good. They're really good on that side of the ball.
This could be another one of those games.
This
could be another one where the nation's going, what are we watching?
Yeah, no,
Starting to love the 10-7, baby.
Yeah, this game's got rock fight written all over it. It really does. And I said it yesterday. This game comes down to red zone. It's who's going to win in the red zone.
Beautiful weekend of weather, though. Am I right?
Should be lovely. We have got another keyword coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. That's to win Nuggets Bulls tickets on November 17th. Our dude Chris Dempsey joins us when we come back. Where do we put a 55 on 23 shots on the second night of a back-to-back in L.A. against the Clippers? Where do we put that in the pantheon of Jokic greatness? Chris Dempsey is next.
High left side is Harden for three. That jumper's well short. Rebound Jokic. Front court over to Spencer Jones. It's a 2-on-1. Kick out over to Hardaway. Throws out to Jokic for three. Get at me!
That was the third quarter three that I referenced earlier in the show. That was a Jokic started the break, Spencer Jones kick out, Hardaway to Jokic trailing on the play, stepped right into the three, and it was nothing but bottoms. I felt like most of his shots last night, they weren't even like touching the rim. They were just they were going cleanly through, clean swishes all night last night on his way to 55 points on 23 shots.
Did you feel like there was something different to Jokic? Like, I felt like he realized early on, these dudes are tired, and I ain't losing this game. I'm just telling you, something felt different last night. He was as aggressive offensively as we've seen in a while.
I think he just read the coverage. I think he just looked at it and he said, "Oh, they're gluing to the shooters and they're giving me one-on-ones, and so I will cook." And I also think he just downloaded 7 games of information on how to play Ivica Zubats last year in the playoffs, and he decided, okay, I shall now destroy. And that's what he did last night. Andy, I have no idea how to calculate if that was his best game ever. I pulled it up on Basketball Reference. They have game score, kind of like a play on the Hollinger PER thing, but you can like score individual games. Last night was the highest game score of his career. Number 2 on the list being 61, 10, and 10 last year against Minnesota. We don't have to talk about, though, how that game ended. Chris Dempsey joins us right now, Altitude Television. Demps, terrific on the postgame last night. Demps, let's just start there. 55 on 23 shots last night on the second night of a back-to-back. Where's it go on the list? Was that the greatest Jokic we've ever seen last night?
Oh, wow. That's a really good question. He does so many great things on just a regular basis. It's really wild how he just continues to do this over and over again. Listen, I would put it let's put it in his top 5 without me really being able to remember 4 specific other games. But the 61 that you just mentioned certainly is one of them. But they, as you mentioned, they also lost that game. So.
Not on him, on clearly on somebody else that now plays for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, I mean, it also was the first time they won a game when he scored 50 or more points.
Isn't that wild?
So I think a couple of things about last night. One, in the past, it used just to be that you could employ this strategy, and obviously Tyronn Lue talked about it very openly in the postgame press conference, which was we just wanted him to score. We didn't think he was going to score 55, but we wanted him to score. And if you do that, if that's your strategy, then what you're basically saying is that nobody else on this court scores.
Yeah.
And they weren't able to really fulfill that either, not to the degree that you have to, but when you employ that strategy, you really are expecting. He did allude to this. You are expecting a 30 to 40 point game,
right?
But
maybe he'll miss like 9 shots instead of only 6.
Yeah, correct. But there's an inflection point where you go from this might have worked to, oh my gosh, the star is going to win the game by himself, and that's where they got to yesterday. And so look, in the third quarter, they started doubling him when they could. But it was way too late. And then you open the sheer number of points that he was scoring with the efficiency that he was doing it reopened up his playmaking because they had to now actually try to stop him from scoring. And then when you do that, now you open up Peyton Watson. He had the cut he had the cut for a dunk. You just open up all those things again. And then you're in real trouble. And that's where that's the predicament he put the Clippers in last night.
It's funny, Chris, because it felt to me like Tim Hardaway was just raining threes all night. I pull up the box score, and he had 12 points. He hit 3 of his 7 threes that he took. But I just feel like this is a different team, like you said. Okay, if you're going to give, I guess in the past we were able to say, all right, we'll let Joker have 30 to 40 because I'm not sure anybody else is going to score. There were some nights we weren't sure if anybody was going to score with him. It sure feels different at the beginning of this year. Like I know Aaron Gordon chipped in. He got 18. Jamal throws in 15. I don't know, Chris. It just feels like they're able to get more balanced scoring from people than they have in the past. So hopefully what happened last night is, are you expecting – this isn't even a question. I'm just BSing with Chris right now. But seriously, man, does it not feel like they're more capable to help him than they have been maybe the last 2 years?
Yeah, so I know exactly what you're getting at. And so the last couple of seasons, especially when you got into the playoffs, you saw teams do one of two things with the Nuggets. Number one was you devote all your defensive resources to stopping or slowing down, I should say, Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray, and you just don't worry about whoever else gets the ball if they're shooting it. Or you do what the Clippers did last night, and you say, okay, well, maybe if we just stop Jamal Murray and just single up Jokic, we can withstand a high scoring total, but still, take out his right-hand man and still have nobody else really scoring around him. And that is just not a strategy that works anymore, not with this basketball team, in part because of guys like Tim Hardaway. 3 of 5 from the three-point line. And not only just that, but he's quickly understood just exactly how to operate around Nikola Jokic. And it's a beautiful thing to see. And so, gosh, there's I'm glad I'm on, man. There's just so many things about this team, but when you have a Tim Hardaway, and then you have a Jonas Valanciunas, and what that does is what Jonas does, it gives you the ability to, if off of your bench nobody is hitting threes, right? We've seen that in the past. It gives you the ability to just play a post, just throw it into the post, get yourself a high percentage shot, have a successful possession, set your defense, and now let's build off it from there. They didn't have that ability since it's been a while since they've had the ability to do that, and that really just stabilizes your bench. So you can withstand bad jump shooting nights from the guys who are supposed to make jump shots. And you're still defensively able to hold up on that end as well. So you're not just giving up all the points and not making shots, which was the problem last year. So it's just a lot more versatile group of players, but a lot more consistently solid, and a lot more you're able to do more things to keep yourself on schedule for bigger swaths of every basketball game.
Okay, so it's funny. I think you guys are absolutely on. And you're dead on with this. Like, why did they win a game last night when he scored 50 plus? Because everything around him is better right now. And to wit, listen to this, okay? He has now in his career 5 games of scoring 50 or more. Last night he was a plus 28.
Yeah.
He was a plus 28. Before last night, his previous career high, plus minus, in a night in which he went for at least 50, was plus 2. Like,
yeah,
that goes to tell you right there, like, what is around him is better right now.
Well, and get this, Tim Hardaway, plus 24.
Yeah, he was great
Aaron
last
Gordon,
night.
Also plus 28.
Yeah, and when they had to take Hardaway off the second unit in the second quarter because Cam Johnson was banged up, and they put in Julian Straw there. Like, the second unit had a very bad second quarter last night. They kind of got destroyed. Now they righted the ship by the fourth quarter. It kind of mirrors what they did in the Sacramento game as well, which we can get upset about bad second quarters, or we could look at it and say, okay, they're 11 games into this season, and they're self-correcting in real time over the course of 48 minutes, which is like that has a great indication of what could be happening in February and March and April.
Well, it's huge. And the reason it's huge, it just means that if you start in a bad space, you don't have to stay in a bad space. And what we saw last year, if you started in a bad space bench-wise, they pretty much stayed in a bad space the entirety of a game. And, look, nobody is saying that the bench is not going to have bad quarters or bad halves.
Yeah.
It's going to happen. It's just too many games. Nobody's that consistent. But what we can say is if you have one of these, if you have a chunk of time in a game that's not exactly what you're looking for, that you can course correct that, and then later on in the game you can get to the space that you want to be anyway. And last night was just a perfect example of that. And it's look, you add veterans to a bench. You have players who are growing up, right? Peyton Watson is just a better version of himself this year than he was last year. Julian Strother, when he starts to get minutes and more minutes, looks like a better version of himself than he did last year. And so, you have player development and just growth merged with Tim Hardaway, Bruce Brown, Jonas Valanciunas, these guys who have done it year over year in the league. I memean, those guys started games for teams last year. I mean, they literally have starters on their bench. And so those kind of guys don't let, a few bad minutes become, all of the bad minutes. And it just stabilizes things over the course of time. And not only that, it allows you to be able to, a couple of games ago, I mean, it was like Nikola Jokic was sitting on the bench until 4 minutes and 50 seconds left in the fourth quarter before they put him back in. That's just kind of unheard of in the past. You wouldn't sit him out for 7 minutes plus in the fourth quarter before he re-entered a game. But now you have the luxury to do that, and that's because you just have the right mix of players who are doing the job in a way that the reserve or the support players around him, struggled at times to do that in years past.
All right, we're trying to stick to a clock, so only a minute. But do you feel like this team competes better? Like Tim Hardaway doesn't like to lose. Jonas Valanciunas doesn't like to. I feel like they've got some veteran guys, Bruce Brown, because I see Nikola wanting to compete. Do you think the overall compete level from a year ago is better?
Yeah, because the personnel is. I think this, and I'll never not think this, and that is, especially defensively, you show me a good defensive team, I'll show you multiple good defensive players. Period. The defensive end of a basketball court, you can do about 6 things. You can kind of tweak how you cover a pick and roll. You're going to drop. You're going to play at the level. You're going to blitz the screen. Are you going to play a zone? Are you going to shrink? Are you going to shrink the floor and get out to 3-point shooters? Are you going to stay hugged up to 3-point? There's only really so many things you can do defensively. Your personnel matters. When they won a title, they had Bruce Brown coming off the bench as a good defensive player. Obviously, you had KCP and Aaron Gordon in your actual starting lineup as a good defensive players. And you had Christian Brown coming off your bench as a good defensive player. Okay, well, when Bruce Brown goes away, KCP goes away, and you put Christian Brown in your starting lineup, and you didn't backfill that with good defensive players, you're compromising your defensive posture. The LA Clippers had defensive players leave their team last year. They are not the same defensive team this year, not because Jeff Van Gundy all of a sudden doesn't know what he's doing defensively. It's just that your personnel is no longer consistently capable of getting stops on the defensive end. And so, yeah, the Nuggets are competing because they got competitors.
They got dudes.
And, yeah, they got dudes. When you enter the dudes back into the program, now look what it does for your defense, top 5 in the NBA in terms of defensive rating, and that was just in a blink of an eye.
Yeah,
right? In a blink of an eye. So.
Bruce Brown, Valanciunas, Tim Hardaway. There's a veteran pride, and I think Peyton Watson has been great so far this year, and I think he's playing up to the level. By the way, did you guys happen to see on Twitter today? Peyton Watson has new representation.
Yeah, Clutch Sports.
And he's a Clutch Sports guy today, so he is ready to cash in.
As you well know, I mean, this is a big year for him, right? Yep. I mean, this is a contract year, so he's holding up so far his end of the bargain by playing well and looking like a versatile player. They put the ball in his hands. He does a lot of things, and then Clutch Sports has to do their job on the backside of this and get him a contract that he likes.
Chris Dempsey, everybody, Altitude Television. Dems, really fun post game last night. We thoroughly enjoyed it, so thanks, dude.
Appreciate you guys. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, Chris Dempsey with us there on a Thursday afternoon. Kreckman and Lindahl. I'm having fun right now because I have like Jokic's career game log pulled up. Andy, there's so many great Jokic games I forgot about.
Oh, yeah.
There's so many of them, you just forget about some of them.
And yet you say don't underappreciate greatness.
Don't underappreciate it, yeah. 2022, in a game against the Clippers, overtime, he had a 49-point triple-double. They won that game. I think he had been out with COVID right before that, and then he came back and like just destroyed everybody. Like, again, these games they're all over the sheet right now of games that he has had like this. I don't know, 55 on 23 shots. That's something else. Kreckman and Lindahl. time for your next keyword on a Nuggets Ticket Tuesday. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We want to put you... Did I say Tuesday? It's Thursday.
In a new car.
There's Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. There's Nuggets Ticket Thursday.
The copy may be a little off. I didn't want to say anything to our leader, but he did slip a Tuesday in there.
Okay.
It is Thursday.
Did I slip in a Tuesday?
You might have because you Ron Burgundy it.
Yeah, no.
Is it in the copy? I don't know if I can even blame him.
I think the problem
it does say Thursday on this one.
Yeah, I did not.
It
Ron
said
Burgundy
Tuesday
it.
on the email. Yeah.
Yeah,
you just screwed it up.
I went autopilot.
And now I'll get in trouble for calling him out. Oh, well.
It's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday.
On Kreckman and Company.
Everyone that's listening to this show right now, by the way, knows what day it is, apparently,
Are you
except
sure?
for me. Well, it's a good point. Anyway, the keyword is Longley. Text Longley.
Like Luke.
As in former Bulls big man Luke Longley.
Not longingly, Longley.
Longley. Along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Again, Longley, because you're trying to win tickets to the Nuggets Bulls game on November 17th. So text Longley along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Andy, Luke Longley played his college basketball at?
I don't know. Australia.
University of New Mexico. He was a Lobo.
Why need luck? Good old Luck Longley?
L-U-C.
Can I get a luck?
It is an unusual spelling.
Luch.
Out of Melbourne, Australia.
If he were a modern player, would he be Luch?
His high school was Scotch College in Perth, Australia. And then he went to play at New Mexico before getting drafted 7th overall by the Minnesota Timberwolves, before landing with the Bulls and winning 3 championships in Chicago. Good for Luke Longley.
Good for Luke.
Yes. So far, we've gone with 2 former Bulls big men.
And our last keyword, here's a hint, will be a person, a player, a former Bull.
A human.
That made a brief appearance on Kreckman and Lindahl.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. Remember that?
I do.
Wasn't a full appearance.
No, it wasn't.
We barely got the Dan Fouts treatment.
I think he breathed on our show.
He wanted us out of his way. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Nah, we're good. All right. So the Broncos getting ready for the Chiefs. Andy,
Yes.
You're
going to play football this weekend.
They're going to play football. It's an important football game that they will play this weekend. All right.
I'll tell you what, this 10-day stretch, not your best time to have that kind of offensive game. It's been way too long to kind of mill over it.
Counterpoint. Maybe it was.
So you could, yeah, okay. So
Maybe,
you quit lying to yourself?
Well, maybe.
If you're the Broncos, I mean.
Maybe with a mini bye and enough time to take a hard look in the mirror and say, okay, because really, the problems that we saw in the Raider game were hung over from the Texans game.
Yeah, there was a lot of bad offensive football in just 5 days' time.
Yeah, and it was bad quarterback play combined with bad play calling, and it was all bad. Okay, that's my professional opinion. It was bad. So now you go into this matchup here against a very good Chiefs defense with an excellent defensive coordinator, although Sean Payton typically matches up pretty good with these guys. Like it, if you're looking for, okay, I need somebody to match wits with Andy Reid and Steve Spagnuolo, I feel pretty good about having Sean Payton and, quite frankly, having Vance Joseph as the two guys to be able to go and do that. This is a great coaching matchup in this game. There's 2 personnel absences that concern me big time. Again, this isn't earth-moving stuff. They're Patrick Surtain and J.K. Dobbins.
Yeah, not ideal for your home game.
Now, the Broncos have survived 2 games without Surtain, largely playing Davis Mills and Geno Smith.
Yeah.
That helps.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the second half, the ghost of Geno Smith, because he couldn't move.
Right. He was just destroyed. So now you got to go up against Mahomes. And Mahomes he's going to win. He's just going to win some of these matchups against Riley Moss and Jahdae Barron and company that's back there, and Jaquan McMillan and Chris Abrams-Drain, et cetera. He's just going to win some of them because he is Patrick Mahomes. So that part concerns me. Offensively, I really want to see what this run game is going to look like without the services of J.K. Dobbins. I'm eager to see R.J. Harvey in a bigger role. Saw this number today. I was looking at some of the NFL Pro numbers on the Broncos run game, and what's everyone doing without Dobbins? Rush yards over expected. It was blocked for X. What did you do on top of that? J.K. Dobbins is plus 161 this year. Plus 1.1 yards over expected per carry. That's really good. R.J. Harvey is plus 16 yards over expected, plus 0.4 yards per carry. Meaning that R.J. Harvey is generally not doing anything with the blocking he's getting.
Okay. So not even, like, to me, when you say that to me.
That's even with a 50-yard run against Tennessee.
Yeah, that feels like if they block it for 5, you're getting 4 or 5.
Yeah, that's essentially what he's giving you. His success rate, Andy's success rate is just like, are you in front of the chains? 30%, not great. That's pretty poor. Dobbins is over 40% this year. So those are numbers that would suggest to you that as a ball carrier, R.J. Harvey has struggled. Okay, here's the glass is half full version of that. Sample size is small. Dobbins has largely been the featured back in this offense so far this season. With a greater opportunity and a greater sample size, this is a chance for Harvey to change some of this outlook. But also through 10 games, you are what you are, which he's been an outstanding receiving back so far, but not terribly good carrying the football. So that's one of the things that concerns me in this game is, like, is this run game just going to keep stalling? Is it going to be just a lot of 2nd and 9s again? Because if it is, they're in trouble.
You're probably going to have to. Here's the thing, and I'm going to talk out both sides of my mouth because, well, we're in the media. You're probably going to have to get creative a little bit more when you run the ball. You can't telegraph the first down's the handoff play, right?
Yeah.
You're probably going to have to. But here's the problem.
Don't worry, Sean Payton never does.
Here's the problem too, though. You can't be trying to pass play. You and I both know this. I don't feel like Sean Payton loves the option of the run once he's not gotten anything on first down. So in order to get another run play, I feel like you almost have to hand it off and hope you at least get 2 or 3, and then he thinks about the second run play.
Or it's got to be some misdirection, like,
right.
Head fake, flip this way.
Yeah.
Everybody go right, flip left play.
I candy you one way, throw it the other.
Which I don't hate that stuff. That stuff can be effective.
It's modern offenses,
yeah.
Let's be honest. And frankly, the Chiefs are really good at it.
Yeah.
The Broncos defense has got to not get caught up in that stuff. But I would also say this. Travion Henderson just had one of his best games of his young NFL career the other day.
He'll be back on your TV tonight.
He'll be back on our TV tonight. But again, that's a guy that's, he's gotten through some. Let's hope this for R.J. Harvey, because it is our best hope as the Broncos to get a run game going, is that he's now 10 games into his rookie season. He's got a better feel for things. He's seen some NFL action. He knows the speed of the game a little bit better. He's ready with a fuller load to adjust and show us more than what he's shown us to this point. I hope that's the story arc we're talking about on Monday.
Yeah.
Now, will it be? I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know what to expect out of the play calling, frankly, Nate. I don't know what to expect out of the play calling. Sean, yesterday, he seemed to push back on anything that suggests he was going to make big adjustments. He's kind of starting to give us the line of, this is what I think we need to do, and this is how I do it, and this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
I'm not going to worry. We are going to switch personnel because, as Jeff Legwall told us Monday, Sean believes that switching personnel and giving you different looks is the best way to keep you on your toes.
Keeps you off balance.
Even though we've all talked ad nauseum about how Bo probably would like it if you just kept the same personnel in there, called a few different plays with that personnel grouping, and made some things happen a little bit quicker.
And this is the part where I will defend Sean for that school of thought is, do the Broncos have enough guys to win one-on-ones?
Sure.
Do they have the receivers to get open? Do they have, again, the back that can, especially without J.K. Dobbins out there, the back that can turn a moderately okay blocked run play into, hey, we picked up 7. Here we go. We got something cooking right here. Does this team have the personnel to be able to win? I believe the offensive line does. I don't know if they do at the skill positions right now.
Well,
I would lean towards I don't think they do.
You know what I'd love? You know what I'd love the headline to be, and maybe we do what's the headline tomorrow if they win? But I'd love one of the headlines to be breakout game for your guy, Evan Ingram.
Yeah.
Let's see this Joker thing we heard so much about. Let's see it in full. Let's see him be the factor. Matter of fact, let's have Evan Ingram do to the Chiefs defense what Travis Kelce has done to the Broncos defense so many times. And that's get open and find a way to get first downs, maybe make a couple plays he shouldn't have, and let's get this thing rolling.
No, it's one of the things I have circled is this needs to be a big Evan Ingram game here this week. I wouldn't even mind it if Mercedes Lewis caught a pass or two in this game, but tight ends need to go out and play well this week. Dalton Kincaid went 6 catches for $101. Dawson Knox only had 1 reception, but it was for 30 yards. So right there, that's 131 yards out of 2 tight ends that you got if you're the Buffalo Bills in a victory over the Kansas City Chiefs at your place. This needs to be a big tight end game for Denver.
This is the kind of game I feel like you signed Evan Ingram for.
Right.
Let's be honest about it. This is the new layer to your offense you were supposed to have.
Yeah, and I want to see him targeted consistently and targeted accurately.
Yeah, let's not hop him a pass when he is open near the goal line.
So the keyword right now on a Nuggets ticket Thursday is Longley. Text Longley along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. This season when you're at Ball, make sure to check out the Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5 just for the best fans in the NBA. Again, to win tickets to the Nuggets game against the Bulls coming up on the 17th of November. That is, what is that, Monday? Monday. Go ahead and text the keyword Longley, as in former Bulls center Luke Longley, along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
While we got a couple minutes here, because I don't want you to use any A material here.
It's Andy. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
It's all A material.
It's all A material.
What do you think of Scott Wedgwood? Scott Wedgwood today, late in the afternoon,
got paid.
Signs a 1-year contract. He'll be around past this season. It's the 26-27 season, so they got him for another year. And it looks like, I know Mark pointed out, what, a $2.5 million deal? Not a lot of money, not a lot of cheddar considering how that guy's playing.
Really good. It's, again, you have a consistent backup goaltender. You give him $2.5 million. You keep him around. This is what smart hockey teams do.
When I think about where we were a year ago with both the Nuggets and the Avalanche, who's been more impressive with the remake? Because the Avs started this a year ago.
Yeah.
Now, the Nuggets made one trade, then open up a couple of dollars in the pocket, and they got 4 guys for the bench, and that's been outstanding.
Well, again, why did it all change? Because you found somebody to take Michael Porter.
Right.
You found somebody to take him off your hands, and that's been the biggest difference with that team. With the Avalanche,
you have goaltending. You have 2 viable goaltenders.
Yeah, it was, it's that you could get Blackwood and Wedgwood and completely remake your goaltending room. They have a room? Do the goalies have a room?
They got a room. Everyone's got a room. Come on, everyone's got a room.
I know they got
they've got a collective room.
They got their area
but then I think they have their own rooms.
Okay.
Bunk beds for the goalies usually.
Yeah, I was saying, goaltenders' room, like running backs' room and receivers'
Well, that's
room.
because they literally have their own meeting rooms in football.
Exactly.
Usually just a room. You're right in hockey, but
yeah, maybe a curtained area. I don't know what it is, but either way, you got 2 brand new
a breakfast nook.
I love a breakfast nook. You got 2 brand new goalies, like midstream last year. You remade what you were. And your goalies sucked to start last year, and then you got good ones, and that fixed pretty much not all your problems, but a lot of them. And now, again, you paid Mackenzie Blackwood. You can extend Scott Wedgwood. This is good.
Yeah, and I know DMac Scott talked a couple of times about having a goalie controversy. There's no controversy to me when both guys are playing well.
Yeah, no, they just have 2 good goalies.
You're riding a hot hand.
Yeah.
Wedgwood keeps winning. You wouldn't pull anybody else out if they were going well, and so I've got no problem with it.
Also, it's hockey. Eventually, the guy that's going good is going to have a game that's butt, and then you play the next guy.
And he's older, and so we all just, you cross your fingers on everything, but, sometimes muscles get pulled or backs get sore or whatever.
Yeah.
And look, when Blackwood's been in there, Blackwood had a pretty good game the other night. He really kept him in it. He made a bunch of big saves. He saw a lot of shots. I just think the Vancouver game I'm talking about, I think this is outstanding. I think it also is, as Spring had said in his tweet, I just think it's also outstanding the guys are willing to maybe take a little less to play here. It feels like maybe you're getting back to someplace. Now, Brock Nelson didn't need a little less. I think he got full pay, but Blackwood taking $2.5 million. That guy could hit the market next year and probably got himself a pretty good payday.
By the way, Andy, have you read Fourth Wing?
No, what's that?
Tonight is Fourth Wing night at the Avalanche game.
Do I get a bucket of wings for $4 or what are we doing?
Fourth Wing is an adult fantasy romance novel written by the American author Rebecca Yarros. I was reading about Rebecca the other day. I believe she lives here in Colorado. She's a huge Avalanche fan. And this book is like, this book series, it's a big hit. And so they're having a Fourth Wing night at the Avalanche game.
So what does this entail? Are the men going to come in with the waxed chests and Fabio hair, and everybody's got to wear unbuttoned shirts down to the...
Well, Andy, Fourth Wing is the first book of the Empyrean series, following the journey of Violet Sorengale, who was forced by her mother, General Sorengale, to join the Basgiath War College and become a dragon rider in the Kingdom of Navarre, even though she had been trained her entire life to enter the Scribe Quadrant. Violet must endure deadly quests and competitions that push her to her limits while trying to avoid being killed by one of the most powerful riders in the quadrant, Xaden Riorson.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. What? See, you Game of Thrones me. I can't. This is like a Game of Thrones.
Fourth Wing.
I can't keep up with all these people. You're the House of Kardashian. You're the House of whatever. I don't know, Thralic Van Volton of the North or something. He's the mountain guy.
House of
Is
Kardashian.
this a choose your own adventure series? Can I choose my own adventure?
House of Kardashian, well, I thought was underrated in Game of Thrones, going up against the Starks and the Targaryens, and then over there with just the Kardashians with all their boob jobs. So
And
that's
big hips.
Yeah, exactly.
They'd have fit right in that. A lot of stuff going on in the after hours scenes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's Fourth Wing night, Andy. Yeah.
Okay, so it has nothing to do with hockey, because when you told me Fourth Wing, I thought somehow...
Fourth line?
Yeah. Wing, line, I don't know. I thought there was some loose hockey relation. Now, I'm very excited we have a successful author.
Yeah, she's a
here
big
in town,
Avalanche fan.
And that's awesome. But are we all dressing up? Like, what do I got to do?
I think you do.
Do I get a freebie at the thing? Do I get a...
Also, I believe tonight's Fourth Wings are going to be Parker Kelly and Taylor McCarr.
Very good.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you.
That's the way you played it. Do I not get a handout? Do I get a copy of the book? Is there an insert? Is there like a Cliff Notes? What am I getting that makes it Fourth Wing night?
On Fourth Wing night, according to the Avalanche's website, you get a standard ticket package, gets you a signed special Avalanche edition Fourth Wing hardcover book.
Well, there you go.
Ticket to the game and an Avalanche Fourth Wing jersey. A portion of each ticket package includes a donation back to the Ehlers-Danlos Society. That's cool.
So you get a book and a jersey?
You get a book and a jersey.
Don't be reading that book while those pucks are flying around now. You take that thing home. You can dive into it tonight as you get in your chair, turn on the lamp like Hastings been sitting next to the last 2 days.
Right.
Should we rate the lamps in his hotel if he's going to keep doing this?
The Basgiath War College, Andy, and the Scribe Quadrant. And you got to look out for Xaden Riorson. Who is the Buffalo Sabres' Xaden Riorson tonight?
Tage Thompson. Right? He's still there? I don't even know.
Bowen Byram?
Nah, in Tage a Buffalo Bandit or whatever?
Tage is there.
Buffalo Bandit.
That's the lacrosse league, sorry.
Jukka-Pekka Luukkonen?
Ooh, there you go.
Yeah, I was going to say name some Buffalo Sabres.
I can't. We could do that thing with the country stars again. You get me every time.
Pat LaFontaine.
Yeah.
Alexander Mogilny.
Satan.
Dominic Hasek.
There you go. Grant Fuhr. Remember some Buffalo Sabres. Anyway, Fourth Wing night. Your keyword is Longley. Text Longley.
You're going to be a Longley
to
for
303-504-0925. Matthias Samuelsson. Owen Power.
Magnus Vermagnuson.
No. Connor Timmins. Didn't that guy used to be on the Avalanche?
Yeah.
Connor Timmins. There you go. That's a name. Anyway, the keyword
That's
is...
a guy?
Where's Vic Fangio? Where's Nathaniel Hackett? Where are they?
I'm not going to lie. I don't know that much about hockey.
I can't tell you a lot of the hockey players' names.
Thank you very much, Vic. Anyway, what was the word? Longley. Text Longley to 303-504-0925. That will get you in to win tickets to the Nuggets game against the Bulls on November 17th. Again, text Longley along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman and Andy Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, Stoney's on Lincoln is the place to be tonight. You can enter to win a John Elway autographed picture. Heard of him? Grab a dew and a brew and watch Thursday Night Football. It is the Patriots and the Jets tonight. That number went all the way up to 13 in favor of the New England Patriots. Keep your eye on the best team in hockey as the Avalanche play the Buffalo Sabres, fourth wing night. No better place to watch these games than Stoney's on Lincoln tonight. DMac's going to be there starting at 6 o'clock. Thanks to the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey, Tullamore Dew. Autographed Elway pick.
Some of the ladies have weighed in and let us know they like the fourth wing.
The fourth wing?
So there you go.
Okay.
Nice.
Calm down.
It's
a book.
I did a Google image search on some of the characters of the fourth wing.
Pretty hot.
It's pretty sexy.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I get it.
Fourth wing doesn't employ ugly people.
No. It seems as though everybody in this world is from planet Landeskog. They're all good looking.
They're all northern. Gotcha.
They're doing well for themselves. Paul D. Podesta, not as good looking as Gabriel Landeskog, but to be fair, who is? Paul D. Podesta at his introductory press conference today over at Coors Field. It's time for platitudes. Andy, I watched. I noticed. So the dais was left to right, Walker, Paulie D. Pods, Dick. That was the trio.
That was it.
Dick Monfort spoke first.
Okay.
And then after that, largely kind of just hung out and cleaned his glasses a lot. Mostly what he was doing. We heard
a lot of spots on the specs.
Yes. We heard a lot from D. Podesta. We heard a lot from Walker Monfort today. Let's start with Paul D. Podesta. This was from his introductory statement. And what was so attractive about coming to work for the Colorado Rockies? This is new Rockies president of baseball ops, Paul D. Podesta.
It really, for me, begins with ownership. And, it's one of the reasons it was so hard to leave Cleveland is I thought we had terrific ownership there, with the Haslams. And the foundation of that ownership, when you're looking at it, at least from my perspective, is there a really high care factor, for the organization and for the city? Is there patience, because these things don't always happen overnight? And is it a partnership, or are you just an employee that if you don't get it done in year one, then they're just going to move to the next person, where there's loyalty. There truly is a partnership. And while I had all those things in Cleveland, over the course of the past month that I got a chance to spend time with Dick and Charlie and Walker and everyone here, I absolutely felt that they checked every one of those boxes. And I felt great about the potential of moving here.
All right, you lost me. First statement, I'm out. You had great ownership in the Haslams.
I was going to say when your standard is, I like these Monforts, they're almost as good as the Haslams.
Yeah, that ain't great. Oof. That ain't. Ask the other NFL owners what they think of him.
Now when he got to the loyalty, you don't get fired part.
That is correct.
He's got that right.
You are correct, sir.
He picked the right gig. This is. Paul D. Podesta is cruising into his kid's college fund with this gig. Okay.
Not a strong start. What else we got?
I got some Walker Monfort here for you, Andy, because we have a president of baseball ops, which is a bigger title than Bill Schmidt, bigger than Jeff Bridich. Hell, I think it's bigger than Dan O'Dowd ever had here.
Yeah, this is a Kelly McGregor
This
title.
is going back to Kelly's title. Okay. So now he's the president of baseball operations. This was a question that was asked of Walker Monfort. What is the organizational hierarchy now with the Rockies? And tell me, after you listen to this, how good it makes you feel.
So, obviously, everyone reports upward to our chairman and CEO, my father, Dick. And basically from there, I'll still be responsible for oversight of the entire organization. So Paul will report to me. Those that he hires will report to him. And like I told Paul when we were going through this process, I mean, I'm very much behind him as it relates to his experience in the sport. I think my goal is to learn from Paul and others that he brings in on a daily basis. But, above and beyond that, it's partnering with him and, really being part of the same team.
Partnering with him, yet you just said he reports to you.
Yeah, but I do like that you're trying to listen.
You liked anything in that answer?
I'm trying to stay positive. I will say this: the fact that Walker wants to say a little of that statement is, "I know what I don't know." Okay, and you don't all have it figured out down there. Whatever you've learned, frankly, in the last decade of being around that thing, you better forget.
I hope it works.
It has not worked.
Yeah,
and you've got 300 losses on whatever the last 3 seasons. So you want to learn from a guy that's been around the game for a while. I'll at least take that. But it is, yes, there were a lot of. I'm learning from you, but your report to me was a little strange. Then we all said,
which I still report.
We all still report to my father.
To my father.
Which still sounded a little weird.
Yeah.
Even though that's.
You know what I just heard? Dick Monfort still runs the show. That's what I just heard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dick, I think even Dick made an opening statement basically saying, I'm still the guy.
Yeah.
Whatever you think, I'm still the guy.
Well, I hope you're all better at convincing him to do other things than the last guy was. What about the spending of resources? How has it gone, and what is available for the new Walker Paul DePodesta dynamic over at Coors Field? Here's Walker Monfort on that very topic.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that we talked about through the conversations with Paul was we do have resources, right? I think we did a study where we looked at a number of other teams that are, sort of our size, mid-market type teams, center of the country type teams. And what we found is, it's not necessarily that we're not spending enough money. We do have resources. We have comparable resources to those other clubs. But one of the things that I think Paul will be tasked with is figuring out how to allocate the dollars, right? Where are we missing? Where do we need to add? What can be done different with those dollars to provide, long-term a greater return on investment? So we're going to be supportive of that. We look forward to having his thoughts on what needs to be done. And again, I think there's going to be plenty of flexibility.
Huh.
Well, at least you admit you haven't spent it the right way.
He said all that with his dad sitting 5 feet away from him.
Yeah, well, but that's what I like. Good.
Maybe don't give Chris Bryant $182 million.
Yeah, Dad, next time that you want to give Chris Bryant or someone of that ilk who everybody in the league thinks is on the back end of things,
yeah,
we're going to send Paul in there to tell you, no, we're not. And you're going to have to listen this time.
Maybe don't pay Charlie Blackmon well into his late 30s.
Maybe when Clayton Kershaw and others are sitting there, you don't go ahead and grab Greg Reynolds because he's a swell guy.
Maybe Greg Holland and Jake McGee were poor investments.
Yeah. Maybe don't. Who was the outfielder or the first baseman they tried to turn outfielder? Who ended up opting out of his last 2 years because of the COVID deal? The hitter.
Ian Desmond?
Ian Desmond. Maybe when you think about Ian Desmond, don't. Here's what I do like about Paul, because you had talked about the previous regime did not talk Dick out of decisions very well.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. The previous regime probably knew there was no other job in baseball for them. Paul DePodesta, at least I'll give him this. He can go, dude, I got other things I can go do. So if you don't want to listen to me.
I mean, he could have stayed with the Cleveland Browns.
Well, I'm in a movie.
I don't think there was a large clamoring around baseball to get Paul DePodesta
Is there
in 2025.
a Dick Monfort movie? There's not.
Not that we know of. By the way, congratulations, Nick Kurtz of the Oakland Athletics, American League Rookie of the Year, who had a 1,000 OPS in the American League last year. He was taking one pick after Charlie Condon, who had an 800 OPS at AA Hartford this year for the Rockies organization.
Oh!
That's cool.
Uh-huh.
Hold on. They needed to conduct a research study to find out
that they like are comparable to other mid-market teams?
They could have.
They prove they'll spend money. They spent it on the research study.
Did they get a consultant in there?
Couldn't they just Googled average salaries in baseball?
Right?
Spottrack.com. It's got all the
Nate
information right there.
I bet you Nate can find it before we come back for the high five.
I could have rattled almost all of it off the top of my head.
Well,
just call me.
Things you could charge for, Nate.
I was here the whole time. They're never going to call me.
No, they may call you.
Also, for the record, I almost got suspended off this radio show one time for pointing out that very problem with that organization.
That Walker just said.
That Walker Monfort just said, sitting right next to his father.
You feeling a little?
A little bit.
You feeling a little vindicated?
A little bit.
Made a promo and everything.
I had to go to a meeting.
We had to pull the promo.
Anyway, it's the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
The guy that did it's long gone. Long gone.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It's Altitude Sports Radio. We have got the 5 biggest
and
stories
one Dave Tepper, by the way,
of the day from around the NFL next. Hey, Altitude Sports Radio has your sports listening needs covered tonight. Avalanche Sabres, pregame at 6:30. Puck drops at 7. Pregame presented by Ramos Law on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jets Patriots will be on over on AM 950, covered starting at 5:30. Altitude Sports Radio, your home for Nuggets, Avalanche, and the NFL on Westwood 1. This is, follow me on this, Andy, because I think the Patriots are very good. They are, at the moment, the 3 seed in the AFC. But they got a quarterback playing at an MVP level and a really good coach and a defense that's holding up their end of the bargain. New England's really, really good. This is an interesting game for them. It's kind of like one of those litmus tests of just okay, are you guys going to mess around and have a stupid game with the Jets here on Thursday Night Football? Or are you just going to kick the crap out of those guys and show everybody that you're, and I hate this term, but I'm going to use it, for real?
Does beating up on the Jets who put Garrett Wilson on IR today make you for real? Or just better than...
Well, no, it's the thing where it's you are a good team. You're supposed to beat up on bad teams.
Don't waste our time?
Yeah.
Are you hinting that
you're a 13-point favorite? Don't be dumb about it.
Broncos weren't that much of a favorite, but are you offering some commentary about what didn't occur a week ago?
They were, an 8.5-point favorite in that game?
They were healthy. They did not cover. We know that.
Over a touchdown favorite in that game. Didn't even come close to covering in that game. Yeah, that's one of the things that good football teams do, though, right? Especially this time of year. It's I'm playing a banged up doormat in my own division, and I beat the snot out of them.
Yeah, that's the key. It's the division. Although sometimes I think these division games can get funky. But yeah, I don't. If this is a game tonight, then we can all. Will there be the same panic for the Patriots there was for the Broncos if this is a game tonight?
I think people automatically will trust Drake May more than they trust Bo Nix.
The Drake?
Yeah. Also, the Chiefs did beat the Raiders 31-0 a couple of weeks ago.
Wow. Is it hard to root for a guy named Drake?
Well, I've got Drake London on my fantasy team, so I'm rooting very hard for him. Drake Baldwin just named the National League Rookie of the Year, the Braves catcher.
Yeah, good for him.
The Drake Bulldogs, I don't know what Drake's record
your name's
is
the Drake,
so far this year.
I'm assuming you come from money.
The Drake. That or you're a duck. Go ahead, Spring. Let's do the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL.
Did you lose where we were for a minute?
I started talking about the Patriots, and then
He got on the Drake.
Yeah.
Hey, he's the Drake of this show. Mm-hmm. Wasn't there the Drake in Seinfeld?
Well, there was the Drake. Hate the Drake, love the Drake. There's also Drake, who Kendrick Lamar said some unseemly things about.
That was the first thing that crossed my mind.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. Well,
different generations, yeah. You eat a lot of Taco Bell and it doesn't affect you. We're all different.
Yeah.
We are not the same.
He can run 31 miles.
He can run 31 miles plugged up somehow with everybody else.
With all that.
Would have just jumped in a lake.
All that Taco Bell. Anyway.
Hey, let's take a look at the Broncos injury report.
Yeah, there's a new name there, Spring.
It is powered by Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. That new name is John Franklin Myers. He was limited today with a back injury. Marvin Mims, a full participant the past 2 days with a concussion. Coming off the concussion, he's going to play. That's the indication that the injury report gives us. Jonah Ellis did not practice the last 2 days with a hamstring injury. He had a rib and shoulder injury earlier this season, so this is new. It's a hamstring injury for Jonah Ellis. And J.K. Dobbins did not practice for a second straight day with the foot injury.
Yeah, it doesn't.
He ain't playing.
But no IR news yet.
Not yet, but again.
Or at all. It's possible. We
Let's
just never get it.
I hope he doesn't have to miss 4 games.
Yeah.
If you don't technically need the roster spot and can just deactivate him, you're going to hold on to him.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right about that. So that's what's going on with the Broncos injury report as of right now. Let's see. I haven't looked at the Kansas City side of the injury report yet today. These things come out during our show, and I'm always
Xavier Worthy's on there with an ankle.
He popped today as a limited participant in practice with an ankle, so that's interesting.
What about Pacheco?
Isaiah Pacheco did not practice. He is very unlikely to play in this game. It's probably going to be a lot of Kareem Hunt coming up here in this matchup. Josh Simmons was a full participant in practice. Yet again, Jawan Taylor was also a full participant. So the 2 starting tackles are available. We'll have to see if Simmons is going to go or not this week for Kansas City. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Hey, the NFL filed a grievance against the NFL Players Association asking the union to stop its annual team report cards and saying the exercise violates the collective bargaining agreement by airing public criticism of teams.
Yeah, what the owners here are saying is, hey, that's bad PR. It exposes us for all the different ways we're cheap, and we don't appreciate you saying that to everybody because some of these bad grades have reflected poorly upon us, and then we have been forced to spend money on things like new locker rooms and taking care of your families and feeding you all the time, and we'd really rather not spend any money on you.
Quit telling everybody where we cut corners.
Yeah. Oh, it's a violation of the CBA. No, you don't like it that you are getting called out. Some organizations are getting called out for poor treatment. And this really, Andy, like as and I'm saying this to Broncos fans, okay? This report here should gall you, okay? This should frustrate you because one of the advantages that you have as an organization is you have one of the best ownerships in the entire NFL that has the willingness to spend on these things. And so you want the voice of the players out there to then make the organization listen to it and adhere to it and do whatever it takes then to put a winning product on the field. Because ultimately, isn't that all that a football fan wants out of the owner of their organization, or really any sports fan wants out of the owner of their team is, are you putting the best product on the court, on the field, on the ice, humanly possible, so that it gives them a chance to win, so that I can enjoy myself more when I spend the money to go and watch them?
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I think that's aptly what you should read into this. Also, there's nothing wrong with them doing this survey. You said you should. Here's what their complaint should be. Don't make it public to the Athletic.
Yeah.
And cut that out.
Exactly. And don't and also like don't show everybody, hey, but the Walton Penners spent this. Yeah. That's essentially what they're saying. It gets back to the, hey, Dick Monfort he wants to curb organizational spending in Major League Baseball, which they desperately need to not do. It's the only hope that the Rockies have. And ironically,
the guy leading the charge is the guy that needs to do it the most.
Yes, exactly. What's the phrase? Cut off your nose to spite your face or whatever.
Step over dollars to chase pennies.
Something. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Forest for the trees. I don't know.
The NFL sent
Bear
a
in the
memo.
woods.
A memo.
Tree falls in the woods.
Does anybody hear it?
There's a memo.
To team officials today to re-emphasize the league's stance on what types of wagers are permitted with its sportsbook partners, specifically calling out prop bets, which have come under increased scrutiny in recent weeks following the federal indictments of MLB and NBA players. In the memo, the NFL says it has actively engaged with both state lawmakers and regulators, as well as with their sports betting partners, to limit, where possible, to prohibit altogether prop bets in the NFL.
Well, according to this, the prop bets that they're concerned about are player injuries, fan misconduct, officiating assignments, penalties, determining by one person in one play a quarterback's first attempt to be incomplete, and predetermined events that could be determined before a game is played. None of those props are offered by legal sports books in the United States. So basically, like you're complaining about unregulated offshore sports betting, which I'm sorry, I don't know how you get rid of that. Really, like what this memo is here to say is, hey, look at us. We're trying to do something right now. We're saying that we're doing a thing, but also let's toss it back to the DraftKings sports desk. That's really what they're saying.
Right. We're trying to help our partners out that want the money to all come to them, and they don't offer that thing, so we're going to make sure they get rid of it. But like you said, it's unregulated. Good luck finding the people running these props.
And if you wanted to, like a running back could still get tripped up by the turf monster and finish the game with 48 yards when his total on the game was 49.5. Like, that can very much still happen. You didn't actually address any of the problems that the NBA is dealing with. Thank you very much for that. This has been a good high five today. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Well, let's wrap it up with this. The Houston Texans are currently the 9 seed in the AFC. They're 4-5. They are right behind the Chiefs, who are the 8th seed at 5-4. For Houston, they are in Tennessee to play the Titans on Sunday. They will once again be without C.J. Stroud. He's out with his concussion for a second straight week. Davis Mills will start in Tennessee.
Well, Davis Mills is hot right now. Just threw for 292 and 2 tutties last week against the Jacksonville Jaguars. So you don't even need to worry about it. You outscored the Jags 26-0 in the fourth quarter. All is good. You just go forward with Davis Mills this week, and you'll beat the Titans anyway. Don't worry. You'll be just fine.
Yeah.
That's the 5 biggest stories of the day.
Yeah. Although
around the NFL.
The longer he is out, boy, if there were a Bronco Texans rematch in the playoffs, that might be spicy.
That would be fun.
It's spicy.
I don't think the Texans are making the playoffs.
By the way, I had one of our faithful listeners tell me via message that he wants to start up a GoFundMe so we can have a Russell Wilson cameo. Please don't do that.
$333.
Please do not pay him any money. He's got enough Denver labeled money. Do not give the man any more money. Now Nate's evil brain is going into work.
I know. Yeah, now I'm see now that it's been suggested, I'm
$333.
Could we get him to say Broncos country, let's ride?
Kreckman and Lindahl, let's ride.
Kane country, let's ride. Let's ride.
The real Mr. Unlimited's Nate and Andy.
Finally get a rejoiner from Russell Wilson.
Yeah, if you guys didn't want me to promote this, you probably shouldn't have told me, because now I'm intrigued. Yeah, you've tickled my cameo bone. Hey, Stoney's on Lincoln is the place to be tonight. Enter to win a John Elway autograph picture. Grab a do and a brew. Watch Thursday Night Football, Jets Patriots. You can also watch the Avalanche and the Sabres. Get down to Stoney's 11th and Lincoln with DMac starting at 6. Thanks to the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cask matured Irish whiskey, Tullamore Dew. So go hang out with DMac tonight at Stoney's. Kreckman and Lindahl. Joker goes for 55 last night. How does he follow this up on Saturday on the road at Minnesota? Plus, how does the Broncos defense win this game for Denver? We'll discuss all of that coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's time for your third and final keyword on a Nuggets Ticket Thursday, because we want to put you in Ball Arena for Nuggets Bowls on Monday. Your keyword, Wennington. Wennington.
As in Bill.
As in former Bulls big man out of St. John's, Bill Wennington. One of the all-time great nicknames, by the way, in NBA history, Air Canada. That's right, 303-504-0925. Text the keyword Wennington along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Hey, this season, when you're out of Ball Arena, make sure to check out the Nuggets Nation pricing on concessions. Great deals for $5 just for the best fans in the NBA to win tickets to the Nuggets game against the Bulls on November 17th. Text Wennington along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Good luck. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. So that's a trio of former Bulls big men. We got Bill Cartwright, Luke Longley, and Bill Wennington all into the show today.
All three played with Michael Jordan, didn't they?
They did. It was Cartwright along with Will Perdue.
Oh yeah.
On the initial three-peat, and then Luke Longley and Bill Wennington were the two bigs.
The seconds.
On the second of the three-peats. Yes, the Ron Harper era of Bulls basketball, the Tony Kukoc era of Bulls basketball for you right there. Yeah, Michael and Scotty were the only two, Andy, that won three.
Interesting.
By the way, the Chiefs have won 9 consecutive AFC West titles. Travis Kelce, Chris Jones, and the long snapper, whose name I can't remember, are the only 3 Chiefs to have won all 9 of those division titles.
Wow.
Yeah, Mahomes. The streak predates the Patrick Mahomes era.
Because of Alex Smith.
Alex Smith got it, yes.
2016, 2017, Alex Smith.
Yes. The
2018,
Chiefs,
Mahomes took over.
That's when he took over as the starter. Got his first start in 2017 against Paxton Lynch and the Broncos.
Remember it.
Those were 2 divergent career paths.
Yeah, you know why I remember that? Because I remember Aqib Talib and Chris Harris in the locker room saying that dude is a dude. They'd played a meaningless game, right? And in the end of the year, Chiefs, the reason why Mahomes played, they were resting everybody for the playoff run. The Broncos are out of it. End of 2017, it was miserable. And we at the time were all thinking Kirk Cousins was going to be the next quarterback. And the next thing, and I was so stunned to hear Chris and Aqib talk about, they got a guy. We got problems there. And they just knew it just watching the dude play one meaningless game.
Turns out they were right.
Oh, they knew.
By the way, Paxton Lynch, Andy, has signed a futures contract with the Colorado Spartans of the National Arena League, a spring indoor football circuit founded in 2016. They play their home games at the Denver Coliseum. Have you ever been to a Spartans game?
Have not.
Nor have I.
Nor will I be going.
Okay. Well, Paxton Lynch is now the quarterback there.
Good luck to him.
Paxton's Paxton.
Last played with the XFL's San Antonio Brahmas in the spring of 2023 after he had started 5 games for the XFL's Orlando Guardians prior to that. So Paxton Lynch is getting a paycheck. We don't know what the number is, but he's getting a paycheck somewhere to play football. So in the year of our Lord, 2025. So Jokic goes for 55 last night. 55 points on 23 shots. On his way to leading the Nuggets to a 130-116 victory on the 6-game win streak that the Nuggets are currently guiding their way through. Nikola Jokic is averaging 36, 12, and 11, that being 12 rebounds and 11 assists per contest on 74% field goal shooting on the win streak. For this season, Nikola Jokic, Andy, is now shooting 101 of 129 from inside the arc. He has missed 28 two-point shots this entire season. That's it. Just when you think like
he's done it all.
I've seen all this guy can do.
He does something else.
Yeah. And last night it was get his first career win when scoring 50 plus. And you brought it up with Dempsey before. And I thought a lot about that very same point, which is why did they win this one? Why did they finally win a game where Joker dropped at least 50? Some of it is like, I don't know, small sample absurdity because they have won games where he has scored 49. There's nothing magical about getting one more point other than the big round number that we all get excited about. But to that point, it would suggest, when Nikola Jokic has to be the sole focal point of the offense and they take away everybody else, that makes it tougher on the Nuggets, which is very true. He was a plus 28 last night. Prior to that, his career high was plus 2 on a game in which he had scored at least 50. So it goes to show you, I think it proves two things. Number one, the Nuggets second unit is better. And the second unit, while playing poorly in the second quarter, was very good in the fourth quarter last night. Now, they didn't fully put the game away. Joker had to go back in, but what was he back in for, 3 minutes or whatever it was?
Right.
Yeah, didn't really matter all that much. I think he got one bucket and hit a free throw, and then he was done for the night. But it also suggests, this part. The Clippers' defense sucks.
Well, it does, and it was interesting to listen to. I didn't know it was going to take Chris down that path when he talked about all the guys they've lost that makes that defense not the same. But look, Nate, here's something I think that's at the core of this, and it's something I think Joker wants to be surrounded by. When you're a young guy, and I'm thinking of Peyton Watson in particular, I'm thinking of Julian Strawther in particular when I make this statement. There's been some others.
But your Jalen Pickett's, your Zeke Najee's.
Yeah, the guys that have been trying to make up the bench the last couple of years.
Otherwise known as the Booth Boys.
Thank you. But they're all trying to prove they belong in the league.
Yeah.
Okay? They show up on a nightly basis hoping they can justify the minutes they're given so they can earn more minutes out there. When you've got a Tim Hardaway Jr., when you've got a Bruce Brown, when you've got a Jonas Valanciunas, who was a starter last year, by the way, you've got guys that when I talk about compete, they're not out there to lose. And there's just, you can feel they don't care how it looks. They just want to beat the other team. And maybe for some, that feels like something that should be obvious and should come with the job. And yes, inherently in sports it should. But I'm just telling you, some guys, they're not looking to bring it every night. They're going to let their tiredness get to them. We'll get them next time. Jokic, and he showed it last night, and you could tell he was on one from the very first quarter. I'm not losing this game tonight, boys. I'm not. I'm out here. I'm going to the hoop. I'm going to be aggressive. I'm taking it. By the way, Chris called him Avisa Zubats last night. He said the name was Avisa.
Avisa?
Chris Marlowe called him Avisa Zubats.
I thought it was always Avica.
I thought it was Ivica, and I like it better. I don't like Avisa. But anyway, my point being,
he's Croatian, right?
I don't have any idea.
Okay.
But there's a lot of, you know what? Sure.
I could have just made up a country right there and you just would have gone with it, right?
You could have said, the Baltlandia, and I'd been like, yeah, that sounds right.
Baltlandia.
He's big in Baltlandia.
The Baltlands.
The Baltlands. No, but I just think you've got a lot of competitive guys that showed up. You know why I think Jonas Valanciunas was able to come here?
Bosnian.
Jonas wants to win a title. He wants his ring.
Right.
You know what I mean? Tim Hardaway, does he have one?
Well, he wanted to win a Greek title,
he
but
did.
yes.
Yeah, but I mean, I think one of the things that eased the fact that he's stuck in this NBA contract is this is the team.
Yeah, good team.
And you're going to be able to win a championship.
Yeah, I'm not on the Pelicans and the Kings anymore.
And we know how Bruce competes. Bruce competes. He's the noise. I just think part of it is these guys, and Chris Dempsey talked about it. If you want to hear it, go back to the podcast, 4 o'clock. But when you're competing like that, you do play harder. You do play defense. You just don't let this thing go. You just don't say, let him have it. I felt like the Clippers got to the point where they're just like, we're just going to let him have this one.
I just think they're better.
Well, yeah, they are better.
They're
deeper.
I just think Tim Hardaway is really good.
Better than any bench player you've had in 2 years.
I think Bruce Brown is really good, and Hardaway and Brown, they take shots, they make shots, they shoot them in rhythm. The offense, it clicks. Like, you even still see it in Christian Brown. Christian Brown thinks about threes too much.
Oh, no doubt.
Fire away, dude.
Chooses away, and he chooses not to shoot them sometimes.
Yeah. P-Watt, I think P-Watt has been more aggressive firing away on the corner threes this year, and I've been happy to see it. Even when he misses, I'm okay with it. Like, there's such a thing as good misses and keeping the floor spaced, and P-Watt is kind of starting to become that player a little bit. Yeah, I think the biggest thing is, like, these are better players, and the second unit last year that vacillated between young guys and Russell Westbrook and Jamal Murray not ever having any chemistry with Russell Westbrook it's just like now. And not having a real backup big and using DJ in that role. And DJ, like, you see it right away with Valanciunas. Like, Jamal and Jonas, there is such a comfort level between them. Like, Jonas is, he's a good screener. He's a good dribble handoff guy. He's a good post-up dude. Like, there's just more to his game than what DeAndre had to offer. And Jamal very clearly, likes playing with him, and it opens up the floor for him. And so that is working with things. But, yeah, I think – I think you're right about that. Like, there's a greater play hard, a greater professionalism, all those things, and there's also just
professionalism is the word.
They're just better, man. They are just so much better than what they were last year.
I want to continue with the point, guys. Wennington.
303-504-0925.
Bill Wennington.
The key word is Wennington.
Google him.
Text it to 303-504-0925.
There's a lot of spellings coming in not close.
25.
Wennington. N is in Nancy. Wennington.
Wennington, as in Bill Wennington.
Wennington. All right. We've talked about the professionalism. We've talked about. I just think in their party going, man, how'd you lose to Portland? Like, I get the opening. I'm telling you, Golden State getting that first game when you faced them beginning of the year. You didn't have your legs down the stretch. You kind of showed up. And Jokic certainly wasn't in what he's in now.
Sloppy road game, weird conditioning.
Yeah, whatever.
The other guys.
But the Portland game, man.
Too.
I'm just kind of like the Portland game, dude. Come on.
I know. And that's going to hurt you in the group of death, which you
group of death.
You can't get hurt in the group of death.
What was it?
The group of death.
All right, I got to ask you, who came up with that? I thought Group of Death was a Nate Kreckman thing.
It was.
Somebody nationally named. Well, they called it the Group of Death on one of the national shows.
Well, when you look at the groups, it's clear which one is the Group of Death.
I don't care. My guy needs a little. Can we get a little pump for the show?
Every tournament that has ever been, it comes from the World Cup. I feel like the World Cup is typically where you hear that. Is, they do the draw like a year before the tournament or whatever, and then everybody looks at it and they're like, hey, that one's got. Look, Brazil and Germany and Argentina are in the same group. What the hell? The Group of Death. Do. The Group of Death.
That thing at the end really kind of makes me laugh.
Okay. Patrick Mahomes played very poorly when pressured against Buffalo. I gave the numbers before. I want to reiterate them. He was pressured on 53% of his dropbacks. He was 3 of 16 for 61 yards, no touchdowns, and 1 pick. 3 of 16.
Yeah, ain't good.
It's also like you got, I mean, good on you for getting 61 yards out of your 3 completions, but 13 incompletions. That's 3.8 yards per attempt. He was sacked 3 times, and he had a 4.17 seconds to throw. I watched that game. I was in an outdoor beer garden watching that game on a giant television. It was delightful. But he was running for his life back there a lot, and he was creating, and Mahomes has had a very good year with his legs, and he's been very mobile, but also that's the recipe right there. That's how Denver is going to win this game. They're going to win this game by forcing the Chiefs to punt the ball away. By the way, the Chiefs, I did look this up. While the Broncos 53 punts on the year is most in the NFL, the Chiefs 22 punts, second fewest in the entire league.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, that's got to change.
Yeah,
that's got to change.
This has got to be a large punting game and a large Harrison Butker game. You got to force them to field goals, but also didn't they force Indianapolis to 5 field goals and still lost the damn game?
Yeah, you can't have it.
And leverage penalty, I know, but still
can't have it though. And you got off to a good offensive start.
Yeah, they got to get off the field in this game.
Here's the bottom line.
Defense has to win this thing because I don't see a world in which Bo Nix goes and carves up Spags' defense, and they drop 27 on these guys. The Broncos have to win a rock fight, a low-scoring rock fight. The defense has to single-handedly win this game.
I don't disagree with you, but again, in order to win the rock fight, if you get the ball handed to you inside the red zone, you have to make that a touchdown. You cannot be doing what you did. Cannot lose 2 yards.
Yeah, this has to be.
Cannot one-hop it to your open tight end on the 3-yard line.
I believe this will be a close game, a field goal kind of game, and it will be won and lost in the red zone. The team that has that executes in the red zone will win, and that means the Broncos defense forcing field goals because the Chiefs will move the ball.
Broncos were so good in the red zone too. Bo was excellent in the red zone up until that Raider game. I wonder, part of me would love to. I hope by the time we get to Monday, we're saying, man, maybe we underestimated the turnaround or something.
Yeah,
the 4 days or whatever.
That game was simply a hiccup. Bo was leaning into some bad habits. The mini bye week and a chance to.
Sean was grinding him pretty hard.
Right.
Sean didn't sound. He sounded grumpy every day we heard from him.
Sure.
Leading up to the Raiders.
Yeah, and he's frustrated with what his offense is doing right now. I want to talk more about that a little bit when we come back, because I read Troy Rank's column today, and good column. Troy knows his stuff. I just don't agree with him on this one, and I'll explain it when we come back as to who should be shouldering more of the blame in the pie for the Broncos' offensive issues, that being Sean Payton or Bo Nix. I want to get into that before we get out of here. One more opportunity to get in your keyword, which is Wennington, as in former Bulls big man Bill Wennington. Text Wennington to 303-504-0925 along with your first and last name. That enters you to win a pair of tickets for Nuggets and Bulls on Monday. Kreckman and Lindahl. I would have preferred a big voice guy use the traditional Castilian Madrid de España. Hey, it's Nate Kreckman. I am here for Roller Auction. That's roller.bid, which is their website, and you can check out all of their open and upcoming auctions, including the December 2025 Government Fleet Vehicles and Equipment Auction, which is coming up at the end of the month. This is the best place to get well-maintained city, county, fleet vehicles and equipment, well-maintained stuff. So make sure you get to roller.bid and check that out. Plus, if you're into biking, the Blue Spruce Cyclery auction is available to be able to bid right now. I mean, guys, right now, I'm looking at an e-bike in which the current bid is $5. So get to roller.bid right now and check out this auction as well. And make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. That's roller.bid/altitude, because that gets you in to win a pair of tickets for the Avalanche and the Montreal Canadiens on November 29th. One of our lucky listeners will win those tickets, catered suite Avalanche Canadiens tickets. Make sure you sign up to bid, roller.bid/altitude, and go to roller.bid and get yourself a well-priced bike. Go do it. Yeah, we got the Avalanche and the Buffalo Sabres coming up tonight. Pregame at 6:30 here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Pregame presented by Ramos Law. And then we'll have Jets-Patriots over on AM 950 Thursday Night Football. Andy, the column today from Troy Renck in the Denver Post, headline, as a leader, Bo Nix is doing everything right for the Broncos. Now it's time for Sean Payton to do right by him. Broncos quarterback has shown ability to play his best when the alarms are blaring, but Denver's head coach must make things easier on him in the first 3 quarters. This is based largely around the quote that Sean Payton gave yesterday, which was off of a question from Troy Renck about, hey, can you make things easier for your quarterback?
Can you make it easier for him?
Well, I think it's not just it's not Bo. I mean, I think it's part of the whole process offensively and constantly in our game planning this week. Certainly opponents vary what they do scheme-wise. This is a pressure team, and so our job each week, we're always looking to find easy completions. When I look at the touchdown reel on Mondays, I've said this to you before, sometimes you look at a play and you just say, player, he went up, made a great play. And then sometimes someone's wide open and you click that button, you save it, and that was scheme. And so we're constantly looking at, how can we find, those throws that fit the scheme and the defense you're attacking. Obviously, the penalties, we've got to, we're doing a great job of not taking sacks, but when we're all of a sudden, 1st and 20, we've got to eliminate those.
Okay. So that was Sean's response to it. I got to find him easy completions. The narrative of the week, Andy, in town, it's there in Troy's column in the Post. Jake Plummer was talking to it on the morning show yesterday. I've heard this take uttered numerous times here throughout the day on Altitude Sports Radio is Sean Payton has to make it easier on Bo Nix. And Sean just said right there, well, part of my job is to find him easy completions. He is finding him easy completions. Bo's missing them. Like, I think a lot of this narrative is misguided. I think the quarterback is playing poorly. I think, and you say this all the time, Andy, Sean is scheming guys open. Bo Nix is not hitting the throws. There is a point where it's like the play caller can only do so much. The professional quarterback has to hit a guy. That, to me, is the issue with this offense right now. To me, the greatest flaw in the Broncos offense and why it's been so poor over the last 2 weeks has been the play of Bo Nix. I don't think it's on the head coach.
Okay. I don't completely disagree with you. Bo Nix absolutely has to play better. Listen, but at the play calling, I guess here's part of my thing. I feel like Sean's trying to call plays that he should have known, and I think he does know, Bo can't do as easily. And that's where the issues are coming in. I think that's where some of the play calling criticism comes in, where what made you believe all of a sudden he was going to be able to do some of these things. And for those that are wondering, I'll cut to the chase. Push the ball outside the numbers from inside the pocket all the time.
Yeah.
That, again, going back to the scouting report, that was going to be a problem. And everybody wanted to believe that wasn't going to be an issue. But go back to his big throws. His big throws are usually straight line throws.
But also, like this is also what they were what we knew they would encounter with a full offseason of opposing defensive coordinators having a book on the guy.
Yeah, but remember, and this goes back to
they were going to zone him up and take away the middle of the field and push those throws outside the numbers.
And look at him. Keep their eyes on him.
Yeah.
Not only because
take away some of the running lanes.
The safeties can look at him, they can jump the balls he's trying to throw.
Right.
But also because he did run, as you said, now they know they got to do that. But yeah, look, but see again, Sean tried to tell us over and over in the offseason, defenses don't do that. That's a myth. I don't like that narrative. Well, the narrative's proving to be true, and even Chad Brown said on one of our interviews with them, Sean, you know better. But yes, at the end of the day, the guy with the ball on the field has to play better, period.
I mean, Andy,
he's got it. Even if the coach doesn't give you a great call, and I know Jake Plummer, had made some statements about how Sean's got to be better yesterday, and I'll trust Jake. Jake's been there. I haven't, but I would also say this. I also know from a fact from listening to a couple of your teammates, there are times you had to overcome the play call that you didn't love.
Tight window throwing rate. Bo Nix is the second worst in the entire NFL. Only Caleb Williams is worse at completing throws into tight windows, which that's a part of the job description of NFL quarterback. And as to the question is Sean Payton scheming guys open? Average target separation, Bo Nix has the second highest in the NFL.
Right.
Guys are open. There's a quote in this column from Troy Renk today. He talked to Matt Ryan for this story. And Matt Ryan has there's a quote in here about, get Bo Nix on the move, get him outside the pocket. Here's the exact quote. Early in games, I think it could help by moving him around. Get him outside the pocket. He's a guy from my outside perspective has a lot of fast twitch to him. Talking about the kind of player that he is. Well, Kosmider had earlier this week that Bo Nix has 95 pass attempts while on the move this year, which is by far the most in the NFL, and he's completing 46% of those throws. He was at 59 last year. He's down to 46 this year. So, the things that people are saying need to happen. Well, guys got to be open. Well, you gotta get this guy on the move. Those things are happening. The throws aren't connecting. And the simplify it, dumb it all down school of thought is all well and good. It does not take a professional defensive coordinator all that terribly long to figure out what you're up to.
Okay, I'm with you. Here's the ultimate conundrum there, Broncos country, and I'll just give it to you, all right? I'm trying to balance things because I want to be fair to a kid in his second year as an NFL quarterback, but I will say this. Listen, and anybody that listens to this show for more than the last year, I've had my doubts about this thing from the beginning. Now, I'm not ready to say those doubts are becoming truly realized here yet because they've won a lot more games than I thought they would, quite frankly, with him at quarterback. So there you go. But the reality is, and we saw it against the Raiders, and I've talked about it a number of times, the throws that you've been living off of, they are absolutely taking away. They are not giving you the quick slip screen anymore. They're up to what you like to do that are those rhythm throws that used to get him feeling good. Bo has got to show the NFL, I can do other things, or you're not going to get those easy throws for you back. And it would start with what you said. If you're going to get, when Mims or Franklin or anybody else gets deep behind the secondary, you've got to hit that play. You got to move them off. If you want the short stuff that you built this offensive off of a year ago, you've got to back up the defense, and you're not doing it right now because they don't believe that you're going to hit the throw. Yeah. It's basically they've become a bunch of Missouri residents, the show me state. Show it to me. Show me that you're going to hit that play, and then we'll worry about it. But right now, it feels like the further this goes along and the longer they go to hit one of those plays, the defense is not worried